Memory transcription subject. Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date? Standardized human time, December 3rd, 2136. The bombs began falling within minutes. From our vantage point, the explosions were mere smoky blips on the horizon. Orange pops illuminated the night like wildfire, but I knew they were destructive strikes against Sillis' supercontinent. How had the Arxa gotten within orbital range so quickly? Why had the human defenders been unable to slow them down at all? Terror chilled my fur as I guessed the UN was no longer challenging the front flank at all. The streaks in the sky were further out now, judging by their diminished luminance. There was no indication on our radio chatter that we'd sustained catastrophic losses. I believed in my predators too strongly to accept that the defensive line was wiped out upon arrival. That left me to believe the Terrans chose a strategic retreat.
I think the blue helmets above abandoned us.
Marcel's hazel eyes were bulging as he held Vernt against his chest.
Berla, do you know the quickest way to the spaceport?
The Tillfish General scuttled forward anxiously.
What? You're not defending the planet at all. So you are just leaving us to die.
General, honestly, I don't think Sillis is our concern. The UN wants the best fighting chances. It seems they're taking up a position elsewhere.
There's billions of civilians. Kids.
There were kids on Earth too.
Marcel snapped before drawing a shaky breath.
I'm sorry. I know the Tillfish populace had nothing to do with it. But I get us not wanting to lose more human lives.
Honestly, my friend's anger made perfect sense. The emotional distress was visible in his eyes. It was unreasonable to expect the humans to fight tooth and nail for an enemy, even if they'd done so on the Cradle. The difference was that the Gajidi Union was stopped before they could deal any damage to Earth. Even I harbored a grudge against the Tillfish for the heartache the raid caused. General Berla hadn't seen human cities buried in rubble and predators burned half alive. She hadn't watched the massive soldiers drop to their knees, sobbing brokenly. After the vengefulness that surfaced in the following week, I would have pegged the Terrans to glass this planet themselves. It was merciful that cooler heads found reasons to accept a surrender at all.
Please, Marcel. I know you and all of humanity have suffered, but how can you let children die?
Berla pleaded. The human covered Vernt's antennae carefully.
Funny. I remember wondering aloud how the Federation could slaughter us. Saying those exact words to Slanik, just like you are implying about us. If it was my call, Berla, I would save as many lives as I could.
Then save some of us. However many you can.
I am. I'm saving you and Vernt.
Marcel placed the Tillfish child atop his helmet, adding another adornment to his cranium. Vernt had been quiet ever since the bombs started falling. I doubted he understood the gravity of the situation, but at the least, the kid recognized our demeanor shifts. The young insectoid's eyes lit up briefly from his new perch.
So high! I'm as tall as a mountain!
Vernt giggled. My best friend quickened his steps.
We're about to be much higher, because Berla is taking us to the spaceport, right? And we're going to evacuate?
The Tillfish General cleared her throat.
Yes. Follow me.
Berla scuttled through a nearby alley and my human followed. I hustled after them, though my legs weren't as durable as theirs. Marcel glanced back at me briefly, and I gave him the most adorable head tilt I could muster. His response was an exasperated sigh before barking to pick up the pace. If my groveling couldn't melt his frigid act, our relationship was in dire straits. The human had never shut me out since the beginning of the exchange program. Now, out of the blue, we went on speaking terms. It was unfair to push me away, especially when our lives were in imminent peril. Hell, it was almost manipulative. All I did was advise Berla to take Vernt to a medical professional, like any reasonable person. To make a hopeless situation worse, a bone-chilling bark reverberated behind me. I knew without looking that the guttural cry belonged to Dino. The slobbery dog had a habit of waiting outside my tent and seeking me out during its downtime. The humans allowed it to roam the base wherever it pleased, without a care for who it bothered. Of course its handler couldn't have collected it for the evacuation. It had to be breathing down my haunches during a raid. Berla screamed.
Predator! Run!
No, it's okay. Dino, sit!
Marcel bellowed. The filthy mutt whined and lowered its rump to the ground. Its sable tail thrashed the pavement while its brown eyes studied me. The pink tongue lolling out of its mouth was covered in saliva flecks. It was a relief the dog obeyed with how it had been barreling down on our position. The demon could sprint faster than a human while sharing their tirelessness. Dogs are persistent predators too, aren't they? I realized. That's why the humans favor them, and once used them for hunting.
Slonic, the dog's with you.
The human's low voice made it clear that there was no room for argument.
Unless you want to be difficult.
I drew a shuddering breath. I'm not the one being difficult. Dino seems nicer than you right now. That last statement wasn't quite heartfelt, but I wouldn't give Marcel the satisfaction of seeing my discomfort. The dog bounded along at my side, and I tried not to focus on its monstrous presence. Burla seemed wary of the beast, though Vernt was testing out the word dog with giddiness. The longer I observed the Tillfish child, the more I thought something wasn't right with his wiring. Marcel had his service weapon drawn and eyed Tillfish civilians we passed warily. The human was aware of our present vulnerability to a rebel attack. This city's populace resented us more after we gassed and deafened them at their initial protest. My friend was the one who ordered the curfew, so they might have a particular disdain for him. Burla steered us past factories and storage units, keeping her own eyes peeled. The Tillfish General was avoiding crowded areas where possible. I hoped that wasn't at the expense of time. AXA landing parties crested above us and skirted the occasional anti-air fire. Humans weren't putting much pressure on them with their focus on evacuation.
AXA units are arriving in most major cities. If your location hasn't been bombed yet, that means hostiles inbound.
A grovelly voice said over the radio.
All evacuation shuttles need to be off the ground in 10 minutes.
Marcel's eyes darted around.
Shit. Are we going to make it?
With time to spare.
Burla answered.
Cut through the incubator facility here, and it'll take just a few minutes. Saves a lot of time not to go around.
Good. I'm sure glad you're here.
The Tillfish General didn't return the compliment. She ducked into a circular building which took up an entire block with its daunting size. Vernt leaned over Marcel's forehead and started playing with his helmet straps. The Terran scolded his passenger, ordering the little one to remain still. The kid fell limp with a sad look. Tillfish geneticists protested the intrusion, though they quickly retreated when Marcel's gun pivoted. I knew this place was sacred to an egg-laying species. It was where they raised their offspring to hatching day. Teams of medical professionals were dedicated to maintaining the ideal conditions and saving any younglings that hatched early. The Hatchin and the Crocodile were protective of such institutions too. It was rare any egg-laying race trusted a mammalian species to wander their fragile safe houses. All it took was one clueless sapient messing with an egg to burst its bubble. I can only imagine how these Tillfish feel about a predator soldier taking a shortcut through here, not to mention Dino mucking up the place. We strode past an observation room partitioned off down the hallway. Marcel studied the x-rays monitoring each egg's health, and his facial features softened. He took a second to peer at the orange pods through the incubator glass. Labels were affixed to every specimen, identifying the parents. The human slowly digested that those blobs were someone's kid. Burla cleared her throat.
There's no time to snack. Let's go.
You think I wanted to eat them?
Marcel hissed.
I was just curious. I've never seen anything like this.
Sorry, your expression turned very weird.
I was imagining Vernt as an egg, and wondering how many you, lay at once.
20 or 30. Your eyes went very wide. Is that, normal?
I'm just surprised. That is a lot. Where are Vernt's siblings?
Thrown away!
The child cheered.
I'm the chosen one!
Disbelief flashed in Marcel's hazel eyes after absorbing Vernt's decree. The Tillfish General flicked her antennae and the human took the hint to move along. We turned into a lengthy walkway, chasing off more staffers. My lungs ached from keeping up with the Terran. Dino's nightmarish presence wasn't helping me breathe either. Burla sighed.
Maybe I shouldn't have told Vernt the honest answer.
You throw your eggs away?
Marcel asked in a voice that crept an octave higher.
I don't know how to respond to that.
It's not like that. Please, let me explain. These days, most Tillfish decide how many children they want to have. 20 is a lot, like you said, and all at once. It's a tall order.
Yeah, I see why parents wouldn't sign up for that. So you decided you wanted one kid, Burla.
Vent is the lucky one, like you said. You see, we used to hold an average of about 5 eggs kept. Ever since first contact, more people wanted 1 or 2, like the other races.
It must have looked like other species had it easy compared to you.
Indeed. With technology nowadays, we can pick which eggs are most viable early on. Doctors run tests to avoid defects, and they can find positive traits too. Vent was predisposed to intelligence, so I chose him.
Burla led us past a spacious laboratory and explained its features quickly. Microscopes and testing machines lined the room, along with bins of tillfish eggs. This gave Marcel a visual of how large a litter was. Honestly, each jar looked like one of those gumball machines on Earth. I doubted humans could handle that many offspring. I couldn't imagine juggling 20 newborns at once. The Venlil devoted ample time reading a single child. It wouldn't surprise me if the tillfish had to abandon their weakest young in the past. How else would the herd survive without sacrifices? That was a lot of mouths to feed prior to the post-scarcity era. It made it somewhat understandable why they became omnivores.
Exit out the rear door up ahead and cross the street. We almost made it to the spaceport.
Burla clicked. Vernd bounced on the Terran's helmet.
Awesome! To space with Hummer!
The tour had been a welcome distraction from the Arxa raid transpiring outdoors. Inside this stone building, I couldn't see the explosions peppering the skyline, but it was time to endure the final chaos and face our grisly reality once more. Marcel slunk forward with caution, leading the way to the exit. The paranoid predator still hadn't lowered his gun. Dino's ears perked up, and the beast projected a fearsome bark. The sudden noise, thunderous and throaty, nearly made me tip over from fright. The dog's hackle fur rose, and it began outright growling. I knew it all along. The vile predator was going to attack at random. I could feel my insides twisting, and my legs turning into paste.
What is it, boy?
Marcel paused at the door and turned his head toward the canine.
You hear something?
It's ravenous. It's gone feral, I screamed. My best friend bit his lip with displeasure, holding back some snide remark. Dino cemented its insanity further, belting out a series of harsh barks. Marcel inched several steps back and held up a hand for us to wait. Because of a dog's hunger fit, my human was wasting precious time. I'm so sick of this non-sapient thing. It's dangerous, and I'm tired of the Terrans treating it like a pack member. A dangerous thought crept into my mind, and I unclipped my sidearm. This was the perfect chance to put Dino down. It wouldn't win me any favor with Marcel, but I was already out of his good graces. I coaxed my weapon up and lined the sights on the animal. Its outburst gave me a suitable reason to be rid of it, at last. Marcel was oblivious to my extermination plot. His gaze was following Dino's stare. Shadowy shapes moved up to the door, and I jerked my gun away from the dog. Its growling was drowned out by the sound of shattering glass. Gunfire tore through the door's opaque frame and lanced into the room. The human sprinted back toward our position, holding on to Vernd.
Arxa hostiles!
Marcel roared, terrifying Burla with his pitch.
Is there another exit?
The Grey shouldered through the broken frame and took aim at anything that moved. This was a logical first stop on the raid, with an easy stash of eggs here. Thousands of them. Unlike the ones helping in New York, these demons were here to wreak havoc. The fact that Marcel felt the need to attack hostiles after Arxa, it was an insult to the Venlil's suffering. I forced my claw onto the trigger. My bullet sailed in the direction of the Greys, but it didn't connect with the monsters. Marcel's hand was on my shoulder in an instant. The human pushed me to the ground and slid behind a chair. It warmed my petrified heart to know that he'd still protect me in a battle. Dino charged at the monstrosities and sank its fangs into an Arxa thigh. The dog brought down the Grey with ease, like it was wrangling a prey creature. One Dominion soldier attempted to rescue its colleague. However, the hasty shot missed the dog and went through the downed Arxa's stomach instead. The ugly mutt's charge had bought us time to regroup. If it hadn't detected the Arxa raiders, we would have been gunned down the second we stepped outside. Those vicious growls might have been a warning for us, just like Marcel assumed. I felt a tinge of regret for almost shooting it, though I shoved that emotion down.
Burla!
Marcel waved a hand in front of the general's face.
Is there another exit?
The female tillfish swallowed.
There's an emergency exit to our left.
Good. We move on 3.
The human whistled to the dog before popping shots off at the Axa to cover its retreat. The animal came running at Marcel's summons and returned itself to my side. Dino was fresh out of close combat, sniffing my paw a bit too eagerly with its predatory snout. I ignored the beast, but I tried to suppress my innate resentment. The Greys dusted themselves off from the dog attack and peppered our cover with bullets. The foam upholstery wasn't built to survive an assault. It was riddled with holes in seconds. This wasn't an actual shelter that could ward off the Axa savages. Marcel gave the signal to move, and I indulged my instinct to run with gratitude. The human dispensed a few hasty shots, giving us time to move. He lingered behind, all the while drawing the Axa's attention. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw one monster buckle to the floor. My legs bolted for a side corridor, while my tail found itself drooping again. Bella and I pressed up against the wall, with Dino skipping at our heels. It brought immeasurable relief to be huddled at a more secure location. However, that sensation was fleeting when I remembered the human. My eyes searched for him and found his lanky form still crouched behind the chair. Marcel had taken out another Grey, but their raiding party could afford a few losses. The human was surrounded and would be mowed down the instant he stood up. His hands cupped Vernd against his chest, gentle affection in his gaze. An unimaginable sense of loss gripped my heart when I realized the primate was pinned down. The thought of anything hurting Mars makes me weak at the knees. He's someone I love being around and who I trust above all others. My human deserves to make it out of here, I muttered to myself. My shaking paws became still as that motivation spurred a return to my training. I poked my head out from behind the wall and shouted for the Axe's attention. Marcel widened his eyes, gesturing at his throat. There was no chance I'd let such a wonderful soul sacrifice himself for my sake. I did my best imitation of an injured squeal, fully earning the Grey's attention. The human stuffed Vernd in his helmet and bolted toward my position. Barely aiming, I lobbed several shots at the Axa. My newfound bravery fizzled out as dozens of gluttonous pupils trained on me. The enemy guns swiveled away from their fellow predator and landed on the weak Venlil. Pain lanced through my shoulder like the muscles were torn from my arm. I fell backward as white-hot agony overwhelmed my senses. The Axa nailed me with a bullet. Did that mean I was dying? My panic intensified when sharp teeth pressed against my scruff. Dino dragged me behind the wall and planted a slobbery lick on my mouth. I screeched in disgust. Away! Gross! Marcel slid across the floor.
Slanik? No. No! Are you okay? Answer me!
Leave! Please just go! You have to get to your shuttle. The vegetarian tapped a wristband which offered a readout of Terran numbers. It was illegible to my eyes, but I sensed that the information wasn't a positive sight. A sad smile crossed his scarred face as he breathed a half-hearted sigh. He deferred my firearm to Burla before kneeling beside me.
The countdown is at 0. Our evacuation ship's already left.
Marcel hoisted me to my feet and draped my good arm around his neck.
We're stuck here.
Utter defeat crushed my spirit, realizing we were stranded on a forsaken world. So this was how the unlucky soldiers felt on the cradle, fighting a hopeless fight. There was no escape from Sillis, and no humans coming back for us. With the Axa swarming every settlement, our deaths were all but a guarantee.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 3rd, 2136. The Shadow Fleet disengaged from any direct confrontation with the Axa. After protecting the warpers, aggression was not suitable to our survival. Padding the distance between us and the enemy was our first priority. Lighter Terran ships acted as a buffer and drew the Greys' attention with hit-and-run tactics. A gradual retreat occurred without substantive strikes from the arboreal predators. From the fleet-wide chatter, it sounded like the UN planned to sink their heels in for days. I didn't understand how prolonging this conflict's duration helped our cause. How long could any sapient maintain combat readiness for? Perhaps the humans were willing to drop dead of exhaustion if the Greys bit the bullet too. There's also the question of our warp fleet and if they're coming back. Humans don't desert out of cowardice, do they? I trusted that the Terrans had a plan at work and that military flightiness was uncommon on Earth. There had never been a chance of holding Sillis, which was presently encircled by Arx's ships. This was about proving that humanity wouldn't go down with a whimper. The Greys would have to claw for every nanoparsec. Tyler clapped his Yordle pal on the shoulder.
Get us a quick visual on this asteroid. Shift back in the Greys' direction afterward.
A space rock was making a pass close to Sillis, in astronomical terms. Concurrent with the battle, the United Nations selected it as our cover to hunker down. This oblong body was conducive to defensive positioning, and it prevented the Arxa from targeting us at a distance. The Greys were still following us into the great beyond, unwilling to let us escape. We needed a chance to outfox them. To ensure our fortress held, we also deployed short-range FTL disruptors. The last thing humanity needed was for the enemy to warp in on our haunches and mow us down without warning. Curiously, the Arxa hadn't enacted a similar barrier to stop our vessels from trying the same thing. Dominion ships might not possess anti-FTL capabilities, since no foe had the gumption to drop atop them before. Arxa craft had fanned out around the asteroid, attempting to swallow it whole. I got a brief glimpse of the crater-pocked surface as Onzo focused the viewport. Captain Monahan positioned us with a sightline around the asteroid while keeping the ship frame nestled in its shadow. The Terran fleet unleashed a slew of kinetics alongside us. There was no rest for the wheelie during this fray. I cleared my throat. It appears that several Greys have got their shields back up and running. We could use another round of shield breakers, sir.
Already on it. Thankfully, our gunship stocked more than we expected to use,
Tyler replied. Okay. But why the fuck are the Greys tailing us away from the target? Carlos's head snapped up from his transmission feed, and skepticism flashed in his eyes.
Isn't their objective to take Sillis?
I think their objective is to teach us a lesson. Humans are a target because of Sillis, but it's hardly about the territory anymore.
I flexed my claws. That's a good thing. The Arxa should force us to make the first move. Instead, they waltz right into our gunfire. My eyes darted back to the sensors screen. Per the captain's directive, I highlighted the specific ships taking the widest vectors to flank us. Those contacts would have the optimal shot angles and needed to be dispatched swiftly. Repelling the Arx's encroachment was going to be an arduous affair. Electromagnetic missiles were ejected by the UN gunships, slotting into the enemy ranks. Unfortunately, we knew now that these wouldn't cook their shielding mechanisms forever. Our weapon station took the downed defenses as a cue. Humans could crank out kinetics in a hurry. I hoped I'd selected the correct targets to give us an edge. Perfectly timed bullets downed one Arxa bomber which was strafing aggressively to the near flank. Predator technicians swiveled our main turret to a new target without hesitation. The focus in a human's eye still chilled me since it revealed how singular their fixation on death could be. I wondered if such a dark ability was dormant within the Gajid genome, waiting to be awakened.
Sovlin, you've gone very quiet. Don't zone out on me again,
Tyler snapped. Samantha crossed her arms.
Oh, I bet he's having one of his woe is me moments.
I'm going to claw your tongue out. I shot her a grouchy glare before refocusing on my data. Nothing to report, sir, but my eyes are peeled. The Terran fleet had room to maneuver behind the asteroid's berth whenever the Greys got too close for comfort. Our reverse thrusters kicked into gear, steering us away from overzealous attackers. There was a fine line between defending ourselves and getting overrun. This wasn't a mission of lofty ideals like most I'd undertaken with the Predators. This was about survival and sticking around. The Arxa can afford a couple dozen losses if it means pinning our fleet down. Looks like they managed to land a few hits against us already. The Dominion was applying pressure from all angles. A new wave of enemies crested over the asteroid's peak, utilizing the third dimension. Plasma fire buffeted down on us, and the UN hastily matched the Greys' heading. My screen warned me of several target locks, which left our vessel in a precarious position. We were climbing right into the firing line, where the Arxa wanted us. "Change course now. We need evasive maneuvers," I bellowed. Monahan bared her teeth.
Drop our speed as quickly as possible, then gun it the way we came.
Navigations brought us to a stall, ratcheting down from the steep climb. Power was diverted to slowing us down, and a bit of resistance slipped through the inertial dampeners. Our nose dipped back in the direction we came from, and I got a good look at our Terran allies. Several friendlies were retreating from the asteroid altogether, ditching any confrontation. Onzo spun the viewport toward the space below, allowing us to plot a safe course. An Arxa vessel blasted plasma toward us, right as we kicked the ship into overdrive. Navigation sent us into a barrel roll, and it was unclear if erratic movements would be enough. The energy beam sizzled past our former location, whiskers away from singeing our tail. That was a bit too close for comfort. Even the human crew realized the severity of this fight. Arxa were closing in on us from 3 directions, and their numbers overwhelmed our limited forces. The asteroid wasn't large enough for us to spread out and mitigate fire. Not even fellow predators could avoid getting cornered by a conquest fleet. Monaghan frowned.
The UN just ordered a retreat. We're moving further away from Sillis as quickly as possible. Time to find somewhere else to squat.
What?
Onzo hissed.
We're falling back again. We might as well flee the system.
Knock it off.
Tyler nudged the Yotul with an elbow, chastising his impudence.
If the captain tells you to fly the ship into a red dwarf, you fucking do it.
This is dishonorable. If a Yotul aid was this outgunned, we'd concede the territory.
I shot him a smouldering stare. And pray, what happens when you concede the territory? What do the Arxa know of honor?
Nobody in this galaxy is honorable, including your benevolent Federation. I thought humans had pride. We didn't defend Sillis, and we're not defending ourselves now.
Some of us trust the Predator's plan, Uplift. We're taking as many greys with us as possible. Suck it up. Tyler curled his fist.
Enough! Mind your stations and focus, before we all get pulverized.
The Terran fleet had split up on several vectors and forced the enemy to divide their pursuit as well. It was strange to see humans limping off like prey, licking their wounds. Our ship count was bleeding off dozens as the Arxa got 3 potshots at our tails. Nearby UN vessels were picked off on the viewport, leaving debris in our vicinity. The falling comrades encouraged our warship to pick up the pace. It was the stragglers that were most vulnerable. With caution thrown to the wind, we sped off well beyond the recommended velocity. Despite how our reserves were running thin, the humans dished out a generous serving of missiles. Forcing the Arxa to intercept explosives distracted them from slaughtering us, though any damage sustained was surface level. I didn't care if I lived or I died, but there were others on this ship who retained meaning in their lives. Perhaps I'd been too harsh on Onzo, who had a point about fleeing the system. This beatdown was a disappointing result for the Terrans, and I failed to see any grand scheme coming together. It could be human pride, refusing to admit defeat. I would sacrifice myself to kill a few greys, but what about Sam and Carlos? It might be time to cut our losses, instead of seeing innocent humans suffer. Plasma beams sizzled around us by the 100. It didn't appear that humanity was putting up much of a fight. We were running for our lives. Should we escape the current chase, inviting another round was tantamount to suicide. Command's idea of stretching this out for days was a bizarre fantasy. Hell, we'd be lucky to take out 1/10 of the Arxa fleet. A powerful jolt shook the ship as a beam connected with our rear quarters. My teeth rattled against my jawbone, and I felt my brain lurch against my skull. Many human crew on their feet stumbled or hit the deck. Checking my data feed, I saw that enough energy had seeped through the shields. There was a tear in our hull plating. Thankfully, key systems were unharmed, but the affected compartment would need to be sealed off. Tyler narrowed his eyes.
Sovlin, report.
Hull integrity is intact, sir. Damage is non-critical, but I suggest lowering our pace pronto. Our power needs to be invested in shields, I pleaded.
No can do. The quicker we get out of Dodge, the better.
With all due respect, we were lucky to survive that hit. The Arxa will want to finish us off now.
Your concern is noted. What's the status of the human fleet overall?
We've lost about 200 ships in this push. Combine that with the losses we took out of the gate and the warpers. We're barely fielding 400 ships. Not to mention our forces split up now.
Any good news? Come on, man. I hope the enemy has a bloodied nose too.
And the Arxa ship count, the ones fighting us anyways, is still hovering above 2,000. Candidly, warping our ships out was stupid. It made the odds even worse.
So we're just fucked,
Onzo growled.
We sent away fighting resources, and we're fucked.
Carlos forced a tepid smile.
It's not over. Humans have come back from worse.
I diverted my attention from the bleak odds and studied the Predators one final time. To think that in my first encounter with them, I had thought them brutal deceivers that enslaved the Venlil. My words to Zahn that humans must be irredeemable couldn't have been further from the truth. The prey aliens working alongside violent hunters was the good news Tyler asked for. How could I explain that bonding and empathy were the positives? With axe and munitions blitzing out around us, all I thought was how glad I was that humanity were in the picture. One battle loss wouldn't define our future. This was just a setback in the Predators' scheme. My eyes drifted to the viewport and watched the Greys speeding after us. Out of my periphery, I saw inbound subspace trails flash on my sensor screen. Terran ships blinked into existence a split second later and nipped at the Arx's right flank. They'd emerged from subspace without warning. The short jump left little time for detection. Munitions battered the enemy's exposed side, hitting them from a perpendicular angle. The crazed humans had emerged from FTL, already firing. Ambush the ambushers, I muttered appreciatively. But there's not very many of them. Only 12 circled back. Looking closer at my screen, I reminded myself that the UN fleet had split up. The Arxa were forced to separate their numbers to follow each group, and that increased susceptibility to ambushes. More Terran vessels assisted other posses, simultaneous to our own rescue. That still didn't account for the 300 ships that abandoned us. I counted less than a third of that tally in this jump. The Arxa ships swiveled around to face the surprise attackers and focused on mowing them down with prejudice. The distraction allowed us to make a getaway, but Captain Monaghan was ordering navigations to reverse course. The humans saw this as an opportunity to strike back, and our shuttle fleet began advancing on the larger enemy. Captain Monaghan clasped her hands behind her back.
Find me some soft targets. The distracted ones, the clueless ones, the damaged ones. Whatever works.
I flicked my claws in acknowledgement and leaned toward the viewport with focus. The Dominion had regained their bearings, with our small ambush no longer posing a threat. The filthy beast decided that our manpower was inadequate, and I was inclined to agree with their assessment. However, just as the enemy turned to mop up the assailants, the humans pounced again. A new wave emerged without any heads up, this time surfacing on their rear flank. The primates weren't holding anything back, unloading every munition type at their disposal. Opening another angle of attack caused disruption on two sides, and the Arx's organization suffered a rare lapse. Each Terran ambusher was scoring multiple casualties while instilling widespread confusion. The Shadow Fleet found new life as we charged in to help our allies. I highlighted a heavily damaged enemy for weapons to sweep up, growling with satisfaction. The numbers were still slanted against us, but the atmosphere on the bridge had shifted drastically. Our tiny band was making the enemy fall over themselves to shoot us. Furthermore, the psychological advantage of paranoia couldn't be understated. It was like walking through a predator-infested forest as a Gajid and expecting a fanged beast to pop out of every bush. The Arxa had no clue whether there would be a third or fourth attack. Warpers could come from any direction, including above or below. The Arxa's apex predators were left chasing ghosts. All of the Greys are on their heels, sir. I say we just hit whoever's easiest to line up, I chuckled. Tyler dipped his head before informing weapons to fire freely. I confirmed with my sensors readout that 100 warpers still hadn't returned. There had to be one more ambush coming. My prediction was that it would come from above, since Terrans hadn't utilized the third dimension yet. Any unoccupied Arxa were keeping wary guns trained at the sky rather than at our battered fleet. It seemed that the monsters shared my speculation, but humans weren't prone to predictability as evidenced by the ship's actual appearance. Their warp point was either predator derangement or instinctual brilliancy. My jaw almost hit the floor. Sleek silver bodies were birthed from the void, and their play wasn't to swoop in on any sensible heading. The psychotic primates warped out right in the middle of the Arxa fleet. Those vessels are surrounded by enemies with no possible escape. They have no time to orient themselves either. It's a miracle if they don't crash. The last Terran warpers spread themselves out amid Arxa ranks and took no time to collect themselves. Ruthless in victory's pursuit, these primates emptied their missile bays upon re-entry. The Greys were adept at intercepting projectiles, but this was an unexpected barrage at point-blank range. From where only friendly ships had been, humans were ramming missiles down their throats. The Arxa had stopped coordinating with their comrades and held blind fire at the infiltrators instead. That tactic did connect with some Terran interlopers, but friendly fire was a more common outcome. The weapons station prepared our own explosives with renewed vigor. We knew the Greys were preoccupied, so this was our best chance of dodging their defenses. Captain Monaghan snarled at the viewport.
Give it everything we've got! We need to finish them!
The Greys' ship count had been sliced in half since the ambush commenced. The Shadow fleet was dishing out considerable damage with alternating plasma and kinetics. The warpers padded our numbers and sailed with a recklessness that was unmistakably human. No other species could wreak such havoc with so few assets. It was akin to a blood frenzy, with humans chucking armor-piercing shells to increase their kills. The Arxa had no shields to resist the onslaught, and their numbers were evening out with ours. These Greys were in a desperate retreat. It had taken a heavy toll to stave off our ambush. Granted, there were more enemies camped at Sillis, but this fight was becoming level. Our plasma railgun got off a few volleys and complemented our diverse explosives. The ambush had been swift and decisive. The Arxa were torn apart from their heart. A few hundred enemies hobbled off in shell shock and sought protection from Sillis's raiders. The impossible speed at which this turnaround transpired had my head spinning. What sane race would trap themselves with their enemies? The results were undeniable, but no prey military could replicate human efficiency. It was astounding how Terrans conjured up novel tactics with ease, showing off unparalleled cunning. I couldn't reconcile the caring species I knew with the deviousness they honed in battle. Onzo gawked at the viewport.
I misspoke. Humans are standing up for themselves quite well.
That's who we are. We're the ones who run out of bullets and fix bayonets.
Carlos rumbled.
We don't go down without a fight.
I chewed at my claws. You would never surrender.
I didn't say that. I said not without resisting. And not to a merciless enemy. Certainly not to them.
The Greys don't put their prisoners in luxury spas.
Samantha quipped.
Predator or not, I wouldn't want to be their plaything.
The Terran fleet mulled around our current location. Pursuit of the Arxa wasn't an objective. Considerable enemies were amassed by Sillis, with an initial tally of 6,000 strong. The UN defensive line was a mere quarter of that, so it was unclear how the Earthlings could terminate the siege. It wouldn't be possible to pull warp tricks within the FTL disruption boundary either. This engagement proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the UN was not weak. The Arxa would respect the Primates' forces in the future, but the Terrans had to decide whether it was worth it to liberate Sillis. Our position was ripe with disadvantages, and we might not have much energy left in the tank. If humans truly didn't go down without a fight, perhaps it was time to fix bayonets. We'd need a lot more cunning and spite in a hurry.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 4th, 2136. Once the Terrans realized I was awake, intelligence officers interrogated me from outside my cell. I spilled more than I should have, perhaps, given how little Zhao cared for saving the Arxa. Cooperation with the humans was the only way to prove I was on their side. It was foolish to assume that their government could discern my intentions after chaos ravaged their power structures. But I couldn't stop thinking of Elias Meyer and his devotion to a better future. There had to be other humans out there who understood me. I just needed to discover a way to reach them. One of mankind's most interesting aspects was their branching opinions. Someone had to understand that the reasoning dictating that I was an enemy was flawed. My actions should speak my intentions. If the Zeruleans explained their story, it would at least prove that I was not planning on eating them. My acute hearing dialed in on footsteps down the hall, and I put on a collected exterior. It was a shame anger had gotten the better of me. I shouldn't have threatened the Secretary General, no matter how heated our dialogue was. That certainly didn't prove that I was a peaceable guy. The Terran interrogators had taken those threats seriously and kept outside of the cell. After all, they couldn't muzzle me if they wanted me to talk, right? The humans knew that I could kill them with a single bite. I wished I could prove that I was a predator of their caliber, not an animal like the prey believed. This newcomer approaching my cell would peer through the window like all the rest. I was a museum exhibit as much as a prisoner. Hello? I raised my voice, hoping this human could hear me. I am not your enemy. How do I prove that? My cell door clanged open, and an American general wearing camouflage strode in. The dust-colored hair suggested this was General Jones. She seemed unconcerned by my presence. There were no restraints to keep me from lunging at her or overpowering her. Interest sparked in my brain as she turned her back to me. The lack of fear was a stark difference from my earlier visitors. The primate moved a chair up beneath the camera and hopped atop the support. Jones switched the recording device off, her flimsy fingers finding the buttons with ease. Why did she not want this interaction on tape? Her demeanor didn't suggest that she intended to torture me. That would be inadvisable in my unfettered state. Confidence shone in Jones's green eyes as she seated herself right across from me. I kept my maw claws tightly and listened for her eventual declaration. The human leaned forward, lowering her voice to a hushed whisper.
Isif, I tried to get you to leave. I didn't want to bring you in like this.
Jones said. My nostrils flared. What? You knew this would happen?
You and Zhao both acted exactly as I predicted. You have a lot in common. But I digress. I don't have much time, so I'm going to make this quick.
Good. I'm listening.
I wanted to establish contact with you for a while, but you must not talk to Earth so directly in the future. You are going to get yourself killed. Honestly, it's a good thing that we can have a proper conversation in here.
I studied the human with narrowed eyes. This was quite different from her hostility on the call when she rebuked me at every turn. Jones spoke as though she was already aware that I was an asset. It made no sense why she'd allowed my capture if that were true. Nonetheless, this message returned a glimmer of hope. Killed? No, human. I'm good at what I do. I've managed not to wind up dead for decades, I growled. Jones flashed her teeth.
Oh, Isif, we both know you're not subtle. You have a conversation with Shaza and then immediately go to Earth? How would you explain that if an Arxer followed your trail?
I would say I threatened you at length to turn over Sillis.
For all you know, Shaza bugged your ship. You're her rival and she might suspect your motives already. She tells Gizmo you're lying and bam, you're dead.
I see your point.
Shit. I'm glad you didn't say anything self-incriminating on our hail. I was trying to stop you from spilling the beans. For your sake, Isif, I will suggest ways to contact us on the down low going forward.
The Terran General extended her hand and dropped a tooth extension on the table. Jones pointed to her weak canines, then at my snout. I considered what she was asking for a moment before popping the crown onto my chipped tooth. The Dominion considered it weakness to fix fans, since those marks were hunting souvenirs. However, I could worry about that aspect at another time. Jones leaned back in her seat.
There's a hard drive inside that crown. Dead drop locations and codes, as well as a full lesson on spycraft.
So then, you know I'm an asset. Was all this really necessary? I huffed.
I'm afraid so. The amount of folks on Earth who know you're a human sympathizer, I can count them on 2 hands, and they're all part of 5 eyes. It's better that way.
I do not know what you're referring to, but if I understand, the Secretary General doesn't know about me. You don't trust Zhao.
It's not so simple. Zhao would want to keep records of your role accessible to a lot more eyes, and he would demand that we keep tabs on you. He might risk your welfare for short-term gain, or even blackmail you into going further than you are willing. Whereas I see your full value.
I narrowed my eyes to slits. I'm not some Venlil that can be pushed around. I'd like to see him try to blackmail me. Besides, would it be such a bad thing to have my allegiance documented?
The less people who know your true loyalties, the better. We don't know how many breaches occurred while Arxer roamed Earth, or whether the Dominion can access our databases. I'm protecting you from our insufficiency because I know we can't safeguard you yet.
And this is why Maya did not speak of me.
Well, I can't exactly ask him that, Isif. But Meyer was always a big picture guy, and I'd wager he clued at least one person in. Someone he trusted.
I lashed my tail against the floor, taking a moment to process her words. If Secretary General Zhao was oblivious to my actual agenda, that meant he was serious about locking me up forever. That also meant his aggravating behavior wasn't a performance. He believed I was a cerulean-eating fiend that plotted against Earth. How did General Jones plan to secure my release? Of the billions of humans in existence, fewer than 10 were briefed on my identity. I wasn't sure how to feel about the cybersecurity concerns or the assumptions on how Zhao would extort me. She also implied that I wasn't supposed to convince the United Nations of my fealty at all. I feel like I'm owed an apology in all of this. I've gone out of my way to help humans, and as an Arxer, I despise insults.
Listen, I'm sure Zhao's words don't sit right with you. It's not really his fault.
Jones continued.
A U.S. cyber division cracked Arxer communications this week. That transcript? My people wiped anything that would give you away to the larger intelligence community.
A growl rumbled in my throat. Nice going. So I guess it's totally okay that he had me tranquilized like a monster.
Zhao is paranoid about further attacks on Earth. His home nation represented 20% of the total death tally. His famous speech's tagline was "Not one more," referring to civilian casualties. And I can't say I disagree. He's willing to protect our home at all costs, and that includes against Arxer plots.
What other human? You said we have little time, so I'll save my scathing remarks for another date. I presume the transcript is how you found out I'm on your side.
Isif, please. You continually underestimate us. We've been monitoring you since you set foot in New York. Every conversation, behavior, and holopad search was surveilled.
I see.
We've got your back, buddy. It's up to you what you want to do next. If you're doing this for a better tomorrow, great. If you just want glory in our adoration, don't bother. Nobody will know your name or what you've done, not as a spy.
I am not here for pride. I just want the centuries of death to be stopped. But how long must I slink around for?
That is also up to you. If you pull rank and use food as a motivator, I imagine your fleet would follow you in rebellion.
General Jones met my gaze with a knowing smirk.
You could offer refuge to those targeted by betterment, too.
Don't play coy. Could I count on human support? I prodded.
Only superficially. We don't want war with the entire Dominion if it's avoidable. We'd prefer to keep the fight against a single warlord.
Right.
The choice to start an open rebellion is irreversible. So I'm giving you options. You don't have to stick your neck out.
I contemplated her words in silence, knowing full well the risks of insurrection. As cowardly as Terran espionage sounded, my own verdict was that Arxer revolutionaries weren't ready. Preparation for an uprising would increase our odds, and humanity might become amenable to our cause. I couldn't fault Earth's non-interference when I'd mused myself that a two-front war would be a steep task. The humans are new to the galaxy, and they're assaulting the Federation already. It's better to bide our time, at least a little. I slammed my paw on the table. We'll do it your way. Now get me out of here, Jones. You're gonna bust me out, right? The American general had the gall to laugh.
No. God, no. I'm not going to openly oppose Zhao. Someone else is going to order your release. Don't worry, she's already landed.
Who? That Inquemper from Alien Affairs? Sara Rosario, Odyssey officer.
I might have suggested that Governor Tarva come to facilitate the Zerulean rescue's return. She'll want to see the Arxer we captured.
Tarva? Fucking Tarva? That's your plan?
Yes. I thought you two were on good terms.
Tarva is a Venlil for fuck's sake, I roared. I do like her, but the second a human says it was all a ruse, just Arxer deceit for long-term suffering, she'll be happy to believe it. General Jones smiled.
For someone who supposedly is open-minded, you think quite lowly of the Venlil. Try having a little faith.
Faith? Faith? Are you fucking insane? Tarva will never believe me. I wouldn't even hold it against her.
Ah, and they're cunning. Guess that means our time is up. Good luck.
I curled my lip at the human before turning my head dismissively. Jones scrambled to put the camera back on and hurried out of the room. I hoped the primate had another plan when the Tarva maneuver blew up in her face. It was disheartening to think the progress I'd made with the Venlil leader would be undone for the sake of my cover. Claws clicked across the floor, tilled by the shuffles of dress shoes. Renewed anger surged through my veins as I detected Zhao's gravelly cadence. But I couldn't hold a grudge against the Secretary General if he had an incomplete set of facts. This wasn't any time to get emotional. I inhaled deeply and relaxed my facial muscles to look calm. Given that I did respect Governor Tarva, it was worth an honest effort at convincing her. At least I could say I tried to win her over, and that I kept a level head throughout our encounter. Perhaps one day I'd point to that fact to repair our relations. Hurtful accusations were bound to fly from the Venlil leader. I steeled myself for the insults that were looming. Only a defective Arxer would feel anything at betrayal, since we weren't supposed to care what others thought of us. It was foolish of me to have any emotions toward a prey animal, knowing that she saw me as a tool. Tarva played at diplomacy because she wanted her planet to be left alone.
Believe an Arxer would have the bravado to fly at Earth.
The Venlil's squeaky voice hit my ears, carrying far due to its pitch.
Those Zeruleans are lucky you were able to rescue them.
Zhao's footsteps came closer.
This guy is very high up on the ladder too. We got him before he could turn on humans. He was boasting about using us. Right in that cell there.
I rose to my paws, watching as the Venlil moved up to the window pane. Fear was visible in her side-facing eyes, despite the barrier between us. Her pupils managed to lock on me, and shock trickled through her expression. That erased any doubt that Tarva could recognize me, rather than assuming all Axa looked the same.
Chief Hunter Isif!
To my amazement, the Venlil whirled around with an assertive posture.
Why the fuck would you arrest Isif?
I just told you. He's manipulating us into fighting the Axa's battles, then turning to subjugate us all once it's done.
Zhao answered.
It's what he says behind closed doors. We couldn't let him spy on Earth.
Tarva swiveled back to the glass.
Isif, is any of that true? You really speak like that to the other Greys, and you had those sickly Xerillians on your ship?
This is hopeless. There's no way she'll believe me. Yes to both, I sighed. But I was trying to stop Shaza from attacking the humans without being killed for treason. I rescued those Xerillians from her farm at great personal risk. Not that you care, I added silently. It took a colossal effort to force a stoic expression. The Venlil backed away from the window, and I resigned myself to her fleeing in disgust. Governor Tarva was open-minded for speaking with me at all. Few in the Republic would support her hearing my side of the story. I appreciated that gesture as a sign of respect. The door clicked open without warning, and an alarmed Secretary General rushed after Tarva. The Venlil had unlocked my cell from the outside. To my amazement, she seemed to be letting me out. My maw dropped with shock. Why would a prey ruler trust the word of an Axa? The governor flicked her ears.
Let Isif go, right now. Whatever favors I am owed by humanity, I'm calling them in.
What are you doing?
Zhao took the Venlil back and hastily shut the door.
You can't possibly believe that story. What he said to Shaza
was theatric so he wouldn't get executed. Isif wants an end to the war and to cattle farming. Maya told me that much, and yes, I trust him with my life.
Elias Maya didn't forsake me. Jones was right. And Prophet. Maybe she guessed who he told from the start. Secretary General Zhao gaped at Tarva.
Have you considered that Elias was confused or deceived himself?
Not at all. Maya's dying wish was for me to make peace with the Axa.
She responded.
As he bled out in my arms. That was what he asked. He was a good man.
I'm sorry for your loss, but you cannot trust the Greys. You know that. We ran empathy tests on every Axa we captured at the cradle, and not a one passed.
Isif is different.
You have no evidence to support that. The science says the Axa are a sociopathic race. You know how many human volunteers failed the empathy test? 0.
Individual results can vary. You have your people with predator disease.
But it would be different if every soldier was a sociopath. I don't think this is a test a high-ranking Dominion officer can pass.
But Isif will pass, Zhao. What does it hurt to humor me? Give him the test, and if he passes, you'll let him go with me.
There was a long silence as the humans stared down the prey leader. The Secretary General offered a reluctant nod at last, and called for guards to transport me to the lab. Despite Zhao's stubbornness, he seemed unwilling to alienate the Venlil. I was shocked that Tarva had fought for me, and I couldn't fathom how to express my gratitude. Politeness wasn't a field I had any practice in. I decided to comply with the human escort, embracing the conditions of my release. It was ironic that my defectiveness would bolster my standing with the United Nations. Perhaps General Jones would peek at the results too, to ensure I hadn't pulled a long con on her. The empathy test was the least of my concerns. Instead, I was worried how the Terrans fared against Shaza. The pack predators had wormed their way back into my thoughts again. I wanted to ensure their continued survival, now more than ever. Knowing that Maya's final request was about the Axa's future renewed my trust in his kind. Humanity was interested in reforming our society, and I could guide them to an age of prosperity. Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Axa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 4th, 2136. The empathy tests were an assortment of prey species facing torment. For the first time since childhood, I leaned into my defective voice. It was painful to allow myself to feel fully without casing those primal sensations in a shell of logic. Witnessing unnecessary suffering elicited a shameful amount of pity, just as it had back at Shaza's farm. Now, more than ever, I knew herbivores were not just spineless animals. The look on Secretary General Zhao's face as his scientists explained my results was vindicating. The human leader did honor his agreement with Tarva, permitting me to board her ship. I was surprised the Venlil leader wanted me confined with her for hours. From what I could tell, she carried no firearms. Shouldn't a prey individual expect me to snap on a whim and thus not want me seated across from her? I rested in a brooding state, mostly keeping to the co-pilot seat in the cockpit. Governor Tarva sensed my sour mood and allowed us to travel in silence. It made for an awkward ride with the rescued Zeruleans in the cabin behind us. The Venlil possessed more patience than myself, coaxing the quadrupeds to indulge in basic self-care. Her constant reassurance and crooning tone grated on my nerves whenever she ventured back to their locale. Thank the Prophet, we're almost back to Venlil Prime. My pupils snapped toward Tarva as she returned to the cockpit once more. How the fuck did the humans survive all these exchange programs? The governor shot me a disapproving look.
Have some sympathy. Those three were literally just captured and brought to a farm where your lovely comrades threatened to eat them.
I do have sympathy. I didn't want them to be eaten, did I?
Never mind, Isif. You can have this ship when we get back to my homeworld. If my people saw me riding with you...
I appreciate your assistance, Governor Tarva. I too considered Elias Meyer a friend and an ally. Even with his intervention, the fact that you would listen to an Arxer is not lost on me. The Venlil was silent for a long moment, and her ears pinned back with a meek emotion. Her limbs weren't quivering, so I wasn't inclined to label it fear. Though it was tough to read prey cues, my best guess was that it was grief. Sadness swirled in her irises before she looked at me with something bordering contempt. Tarva cleared her throat.
I know you have presided over horrible things, Isif. Genocides, raids and systematic slaughtering. Your motivation to avoid your own execution doesn't change that.
You are right. I see why my statements about not assigning responsibility can be perceived as callous. Please, do not take my detachment as a sign that I do not regret my culpability.
Didn't you order the raid on the cradle? The Gajeeds are an endangered species because of you.
Someone else would have done it if not me, yes. But it was me, and at the time, I believed coexistence was not possible. My beliefs have since shifted. Governor Tarva was silent, scowling at the viewport. The Gajeed cradle was intended to be like any other raid. With their border defenses down, it made a frontal assault tantalizing. I hadn't known why the defenses were offline until later, when reports from the planet's surface circled back to me. Another predator race taking on the Federation. It was too good to be true. We'd be alone for so long, I was certain it would be disproved, I mused. Then, humanity took the cradle back from us. The sheer guts, the audacity. The Terrans bested us fair and square, allegedly using Venlil ships in their arsenal. It baffled me that they worked hand in hand with prey, but that led to my deduction of humanity's social nature. Intrigued by these specific aliens, I aimed to learn more about them. A new predator opened up avenues with their presence. It meant someone else wasn't indoctrinated by the Federation's spiel. Looking back at the Gajeed cradle through Tarva's lens, I realized how differently humans viewed our first meeting. Planetary raids instilled very little guilt after all these years. It was something I deigned not to dwell on. What would Nulia think if she learned Scifi was behind the bad monster's arrival? How many children like her had I doomed to cattle farms? One of the last things Elias Meyer did was convince the Maziks to aid the Gajeed refugees. From what I'd heard, the Zeruleans and the Paltans took in a handful as well. The spiky herbivores had limited numbers now, and Earth was in no place to be offering asylum. The United Nations had lifted their protection of Gajeed colonies, which led many survivors to flee. The Gajeeds were a sad case, Tarva. I did give those orders. I'm not dodging responsibility. I understand that my past actions have been hurtful, I offered.
You don't know hurtful. You took my daughter.
The Venlil leader's voice quavered, and she shoved me with shocking aggression.
You took my daughter. It was you. You ordered the Greys to gas Venlil's schools. What? To crush our morale?
I am sorry. I had no idea you were personally affected by our raids, and you do not deserve that. Whether I directly ordered this instance or not, the Arxer who did it reported to me. They were under my command. I took no actions against routine attacks. Certainly nothing to draw suspicion.
It was just routine, huh? I fucking know you feel empathy, and you could have done things differently. Why did you have to be so cruel?
I will not disrespect you by making excuses for myself. If there was any way I could undo the past, I would, Tarva. But I cannot. Your hatred and inability to forgive me, it is understandable. The Venlil governor swiped at the tears in her eyes, and I felt a strange urge to place my tail on her shoulder. My logical brain reminded me I was the last person she'd want comfort from. Most species loved their children, referencing their loss as the greatest pain imaginable. That was why the Dominion learned to target the youth. Perhaps if my nurturing instincts had been cultivated better, I could understand. Tarva cleared her throat.
I am willing to work with you, but I will never forgive you. I cannot forget what you've done.
Your animosity is justified. My only atonement is to pave a better future so that this will not happen again, I hissed. That is my sincere hope. I will do everything in my power to protect Venlil kind.
You must have had a difficult life, Isif. To never be allowed to express your emotions, forced to fit in with despicable people. You deserve a friend. I just cannot be that friend, even if Elias would have wanted me to.
Silly leaf licker. No prey will befriend me. The Cerulean mishap proved that, yes?
In real life, sure. It would be best if they didn't know who you are. You can talk anonymously on the internet, though. General Jones gave me this holopad over here. Said you'd want it back.
Seriously, Tarva? You think that holopad is meant to join some Federation chat room? I have nothing in common with you people.
That's just my advice. I think it would be good for you to understand those hunting challenged races better. To express your empathetic side, and not to be alone.
I offered a dramatic huff and turned away from Tarva to reinforce my disdain. My paws did snatch the holopad, though I was suspicious that General Jones may have tampered with it. The Terran officer had returned my standard-issue device as well. I inspected it closely. Whatever purposes I used these electronics for, I should be certain I was okay with humans viewing them. Governor Tarva was attempting to be empathetic, but her suggestion was lunacy. What good would it be to get attached to a prey alien when I might have to kill and butcher their kind later? What had relaxing my guard around Nulia accomplished? All discourse with the herbivores resulted in was guilt. Hours later, alone on the ship with my thoughts, I set course for my spy station. Governor Tarva bade me farewell after supplying me with meat rations from the local factories. Knowing the Venlil's anti-carnivore values, the generosity of that offering couldn't be understated. I wondered if this was the start to building a bridge of trust. We would never be friends, but partnership wasn't out of the question. That was all a moot point if I didn't return to commanding my sector. Arxer were solitary creatures who cared little for others' welfare. However, if I didn't check in soon, the Dominion would start asking questions for practical reasons. I needed to drum up an explanation for why I'd lost my own vessel and returned in a Venlil transport. Perhaps the human's tooth drive could help you. Why haven't you given it more than a cursory glance? Instead of crafting my story, I was learning how to navigate through the Federation internet. Passing close to our FTL backdoor with Malu, the Dosser homeworld, I'd been able to establish a connection. As small rodents, the Dosser weren't at the top of our meal list. They were the least valuable species in my sector. Their territory bordered Gajid space, but on the opposite side from the Ceruleans. Stupid Tarva, I growled aloud. Putting stupid ideas in my defective brain. How did she know that I wanted that? The Dosser had a social media site called SwiftPair, which would randomly assign anonymous users to chat. The rodents had few abilities beyond jabbering to each other, so of course they'd devise such a platform. Then again, humans had a propensity to run their mouths about nonsense too. That was just how desperate social creatures were for belonging. My traitorous claw hovered over the pair button, and I cursed myself. Perhaps I should just let Tarva's recommendation backfire so I could move on. Honestly, what harm could a single chat do? I could always intimidate the little critter away if they became a nuisance. I clicked the button, and the algorithm found a chat partner in a half-second. The public profile classified this dosser as a mid-20s female located on a space station. "Hi," I typed hesitantly.
How's it going? Please tell me you're not just on here to flirt.
Came the instant reply.
I swear it's like this became a dating app overnight.
What? I don't know why I'm here, but it's certainly not for that.
Good, 'cause I will block you if you're lying. So, I'm Felra, and I'm a spaceship inspector, catching every slapstick half-assed repair job the Human Alliance throws at us.
You work with humans?
Not directly. We just let their allies marshal some forces at the old Fed spots. The UN is talking about an exchange program, but we're the smallest species in the galaxy. Problematic.
There was a pause before the dosser typed another message.
What's your name?
Nerves crept into my throat. Not only did I have little clue how to sustain conversation with the herbivore, but my real name was infamous. Word must have gotten around about the sector's chief hunter after my broadcast on Earth. It wasn't like I could tell Felra that I was an Arxer. It would stop her little heart, assuming she believed me. Scifi, I decided.
That's adorable. You must get that a lot, but props to your parents.
I do not wish to discuss my parents.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. What do you do for a living, Scifi?
I bomb planets, execute people for empathy, and farm sapiens, I quipped aloud. This and that was the actual reply I sent her. Nothing you'd be interested in. Felra typed back hastily.
You don't talk about much, do you? You're prickly as a gajeed.
I'm not used to talking. This was a mistake. I deserved to be alone. This was a waste of time. I reprimanded myself for indulging these urges. There was no telling how the humans were faring at Sillis, and I needed to check back in with the Dominion fleet soon. Rather than making preparations, I was chatting with a creature that resembled an Earth mouse. Had the loneliness really been this crippling for all these years? A banner popped up on the app, indicating that Felra sent a friend request. I had no clue what was going through that dosser's tiny brain, but she must have been meaning to block me. As I prepared to fire up my Arxer communicator, I made out the rodent's next message. It read,
No one deserves to be alone.
Snorting in amusement, I accepted the request before dipping offline. General Jones should have kept this Terran holopad, so I wouldn't get sidetracked on prey like past times. The human officer knew I was defective, and didn't take precautions to suppress these tendencies. Wasn't that what she meant about getting myself killed? There was no guarantee that Felra would respond to future messages, but I wasn't going to squander more time. With my direct course for the spy habitat, the Arxer Dominion required notification of my vehicle change. I entered my credentials before pinging my headquarters. The day-long absence made it likely I'd be in contact with the brass, rather than my underlings. It was time to put on the facade for our government, and resume my role as Isif the Fanatic. Prophet Descendant Gisnell accepted my video call.
Is there a reason you've been avoiding your check-ins, Isif? For a less faithful hunter, I would have you executed.
Your savageness, I take it you know that I visited Earth. Shaza is a fool, and your wise decree was for us to settle the dispute, I explained. The humans may have seen the wisdom of standing down, yet alas, I was too late to accomplish that.
You disappeared for a full day. I doubt both your conviction and your loyalty, Isif. You are not willing to kill the humans, are you?
That's absurd. I am gathering intelligence on Earth in case we need to fight the leaf-licking apes. I don't care about humans. I want betterment imposed on the galaxy at any cost. Hallowed prophet, they can learn to drink from the river of cruelty. You knew this yourself. It was unclear whether Gisnell believed my argument, but he had opted not to kill me on sight. The prophet descendant could be convinced of diplomacy's usefulness. As long as I was strengthening our cause, I was safe. The alarming part was his overt accusation that I was a human conspirator. Betterment had been partial to me for years, and this development meant I couldn't hide behind favoritism. The AXA leader narrowed his eyes.
That is not your ship you're streaming from either. Is that?
Yes, I made off with prey technology. The humans found tactical advantages commandeering Venlil ships, I growled. I will dissect the design, because those grass brains aren't worthy of killing us. If war is inevitable, the Dominion will be ready.
We pay Venlil technology the respect of studying it now.
I want our glory, Savage One. Our victory must be resounding and prove our superiority.
You are straying from the path, Isif. But you were right about humans being formidable foes.
Is that so? Nobody agreed with me before. I have missed something from Sillis and Val, yes? Gisnell scrutinized me for another second before swiping at his holopad. The compilation contained distress signals from across Shaza's sector, which were sent through our FTL networks. Farm habitats forwarded footage of humans raiding our facilities and undefended stations being reduced to rubble. The Terrans severed our comms infrastructure shortly after these transmissions. The UN could have cut the proverbial wire earlier. They want the AXA government, and Shaza to see this. Laughter rumbled in my chest as I realized the UN's true strategy. The humans used the occupied worlds as bait, and Chieftain Shaza played into their hands. That foolish AXA was so eager to teach the weaklings a lesson that she hadn't guarded her most valuable possessions. Every strategic asset and supply depot across hundreds of light years was erased.
This amuses you,
Gisnell hissed. I bared my teeth. Shaza's incompetence brings me nothing but joy. Does she know yet?
Word is reaching her around the same time as us. She will be made aware soon, but I have to deal with her mess now.
Don't bail her out. This was her great master plan after all. I know how to handle humans, and I need your trust going forward.
You can hardly fuck up worse. I'll humor your weird ideology, Isif, but I'm watching you.
The Prophet Descendant terminated the call and left me to chew on his words. My first conversation as an official human spy, and I already had Gisnell sniffing around my business. This was going to require me to operate more carefully. The freedom I'd enjoyed in the past had waned. General Jones was right to warn me about eyes and ears everywhere. My gaze drifted to the Terran holopad, which sat in the cockpit. Browsing alien internets was perilous too, unless I could find a suitable cover. With my actions under a microscope, talking with the Adastra inspector was a fool's errand. Felra shouldn't occupy my thoughts, since I'd only be able to sneak sporadic messages at best. How long could I hide my AXA identity from her? What if I have more in common with prey than my kind? I shook my head. The future of the galaxy was at stake. This was no time for emotional baggage. It took a weight off my shoulders to know that the humans punched back from Sillis. A straight-up fight had been inadvisable, but Shaza's arrogance was her undoing. I would pay a pretty penny to see the look on her face when she discovered her empire had collapsed. My goal was to ensure that humanity's war remained with a single warlord. However, keeping betterment off their backs might prove to be a challenge.
Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, December 4th, 2136. The memories trickled through my brain as a deep chill rattled my body. I was disoriented and immobile, uncertain of my surroundings. The current time and location were indeterminable. Haziness obscured my conscious thoughts. My mind reached out for context in an attempt to ground myself. We had been caged in the Tillfish nursery. I was shot during the fray. Marcel had propped me up, ignoring the strain on his own body. Orange blood flowed onto his chest pelt and perspiration beads coated his skin. Dino tagged along, whimpering as my eyes began to turn glassy. Vernt was back in Burla's arms, asking why the Venlil was leaking. We were a ragtag band, stranded on Sillis. I remembered now. The greys had been hot on our heels, and we hobbled toward the emergency exit. My vision was fixed on the floor tiles, which were mired with my dripping blood. General Burla urged Vernt to cover his ears as she dispensed my firearm at the AXA. I think the carnivores refrained from gunning us down because they wanted to capture us alive. There was more. We had to get to the emergency exit, didn't we? Why is it all slipping out of reach? Shoot me. I had coughed at Marcel, Save yourselves. Please, brother. The predator refused to let go, bending his arm tighter around my torso. Tiredness threatened to consume me as the vegetarian popped errant shots over his shoulder. Images flitted through my brain from various moments of time. That forced snarl was his classic empathy rendition. That same expression had consoled me when Sovlin held him at gunpoint. Not too long ago, I'd been feeding the half-dead Terran by hand. Amid the chaos, I recalled hoping that Marcel knew how much I cared about his welfare. There were terrible screams, both near and afar, which sent my heart pounding. Despite all of the nightmares we had endured, I wouldn't change a thing about our partnership. Even if Marcel was losing patience with me, I hoped he still felt our bond. Thanks, Slanek. The screams. There was something there. Those had been Tillfish screams as the Incubator workers came running in droves. Our hasty escape hadn't given me time to don blinders. I'd seen it all. The civilians distracted our Arxa pursuers, stampeding past them at full speed. As much as the Greys wanted a Venlil delicacy, this easy meal toppled into their laps. Our ragtag band stumbled out into fresh air, and I was wholly leaning on Marcel for support. There were more Arxa in the street. I think that was the memory in its entirety. I glued the pieces back together. We needed to find somewhere to take cover. To take... Burla clicked her mandibles in the backdrop.
Slanek! Slanek! You have to keep your eyes open!
I drew a gasping breath and my pupils snapped to my arm. Judging by the dark hue and the profuse leakage, the bullet hit a vein. There was a wet sensation on my hind legs. At first, I worried it was blood from my wound. However, the realization that the brick tunnel we were in was a rotting mess ensued. A few inches of murky liquid amassed across the floor. Perhaps this was a sewer system underground. My addled brain shook off the stupor and I searched for Marcel's comforting presence. I scanned every shadow for the lurking human. This wasn't the first time the predator had been around my blood, so I knew he could handle the alluring scent. On Sovlin's ship, I'd been immobile with a head wound and locked in an enclosed cell without food. Even then, the human had cared about my welfare. There was no reason a vegetarian who loved rescuing animals should need to get away from blood. Humans weren't drawn to it like the Arxa. I'd never seen them react positively to a whiff of it. That ruled out that explanation for why my friend was missing. What if Marcel had gotten hurt? I couldn't remember how we made it down here at all.
Why are we not going to space with Homer?
Vernt wailed. Burla patted him soothingly.
Shh, darling. Go back to bed.
Dino is missing as well. What if the dog ate Marcel? Or, I guess more likely, the Greys got them both. Where is Mars? I pressed one paw against the wall and tried to sit upright. How did we get here? The Tillfish General blinked with concern.
You don't remember. The human carried you into an access hatch and checked that it was clear. He put you down and told me to patch you up. But I don't have anything for first aid.
Okay. Where is he now?
Said something about hearing Arxa in the tunnels. Took that feral quadruped.
Dino, Mama!
Vernt cheered.
Dino the dog!
Yes, that thing. Anyways, Marcel went looking for enemies. Mentioned clearing the tunnels and keeping us safe.
And you let him go alone?
The human said to stay with you. He was blinking a lot. I'm not sure if your blood bothered him.
It would never. Mars was upset that I'm hurt, if anything.
Are you sure, Slanek?
Of course I'm sure. He was fine around a Gajit stampede. The humans all were. He saved a trampled child. There was a long pause as skepticism swam in the Tillfish General's eyes. I knew the insectoid wouldn't ditch Marcel when the primate was our best asset against the Arxa. But I suppose few individuals beside myself would tempt a predator's bloodlust. It took personal exposure to humanity's nurturing side to accept that their empathy dominated. Marcel said himself that he doesn't like killing. Humans can balance empathy and violence. It's what I told him at the supply tent. A gunshot exchange sounded down the tunnel and fear clenched at my heart. The adrenaline boosted me back to alertness, but I couldn't stand up. Bootsteps smacked the floor alongside the sound of munitions chipping bricks. A human yell reverberated through the structure, followed by Dino's throaty barks. Tears swelled in my eyes, realizing Marcel would die alone. I reached out to Burla and pulled myself up with the last of my strength. Hunched over the waist, I staggered in the direction of my friend's cry. The Tillfish General tried to grab my shoulder, flinching away as blood coated her leg. With a frustrated grunt, I hobbled down the tunnel. It wasn't long before I was leaning against the wall for support.
Fuck off!
That was Marcel's thunderous voice. It was possible to discern the words in this roar, which was more formidable than any I'd heard before.
This is my turf! You're not coming in here, arseholes!
My legs buckled and I crumpled back onto the floor. Why hadn't I reclaimed my firearm? The coldness was becoming palpable, making me wish for a human pelt to cocoon myself in. At least Marcel was still fighting, but I was in no state to rescue him. My pupils fluttered in his direction as I sucked in some wheezing breaths. The human was hugging a wall corner and I could see his teeth flash from here. His hands popped off a few shots while enemy rounds buffeted his refuge. Brick debris sprinkled overhead as Marcel clutched his gun tighter. Dino was growling at his side, though the mutt appeared to be waiting for something.
Surrender yourself, human. We have room for an honorable prisoner.
A bone-chilling voice called out. A maniacal laugh emanated from Marcel.
What is it with aliens? Drawing my name in the kidnapping and torture lottery. I'll pass.
I crawled along the floor, moving a few inches at a time. Since I was wounded anyways, my best usage was to serve as a distraction. The Arxer might wish to collect me as cattle, and that could give Marcel the clear shot he needed. The chances of us surviving Sillis were slim overall, but the Terran would fare better without my dead weight. Scuttling noises echoed behind me, and Burla came racing down the hallway. The Tillfish General righted my seized firearm, angling it toward the Arxer. Despite her distrust, she was willing to come to the human's aid. In my opinion, she should have gone with him to begin with. Better late than never, I suppose. 3 Arxer ducked around the corner just as Burla halved the distance. The insectoid had a trusty shot, clocking 1 Grey in the brain. Marcel released Dino upon the hostiles and depressed his trigger. Enemy bullets answered, taking out a brick right above his head. I could feel his adrenaline vicariously. His binocular eyes were crazed. I have to help somehow. The Slanik acting weak distraction seemed to work the last time. Should I try it again? Yummy Venlil! Over here! I cried out with a faltering voice. The Arxer had already scented my blood, I assumed. The trail must have drawn them down here unless they followed us from the surface. It was possible they waited for us to lower our guard. While I'd technically been conscious in our travels, it was tough to retrieve the memories. There was a chance I wouldn't remember any of this now. The 2 surviving Greys weren't as distracted as the Egg Raiders had been, but I saw their pupils twitch. The lack of impulse control was in stark contrast to humans. I suppose I was lucky that Isif and his bunch didn't wolf me down in New York. A little blood or a wounded animal's cry worked their kind into a frenzy, even amidst combat. Marcel cursed, realizing I'd abandoned my refuge. The human popped up from his crouch, and the Greys rushed to shoot him. 1 bullet whizzed dangerously close to his earlobe, while additional shots lurked in the chamber. The lead Arxer's sights aligned with his temples. I felt my blood pressure plummet. Was that from my wounds, or just grief? No! I screamed. There was nothing I could do to stop the bullet from piercing his brain. The Terran had become reckless out of concern for me, and he was paying the ultimate price. Marcel managed to take down 1 Grey in a final act of defiance. The next thing I heard was a deafening boom as the monster shot my best friend. The Predator's head snapped back with unnatural speed as he crashed onto his back. I screamed as the human lay splayed out on the floor. Dragging myself on all fours, my toes bled from the frantic pace. My frayed vocal cords screeched his name, while warm tears ran down my face. The grief I felt was a chasm in my chest, an all-consuming sadness. Burla dispatched the final Arxer and scuttled over to Marcel's side. I managed to reach the Predator's body, which was still warm to my touch. It was tough to see through blurry vision, but his hair didn't look like a deeper red than usual. The blood was imperceptible to my eyes. Perhaps I didn't want to see it. My brain must be imagining the rise and fall of his chest. That, or he was slipping away right now. I'm sorry, I whispered. You were the best friend I ever had. I failed you. I always failed you, and I... Marcel, don't leave me. Why did my human have to die? Why? My emotions devolved into an incoherent whirlwind, and I released a visceral wail. I slammed my good arm into his gut, furious at the universe. A high-pitched yelp came from beneath me, and Marcel's corpse shifted. My vision refocused on him, watching as he moved an arm to his head. The human's eyelids fluttered, and a grimace crossed his face. My best friend pinched his nose.
Oh, God. That rung my bell.
The grief that was fueling me dissipated. I clung to his warm chest with sobs of relief, and Dino came over to lick his face. Marcel pushed the dog away, an instinctive snarl on his lips. He unclipped his helmet, inspecting it with amazement. I gasped at the nick in the cloth lining. The bullet had grazed my human on the dome. The red-haired soldier hoisted himself up, clutching me to his chest. I felt his wonderful fingers fiddling with my ears and mewed my adoration. Alarm coursed through my veins as Marcel stumbled. His skull absorbed much of the impact. The Terran might well be concussed, but he was blissfully alive, and that was music to my ears. I love you, Mars, the same as I did my flesh and blood brother. I care about you so much, I whispered in a faint voice. I know I disappointed you, but you never disappointed me. His hazel eyes moistened.
What did I tell you? I got the best Venlil. I'm only disappointed in how you view the world.
It took Marcel an agonizing minute to retrace his steps and arrive at our impromptu base. The Predator sank against a wall and leaned his head back. He allowed me to burrow into his stomach, snarling through his exhaustion. Vernt was giddy at the Hummer's return, though his mother kept him at a distance. Marcel peeked at my arm, and his mental fog vanished. He snapped at Burla, livid that she hadn't tended to my wounds. The Tilfish general cowered at his ferocity, but I could tell he was just rattled. My human knew how close he came to dying. It didn't help his mindset to reckon with my critical condition. The human cleared his throat.
This might hurt, okay? Everything is going to be all right, Slanik. I'm not going anywhere.
Please forgive me. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. I wrapped my tail around Marcel's wrist and tensed up as he stitched my wound. I don't want to leave any bad blood between us.
You hurt my feelings, that's all. That should be institutionalized for liking me. I'm that terrible to my best friend.
It's not like... Ow! I like you, but things about you should trigger fear at first.
Why? You know the Federation lied to you. They lied about us, omnivores like the Tilfish, and basic biology. I'm telling you, it was all lies. Predator disease and feral predators are their ideas too. Stop regurgitating them.
There are people with predator disease. They hurt people.
But predator disease isn't just assigned to violent sociopaths. It's used on anyone who's wired differently. Do you realize by the Federation's definition, you have predator disease?
No. That's crazy, Mars.
I know. I fucking know. Mental health is a complicated thing, with thousands of conditions with unique attributes. Not all of them are violent. Not all of them need to be erased.
Marcel finished patching me up and retrieved a radio from his supplies. I mulled over his words, though my brain power was running on empty. If predator disease was another vessel for Federation lies, that meant we were locking away harmless people. No wonder my human was upset with my suggestion for Vernt. It was the same as how Dr. Zahn wanted to treat me for defending Marcel. So there are different types of predator disease, with different causes and manifestations. And we used fear to ostracize every patient. I'm sorry, I croaked. Marcel squeezed my paw.
I'm sorry too. I should have talked to you about these things sooner. It's my responsibility to educate you, but I've just tried to shield you.
I know I'm not easy to talk to. I know it hurts you when I freak out, or misinterpret you. You know, I wanted to kill Dino earlier, and I almost did.
None of that matters now. You've been my rock, Slanik. You brought me back from the edge, and you made me believe there was good in the galaxy.
That's all I could ever want. Hey, if anything happens to me, tell my parents what...
Tell them yourself. We're getting out of here. I'm going to call for help and try to make contact with the UN. Sounds good, huh?
I didn't have the heart to tell him the United Nations was long gone. Just as they hadn't come back for the soldiers on the cradle, nobody was swooping down to the sewers to rescue us. General Burler seemed unconvinced as well. The evacuation announcement stated the deadline in no uncertain terms. At least I could share my last hours with Marcel, rather than dying alone. My human switched on his radio.
UN Fleet, do you copy? This is Captain Marcel Fraser. We have a Venlil VIP in need of medevac. Transmitting our coordinates. Over.
There was no response once Marcel finished his message. The static didn't seem to deter his efforts, since he repeated his transmission several times. I nuzzled against his wrist and felt my eyelids becoming heavy. The Predator's warmth helped with my dropping temperature.
Don't worry. I'll keep calling them.
Marcel growled.
When they beat back the Arxa, they'll come.
I closed my eyes. Yeah. Humans will win.
We sure will. Sleep well, Slunnik.
Dino sidled up to me as I dozed off, and my instincts rekindled. He placed his coarse snout on my leg, and my mind circled back to Federation lies. The dog hadn't shown any signs of being evil. He seemed loyal to the humans through thick and thin. Maybe Marcel was right about giving him a chance too. Predators couldn't be inherently monstrous when the Terrans existed. This was a simple choice about whether the Federation defined the Venlil. I pressed one paw atop the dog's back, trusting my human to protect me. Marcel wouldn't put me in danger, and he said Dino was a friend. The safest place in this Arxa raid was sandwiched between two watchful predators. Knowing this slumber might be my last, I drifted off at peace with my fate.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, standardized human time, December 5th, 2136. To recount the harrowing hours after the initial clash would be a strenuous ordeal in itself. The Terran's intention was to turn this into a lengthy battle, one which could go on for days. It was gut-wrenching to see arcs of vessels huddled around Sillis' azure shape. I knew this was a facsimile of what the Predators saw on Earth. There had never been a chance of holding or retaking the planet, not against a superior enemy. The UN kept our forces active while rotating personnel to keep fresh eyes on duty. Carlos and Onzo were given leave for a short nap, though they were set to return within a few hours. Samantha was going through cups of brown liquid like it was a magic elixir, and Tyler had summoned a mug of his own. As a former officer, I understood his hesitancy to abandon his station. I'm feeling a bit worn out myself. This is the longest battle I've ever witnessed. They're supposed to end in the span of a few hours.
Any updates, Sovlin?
Tyler stifled a yawn and shook his head to avert sleepiness.
Break down the Arxa's current movement.
I blinked my heavy eyelids. Sir, the Greys haven't deviated from their orbital positions. They're on high alert since our fleet is utilizing these hit-and-run tactics, as you call them.
And the FTL disruptors are holding?
Yes, sir. UN ships are emitting that signal loud and clear since we're outside the reach of Sillis' transmitters. Don't want the bastards warping in right atop us like we did to them.
Good. And Sovlin, you look like shit. Get some rest. I'll have a tech cover for you.
I disembarked from my seat, knowing that I wasn't much of a tactical specialist with my current brain fog. The humans weren't going to win this war by exhausting their crew. It wasn't clear how long we could stay in a state of combat readiness. Even a predator would tire of stress-driven situations over an extended duration. My paws shuffled into the mess hall and I collapsed on the cool floor. Gajits certainly weren't built for constant adrenaline. It was a matter of time before the humans' efficiency diminished as well and our resistance crumbled. Predators tired of a chase after a while, which was why prey gained their flight impulse. When Carlos and Sam discussed their legends with Selene, they left out their historical battles. I could fill in the blanks well enough from the Federation's knowledge. Tyler had discussed Earth's world wars, though in limited detail. The first conflict was a particular display of primitive barbarism. Its trench warfare was either exaggerated or had resulted in sloppy performances from their soldiers. The fact that it took so long to sue for peace was stubbornness. It was the refusal to surrender that Carlos mentioned. A human's body and mind would break before their will. I snoozed on the mess hall floor. My dreams were broken, bits of harsh memories sewn together. Tyler's confirmation that humans fought wars for thousands of years looped through my head. My brain fused that encounter with Zahn's initial briefing. The Takan doctor had been emphatic, stating that Terrans tormented each other through constant battle.
Humans are conquerors who derive pleasure from dominating others. That is what their explorers have always done in their homeworld. They are aggressive, brutal, and territorial.
Zahn's voice declared. Tyler hurling me into the cabinets resurfaced.
It's just how we are, man.
The imagery became increasingly surreal and chaotic as my subconscious grasped at examples of their empathy. The humans had allowed a Gajid hospital ship to pass at the border skirmish. Those pilots' radio chatter had conveyed a desire to talk, not fight. Throughout that clash, their forces ignored the vulnerable colony and hammered our military outposts instead. Those weren't the actions of out-of-control brutes. A calloused hand shook my shoulder and I groaned as I stirred. The explorers on Venlil Prime hadn't done what Zahn implied. First contact should have seen Tarva's world conquered when even Tyler acknowledged that invigorating drive. How could I understand mankind's dichotomous nature when the past and the present were contradictions? If I solved that riddle, it might give me an honest perspective on the Gajid's monstrous side too.
Sovlin, you can't just sleep out here.
Carlos was hovering over me and taking care to avoid my bristling spines.
We let you get a few hours of shut-eye, but someone's going to step on you.
I rubbed my eyes. Carlos? Are humans as a species conquerors?
I don't think so. We're warriors, and some people confuse the two. Mix in clannish tendencies and competition, then believe that your enemy is intrinsically different from you. Yes, we felt that way toward our own. But look what the herbivores did to us because of that same belief.
You're saying all humans didn't see their enemies as people?
Yes, that's the belief that makes monsters of us all. Nobody has empathy for someone that is too unalike.
The pieces clicked in my brain alongside a rush of horror. The Federation was guilty of the same savagery as the humans. They pillaged and condemned Earth because predators weren't people. Brutal capabilities didn't just lurk inside primitive uplifts and flesh-eating species. Most concerningly, zero empathy wasn't a requisite to complete atrocities beyond comprehension. But it's not just a trait of the Gajids. Thank the Protector. You're very wise, Carlos, I murmured. I wonder where you learned it from. The olive-skinned soldier sighed.
Let's just say I didn't grow up in a stable home. There's a reason I didn't check in on my family post-Earth. I decided that I never wanted to be like my old man, and that I was going to figure things out for myself.
And you joined the Peacekeepers to get away?
Yes. I got assigned to humanitarian missions at first, and it felt good to make a difference. I learned a lot about people. Humans. I learned how to stand in the other guy's shoes.
Thank you for trying to understand me from the beginning. I never deserved it.
I'm not so sure you're a bad person. You had that belief I talked about, and it made you a monster. That's as human as it gets, Sovlin.
I'm not sure that is a compliment.
Oh, it's not. Anyhow, Tyler, Officer Cardona wants us back on the bridge. Let's get to work, huh?
Carlos ushered me back into the bridge, a rejuvenated light in his eyes. The situation on Sillis appeared unchanged from a cursory glance at the viewport. Smaller Terran craft harassed the Arxa fringes while the main UN fleet prevented escape or reinforcements. The Greys weren't challenging our position. It seemed that the demons wanted us to make the first move, while the humans were in no rush to act. Captain Monaghan had joined the brown liquid party with a steaming cup in her hand. The commander was still supervising the bridge, and her puffy eye suggested she hadn't taken any reprieve. Our warship was playing a supporting role, poking at any Arxa that neared Terran ranks. Combat readiness was maintained on the bridge. If there was an opportune moment, we'd capitalize on it. I strode up to a weary Tyler. Sir, you wanted us back? Shit, I'm ready to tear the Greys a new one. A rested Onzo sauntered up to our group.
We're in agreement there. When are we charging in?
We're making plans,
the blonde-haired human growled.
Listen to what we intercepted while you were out. The Arxa got a nice call through their, shall I say, poorly hidden FTL comms.
I peered at the census officer's screen and saw video clips from across the region. It was news to me that the Arxa possessed FTL communications. Building such a network seemed to be beyond their intelligence. How had the Federation never detected this infrastructure if it existed? Nonetheless, it was tough to argue with footage that couldn't have reached us yet. The first clip Tyler selected was from a probe encircling a military station. Massive hangars were visible from above, alongside a few patrollers circling lazily. Alarms sounded on the base moments before sleek bombers blinked into existence. I could see the UN insignia emblazoned on their hulls alongside other retrofits. The upgrades were apparent from what humanity's allies first loaned them, so this is why we weren't given more numbers for the Shadow Fleet. The resources were diverted elsewhere, and not just to the war with the Federation. The Terran bombers swooped down on the Dominion installation just as they had assaulted Gajid bases. Enemy resistance was wiped out upon contact, unable to hold a candle to this raid. Munitions rained down on the Marshal station and obliterated its defensive outfits first. Explosions punished the living quarters next. Any filthy greys still on board were buried. The humans ensured that nothing remained of the base and that no Axer escaped off-world. It floored me that the Greys had allocated so few ships to defense. Then again, the aggressive monsters couldn't think of anything but killing. Their singular focus was inflicting torment upon the Tillfish homeworld. It had been a long time since the Axer met a worthy foe. Samantha swallowed a gulp of her bean drink.
It's the same scene on every base we're aware of. Even if these fuckwits take Sillis, they'll have no place for the ships to return. Oh, and we snipped the cord on those comms too.
I flicked my claws. Nice work. You took the bastards for everything they're worth.
We took something else of theirs too.
Tyler chuckled.
You'll like this, Gajid.
The tall human picked out a new video from the data feed. A Terran transport was docking with a streamlined station which seemed tailored to ship traffic rather than war. More UN craft latched onto other compartments rather than causing a traffic jam in the main hangar. The primates were well practiced at forced entries. They'd make an opening or pick a lock where necessary. Tyler jumped to an internal security feed which showed armored humans busting through an emergency airlock. Fattened Axer guards greeted them with gunfire, but the Terrans overran their garrison. The boarding party mowed down their opposition and backed to each other about rescuing captives. Several primates returned past the camera, carrying prey aliens that were in poor condition.
We've had the plans to liberate the cattle farms since day one. Now that we know how the Greys operate, we've fucking hit every farm too.
Samantha hissed. Carlos bared his teeth.
Our estimates are millions of cattle per sector. How are we going to get them all off-world?
They're in our custody, and that's what matters.
Tyler suppressed a yawn and blinked with drowsiness.
We'll move as many as we can.
That's one hell of a humanitarian victory, Carlos. Forget the logistics, I said. Onzo curled his lip.
Why aren't the Greys going back for their assets?
Because that ship has sailed, buddy,
Tyler answered.
They threw the whole sector for one rock. Might as well take Sillis. They have nothing to lose.
Satisfaction swelled in my chest, and the O'Toole brightened with content as well. The Arks had just lost all major assets and infrastructure across a 100 light-year radius. This could be a pivotal turning point in the war. While the humans had sacrificed Sillis, they had undermined the Greys' malice everywhere else. This was cause for celebration, no matter what unfolded in this system. I'd love to see the Predators losing their dim-witted minds, I chuckled. Samantha folded her arms.
Would you? Show him what they directed at us.
Tyler brought up a single outbound transmission, and the visage of a female Grey materialized. It was the same one taunting the humans at the start of the battle. Now, its maw was agape with fury. Its eyes were furious slits. It jabbed its claws at the camera like it wished to stab the listener through the screen.
You irreverent grass munchers really fucked up now. How dare you destroy Dominion assets? I'm going to burn this fucking planet to the ground.
The raving Arxer roared.
Since you killed my food, I'm going to make a cattle farm solely of humans to replace it. That will put you back in your fucking place. You will regret this.
I blinked in confusion. The Greys perceived the humans as equals, and that should be doubly true after our battlefield prowess here. From what I'd overheard, it would go against the Arxer's twisted philosophy to eat another predator. Was this Chief Hunter really going to go against its government stance out of spite? I don't think the humans would make good cattle. They're too headstrong and devious. Tyler cleared his throat.
That leads us to our plan. Evacuations on Sillis was subpar given their rushed timetable. We will, in no circumstances, stand for humans being captured for that purpose.
So what are we doing? Shooting down cattle ships, I offered.
If it comes to that, and we can't board them, yes. But getting soldiers off Sillis just became a priority. The UN fleet is going to engage the Arxer head-on, distract them. Meanwhile, shuttles will sneak through the gaps and rescue as many humans as possible.
Great, sir. Just tell me how we're going to get their attention.
That's the thing. I will be heading down to the surface. I know it's atypical for an officer to volunteer himself, but a personal matter has come up that I must attend to.
Onzo hissed in annoyance.
You didn't invite me. Where was the sign-up sheet?
You can come if you want to. But buddy, it's very dangerous.
Dangerous for them. I'm coming with you. End of discussion.
That was an interesting way of speaking to a superior officer, but the Yotuls seemed to get special considerations. I couldn't understand why Tyler would rush off and shirk his station duties. It was an unusual decision to say the least. What could be personal enough to have swayed his judgment? While I didn't want to challenge the big guy, I felt a responsibility to talk some sense into him. Forgive my insolence, but I care about your welfare. You're an officer, sir, like you said. I chewed at my claws, anxious at the risk Tyler was undertaking. With respect, you're more useful up here. The captain wouldn't want you wasting your talents on field work.
Captain Monaghan has been apprised of the circumstances, and she signed off on my departure,
the census officer rumbled.
With this development, I would be too distracted to fulfill my duties. You guys will be fine without me.
What development? Personal or not, I can't understand without a clue why you're doing this. Samantha grimaced.
We should just tell Sovlin, sir. He'll find out on his own.
Tyler narrowed his eyes.
Suit yourself. The floor is all yours, Sammy.
It's Sam. Anyway, snap to it, Sovlin. I was scanning transmissions from the surface like Ty ordered, and I keyed into this one.
Samantha's pale fingers scrolled through her viewing history, and she picked out a highlighted transmission. I eyed the humans warily, wondering why they had reservations about sharing this information. What could happen on Sillis that had any personal impact on myself? The Tilfish genocide was tragic, but I had no connections on the surface. A broken audio clip filtered through the speakers.
This is Captain Marcel Fraser. We have a
Hot blood rushed to my ears, and a ringing sound drowned out the rest of the transmission. I keeled over against the station, shaking my head in denial. That predator's voice was one I could recognize anywhere. Knowing that Marcel, the human I'd tormented, was trapped on Sillis changed everything. Of course Tyler wanted to rush off and rescue his packmate. What would Marcel think of my presence on this ship? What if Slanik is with him? I threw that poor Venlil around like a ragdoll. Guilt ebbed through my veins with renewed strength. How was it fair that I was cozy on the ship, while Marcel and Slanik could be captured to a cattle farm? If there was a way for me to trade places, I would do it in a heartbeat. It wouldn't scratch the debt I owed my two victims. I deserved suffering from the beginning anyways. The Terrans were too merciful. Tyler twisted his fingers into my scruff.
Sovlin? Shit. This is why I didn't want to tell him.
I can't. Tears soaked my cheek fur and mucus congested my nasal passageways. Good luck, sir. I understand.
Hey, I'm gonna get Marcel and Slanik out of there. Just need to pull someone off nav station to fly my shuttle. I know these folks are a lot harder to replace than us people reading screens. Not sure where we can spare a pilot, but I have to get to Sillis.
I'll go. I can fly.
No way. How the fuck would I explain that to Marcel and Slanik?
I've flown it down during an orbital raid before, back when I picked up Selene. Carlos and Sam can attest to my skills. It's the best option for the ship, sir.
I don't think they'll react well to your presence. You know what I mean.
Slanik and Marcel are both pilots. If either wishes to serve me to the Greys, I will crawl into their cages willingly. I just need to get you down there. Let me do this for them. For Marcel. Tyler crossed his arms, deliberating his options. I understood that my victims wouldn't be pleased to see me, but taking a pilot from Navigations could get humans here killed. It had to be an expendable crew member like myself. Besides, from my perspective, failure was not an option. Marcel and Slanik would be saved if I had to sacrifice myself in the process.
Fine,
the census officer decided.
Let's get a shuttle and get moving.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 5th, 2136. Sitting behind the helm of a ship felt cathartic after my long absence from the captain's chair. Tyler volunteered as my co-pilot while Anzo lounged in the back seat. The Yotul seemed too casual for our current suicide mission. Even with the UN's distraction, there was a chance the Arxa would come after us on our descent. Dominion forces were concentrated around Sillis' supercontinent since circumplanetary targeting was not an option. While the unique geography narrowed the staging points available, It also condensed settlements into a single region. That meant less bombs were needed to cover the planet. Our plan was to slip the shuttle in on the ocean side as the Terrans hounded the Greys head-on. I wondered how our original defensive line, which had vanished into the atmosphere, would factor in. Perhaps they can cover our arse during atmospheric re-entry. That's if they're not involved with the rescue themselves. Those vessels would be the easiest ones to sneak down to the surface, given that they didn't have an ARXA buffer in the way. Getting back up to orbit would be a challenge though, and the Greys watched for evacuation ships. Small patrollers weren't built to tote more than a handful of passengers regardless. Outside help was required to rescue entire platoons. Tyler blinked his icy eyes.
Take us in, Sovlin. Godspeed.
You would think Predators would build guns into evacuation shuttles, I grumbled. Might be helpful for your trigger-happy pal to shoot anything that moves.
In most events that we're using these, it's a dire emergency and we're abandoning ship. These aren't average transports.
Onzo narrowed his eyes.
But why can't we abandon ship with guns?
I don't build these things. Are we going to sit here and argue about this all day?
This was no time for playful banter. Action was picking up on the viewport. The Terran fleet moseyed in with purposeful movements and ensured that the ARXA spotted their advance. Dominion vessels rushed out to meet the numerically inferior armada, leaving the ocean side open. I increased our acceleration and broke out of our lower missions glide. Until now, our shuttle had been taking a quiet course to flank the enemy. It was impossible to tell which ship was commandeered by Captain Monaghan. Carlos and Samantha were in over their heads, alone on sensors, but I trusted our replacements to pick up the slack. The worst Terran crew member was probably more fit for service than the average herbivore. Humans were nothing if not competent in combat. We just needed this distraction to work as planned to reaffirm that very idea to the Greys. The Terran armada dispensed a few explosives to attract attention. The Greys took the bait once their unsophisticated brains zeroed in on the UN's aggression. Backing down from a duel signaled weakness. The humans and the ARXA were both obsessed with not appearing infirm. Pride was a shared trait between the two predator species, and seemingly our primitive Yortul. I was unconvinced Onzo wouldn't run off and get us killed the second we landed. My eyes darted to our data feed. It seems like our side is getting their snouts bashed in. I hope this is worth it. In close-ranged combat, the UN was unequipped for a confrontation without resorting to tricks. The humans' front line was getting picked off several at a time, evidenced by the explosions in the viewport. I wasn't sure how much time they could buy us, so I kicked our speed up another notch. No ARXA had come to intercept our shuttle, and we had breached Sillis' high orbit already. My heart was hammering in my throat all the same. Perhaps my fear was for the crew we'd abandoned. Our minimal numbers couldn't resist an ARXA charge. There were less than 1,000 vessels in the Shadow Fleet. The Dominion had 6 times that ship count at hand, and were using most assets at their disposal. Following their humiliation across the sector, this was personal. Rare instances of teamwork sprouted, with the Greys ganging up on wounded Terran craft. We need more numbers. Surely the UN defensive line is coming any second, right? Blips blinked onto my radar as friendly contacts emerged from Sillis' orb on cue. The ARXA had learned that humans practiced ambush tactics, and their rear flank was ready for the sneak attack. The enemy vessel swiveled around on a dime, unleashing munitions with prejudice. The resurfacing Terrans lobbed explosives back, desperate to stem the tide. The Greys' onslaught was unrelenting, with minimal attention given to any inbound missiles.
Pick up the pace,
Tyler barked.
I imagine we're pulling all ships back at any moment.
I sighed in exasperation. I'm going as fast as I can. Do you want the ship to break apart on descent? Onzo bared his teeth.
Is it better to get gunned down up here? As the humans say, no guts, no glory.
There is no glory in being scattered across Sillis' orbit. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, I think we need to wean you off Earth sayings, buddy. You interpret them all with the utmost aggression,
the blonde predator muttered.
I'll try again. Ah! A predator! Its eyes are forward-facing, and it flashed its teeth.
The Yortul utilized a high-pitched voice and faked an occasional stutter.
It's an evil abomination, and needs to die? That better, Tyler?
You're too much.
The primitive was distracting me from my approach, so I shut his antics out from my mind. The shuttle obeyed my commands, its slender frame humming softly. I offered a final bit of juice to the engines, and they answered with a hearty push. This would be a tricky entry, but there was no option to follow safety guidelines. If the Arxa circled over to us, we would be easy pickings. Marcel and Slanik's survival relied on us getting through to the planet. I'd rather take a riskier path and know I'd done everything in my power to save them. Everyone on board the shuttle was willing to gamble with our fates for our comrades' good. The thought of the duo in an Arxa farm made my blood simmer. It was an unacceptable outcome. Both of them had suffered enough at my paws. The shuttle blazed towards Sillis' azure surface, and I leaned forward with concentration. The Shadow Fleet was pulling back, while the UN defensive outfit covered them from behind enemy lines. Those re-emerged friendlies followed suit shortly after, dipping back into the Tillfish world's atmosphere. A few Greys gave chase, not wanting to let the Terrans slip under the radar again.
2 Arxa cruisers changing course and targeting us for interception,
Tyler growled. I gritted my teeth. They won't catch us. They won't try to follow this descent. My claws smacked the throttle lever and pushed us well past recommended output. We hurtled towards Sillis at a breakneck pace while the Arxa clocked in at sensible speeds. Their vector lessened the distance between us, but it wasn't closing the gap fast enough. The planet ahead was enlarging much quicker, and our trajectory scraped the edge of the atmosphere. Humans built for durability, so I had to trust that emergency shuttles could take a beating. Actively accelerating into a descent was madness, and even Tyler looked nauseous. The shuttle frame quivered from the stress, sending jolts through my body. Controls offered erratic responses, and I warred with the steering column. Alarms blared from the main systems, warning of excessive heat. The temperature climbed on the interior accordingly, as hull shielding failed to contain the environmental effects. Incineration was an agonizing way to die. An undercurrent of fear ebbed through my veins. I cobbled myself together enough to check our sensors. The Arxa contacts were pulling back, and our track on them was spotty. That meant they were losing us as well. I hurled all power into reverse thrusters and corrected our descent angle. The harness dug into my shoulders as it restrained me during the sudden shift. Tyler's face had gone ashen, and he squeezed his eyes shut. The massive predator was not enjoying the turbulent ride. The shuttle's velocity slowed, though not before our hull had taken a beating. I've got it under control, I gasped out. Going to bring us in low and fly to the stated coordinates. Tyler groaned.
You unstable, neurotic Gajid. You were about 2 seconds from getting us cooked.
No guts, no glory. Sovlin's none of the yachts all after that stunt.
Onzo yipped. Don't insult me like that, I thought to myself. I grew up with electricity. I leveled out the shuttle's flight course once we neared the choppy water. The waves were a blur at our speed, zooming by as I gunned it toward our location. It was dizzying to look at our surroundings, but the human was gawking all the same. It was rare to fly with such quickness in atmosphere due to civilian traffic and hazards.
You don't realize how fast supersonic flight is in space.
Tyler pressed his hand to his chin and turned his eyes toward me.
Here you can tell what our velocity is. You see the world zooming by.
I drummed my claws on the console. There's no time to waste. I'm just keeping enough altitude to clear any buildings. Marcel's coordinates are inland a bit.
You did great, Sovlin. But hey, I'm still not sure it's a good idea for you to make an appearance.
Marcel visited me in jail. I hope my presence will not be an undue burden on him. I will comply with whatever his wishes are. Our shuttle cleared wide patches of ocean, and another yawn crossed Tyler's face. The census officer hadn't slept since the battle commenced. I suspected the big predator craved a distraction. He could chat anyone's ear off if he got started on a topic he liked. Perhaps he'd be interested in jawing about his family. The shoreline would be visible within a minute, so he just needed to stay awake a little longer. I cleared my throat. What's something you did as a child that you cherish, Tyler?
Right on. Me and my pops used to go out to the lake, rent a boat.
The human reminisced.
We'd sit out there for hours and shoot the wind, you know, enjoy nature. Our relationships become estranged, but I miss fishing with him. We caught some real beauts.
Your favorite childhood pastime is water hunting. Your father took his kid to do this.
Hey, chill out. It's not like we ate any. We just caught him on a hook, took a picture, and threw him back.
Then what was the point of catching them? Just when I stop thinking of you as predators, you say shit like that. You torment fish for father-son bonding time. Onzo suppressed a growl.
I really cry, Predator. But that is twisted and unnatural. It would be fine if you were seeking food, but you were just doing it for kicks.
It's just a way to relax, man. And maybe some humans do like hunting, so what? It's not like we're killing them.
Disgust swelled in my chest, hearing the predator discuss hunting as relaxing entertainment. I could picture the blonde beast on a boat, giggling as he toyed with the suffocating fish. To think that a father passed those behaviors to his son. How could an empathetic species consider that a socially acceptable pastime? How did Tyler not see how fucked up that hobby was? I brooded for the rest of the journey, scowling out the windshield. Buildings blurred beneath us, alongside charred ruins and mushroom clouds. There was no telling if Marcel's corner of Sillis was intact. That human, who I knew was vegetarian, would surely recognize the ethical flaws in his packmate's sadism. I hadn't thought Officer Cardona was a vicious animal before now. Tyler tapped on my shoulder as we landed.
Shit, I'm sorry. I know that's a sensitive subject for you guys. I was just thinking about the one time my dad was proud of me. And it was that.
Well, that's fucked. Your father instilled heinousness in you. Parents have a responsibility to teach their kids good values, I managed.
Right. We cool?
Yeah.
Let's go kill some Arxa.
I couldn't look at the primate the same, thinking of him learning predation. Humans claimed that they didn't hunt in the modern day. Noah said their meat was grown in labs. Clearly that wasn't the whole truth if Tyler had no qualms about his family outings. How could any feeling person go along with that? Tyler admits Terrans are violent and bloodthirsty. Sometimes those base instincts must be given higher consideration than their empathy. Humans policed themselves with moral laws. Progress was still needed on the specifics. When hunting was ingrained in their ancestry, it made sense that remnants persisted into the civilized era. The predators just needed an introduction to proper values. I was certain well-meaning brutes like Tyler could learn that animals weren't playthings. I parked the shuttle on a sidewalk in close proximity to Marcel's coordinates. With the Arxa traipsing about, this was no time to relapse into human phobia. Onzo snapped his gun up and clambered out into the open. I checked my surroundings before raising my own weapon. There was nothing around us besides the faint glow of dawn sunlight.
Marcel, do you read me?
Tyler croaked into his radio.
It's me, Tyler. Your better half. We've landed, but I don't have a visual on you.
The pavement was rough beneath my hind legs, and the air felt acrid in my throat. I steered a wide path around tillfish bodies in the street, as did the human. Terrans were adverse to death on the Gajid cattle ship, but this was a different response. Tyler had a case of the shakes rather than wanting to puke. His binocular eyes twitched in an odd way. I wondered darkly when his last meal occurred. Muzzle flashes appeared on our periphery, and I dropped to the ground on instinct. The human herded Onzo into a storefront. I scurried over to them on shaking legs. Bullets peppered our refuge as Arxa enemies rallied to our location. The raiders had established a heavy presence in the city. What if they were looking for Terrans to round up? The blonde human tossed an explosive into the street, and high-pitched growls echoed through the air. Peeking through the broken glass, I saw mutilated greys soaked in blood. Whatever Tyler deployed sent shrapnel in a wide radius and caught the aggressive beasts off guard. The surviving enemies circled back to regroup, giving us a breather.
Marcel, tell us you're still alive, bro. We're right on top of you, and there's no signs of friendly activity. Have you relocated?
Tyler panted. The Yotul blinked his dilated eyes.
Let's get back to the ship. I think they're...
Shit, Tyler. It's good to hear your voice.
Gunfire sounded in the background, and audible scratches surfaced from Marcel fumbling his radio.
We're in the sewers. Need backup ASAP.
That information gave me the adrenaline boost I needed. I unloaded a magazine at the approaching Arxa posse in the hopes of pushing them back. Marcel's packmate jerked his pupils downward and rushed over to a manhole cover. The predator searched for a lever, finding one with his hands. Tyler tugged at the mechanism and robotic systems popped the hatch. Onzo growled as he took down a grey with a well-placed shot. The Yotul protested when Tyler pulled at his shoulders. The primitive was the first to descend into the manhole. The human insisted on being the last one to enter and hurried me to the ladder next. I hopped down the rungs, jumping into the mucky tunnel. Tyler dropped onto the ground, landing awkwardly on his ankle. He'd sealed the cover behind him, and I hoped that would delay our attackers. Thankfully, our shuttle could be locked to human biometrics. That should prevent the Arxa from running off with our ride. We didn't need the same problem I had on the Harchan's blissful modernity.
My leg is fucked. Double time it, people.
The tall Terran barked.
Onzo, if you ever wanted to charge in, now's a good time.
Now that we were in the tunnels, I could detect the same gunfire I'd heard on the radio. My ears assured me the fight was still ongoing, but Slanik had already been wounded before this clash. With Marcel stuck guarding his Venlil buddy, there was no telling if he could best the Arxer. His band was lucky to survive on Sillis this long. I channeled my inner Onzo, dashing off like a madman. This was my opportunity to save the human I'd brutalized and give some meaning to his decision to spare my life.
Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, December 5th, 2136. Marcel made the decision to move deeper into the tunnels. The further we got from my blood trail, the less chance we had of attracting Arxer attention. The human did everything in his power to disinfect my wounds and mask their scent. It was stressful to realize the atrocities occurring above ground as we camped amidst relative serenity. All it would take was one Arxer patrol to flush us out, scouring the sewers for hiding souls. Regardless, once the city was scraped dry, antimatter bombs would descend on it. Time was running out with finite certainty. We would be dead one way or another. General Barla seemed to be losing the motivation to carry on. If it wasn't for her cheery son, I think the Tillfish officer might have given up. Marcel fished into his pack, offering Barla a handful of berries.
You haven't eaten in days. Let me guess. You don't want predator food.
I want Vern to eat.
The Tillfish general offered half-heartedly.
Please give my portion to him.
Not happening. Vant needs you at your best, huh?
Damn it, human. We don't have enough.
I forced a confident ear flick. Marcel packed plenty of food for his fat ass. I'm sure we have enough to go around.
My fat ass?
The human growled.
I'm not the one who ate an entire can of Pringles during our board game session.
I like salt. That was one time.
The fact that it happened once is enough.
I huffed in irritation. How could Marcel bring that up at a time like this? The Terran soldier extended his hand to Burla again, and she gazed into his hazel eyes. The insectoid relented to her hunger, snatching them away with a greedy leg. She wolfed them down in a single gulp, cramming them into her mandibles. Vernt crawled up Marcel's arm.
Homer, what's a Pringle?
It's a salty crisp made from potatoes. You'd like it, kiddo.
The vegetarian replied.
Can I have one?
I don't have any now, but I got gummy worms.
Burla and I both gaped at the predator, who blinked in confusion. Why would Marcel be feeding invertebrate animals to Vernt? I was confused why a herbivore human was carrying meat at all. Perhaps my friend hit his head harder than I thought. Beyond the obvious moral issues, the cure would cause an allergic reaction within the Tillfish child. He couldn't eat flesh, even if his mother was okay with it. The insectoid general looked on the verge of tears.
Please, don't feed him predator food, Soldier Marcel. I'm begging you.
What? I got a vegan brand.
The Terran pulled a segmented cylinder which was the color of Zerulean blood. He started to pass it to Vernt before realization flashed in his pupils.
Shit. Did you guys think it was an actual worm? It's just fruit juice and sugar.
That's shaped to look like an animal, I grumbled.
Well, yeah.
Marcel hesitated before offering the gummy worm to the Tillfish child. Vernt accepted the spongy candy and giggled atop the human's forearm. I knew my best friend tried to be mindful of predatory qualities, but even he had a difficult time realizing which facets might offend us. I accepted humans for the flesh-eaters they were. It was just jarring when my buddy reflected that cultural schism. It was clear my human was obsessed with bringing candy for the kids. I'm sure he was stressed enough making sure it was all edible. My buddy rose to his feet and beckoned for us to continue our trek. I hopped onto his back, unable to walk of my own volition. Dino was dutiful, sniffing the ground ahead of us. Barla guarded the rear flank, ensuring that nothing snuck up from behind. The Tillfish general and the human had grown more comfortable around each other. Unfortunately, in the insectoid's case, wariness might have played a role. I kept my eyes peeled and tried to stay alert. The tunnels split off in various directions. Marcel was charting an arbitrary course. The predator plodded along with determination, as much to avoid Burla's defeatism as anything. It floored me how he continued to radio the UN, despite an absence of responses. No answer was an answer of itself. We reached another fork in the sewers, prompting a decision. My ears picked up on growling from our left. Judging by Marcel stowing Vernt in his duffel, he heard it too. The human peeked around the wall rather than running away as wisdom encouraged. I suppose he wanted to see if the Arxa had spotted us and determine the possibility of us being tracked.
God, Slanik, those poor people,
my friend murmured. I followed his piercing stare and spotted a grey silhouette in the distance. It was crouched over a tillfish corpse, chowing away. Other Arxa rushed around with cages, trapping insectoids inside. The faint cries were almost inaudible over bullet pops, but they were the unmistakable registers of children. Pity etched itself onto Marcel's scarred face.
I can't go on. Billions of my people dead.
Bella collapsed against a wall, buzzing hysterically. She stuffed a leg into her mouth to muffle the noise.
My home. Everyone has abandoned us, and my son and I are trapped here. Children that humans have left to die, taken as cattle.
Marcel hesitated before removing me from his back. He crouched next to the Tillfish General and wrapped an arm around her thorax. The human was gentle, pulling her head against his chest. Bella's eyes widened in alarm, but she allowed herself to absorb his warmth. I could see the proximity to the Terrans set her instincts ablaze. The red-haired primate stood abruptly.
Fuck it. Let's go save the kids.
What? But you...
Bella began.
We're going. Slanik, stay here. I'll give you my sidearm.
I thought about arguing with him, but his resolute scowl told me his decision was final. Clasping the gun between my paws, I huddled against the wall. The shallow sounds of my breathing mixed with the background noise. After waiting for Marcel to charge off to rescue the kids, I inched closer to his new position. My injuries wouldn't prevent me from picking off a grey or two. Dino bounded into the fray, eager to get his jaws on an Arxa. Bella had life in her steps too, as she followed my human's path. If we were doomed to die on Sillis, what better way was there to go down? We could save kids from becoming a monster's plaything. We could hope their parents defend them. The Greys were shooting at something, so some insectoids must be fighting back. I scooted along the floor and drew close enough to see who was putting up a defense. Tillfish exterminators were mounting a desperate stand, spraying flames at the Arxa. Only 2 of them were still living, and they had been separated from the children. As much as I hated these bastards at the extermination office, this was a good thing they were engaged in here.
What the?
One exterminator gasped as an Arxa was shot from behind. His compound eyes focused on Marcel, who was firing on the Greys.
Humans? No! They left us!
The Tillfish predator killers looked terrified, but their flamethrowers steered clear of Marcel and Burla. Vernt's mother channeled her own fury, gunning down Greys at point-blank range. The Arxa backed away, shielding their caged prizes. The exterminator who had spoken before shouted to my human and begged for the kids to be saved. I was surprised he would voice such a request. I guess the Terrans looked downright nice next to the Greys, though I wouldn't trust those Tillfish not to torch Marcel the second this is over. The human lunged forward and ducked behind a fallen Arxa corpse. My friend utilized the Grey's body to absorb incoming bullets. The peril he was undertaking perturbed me, but I was confident that this wasn't a suicide run. However, that changed as Marcel's eye suddenly darted to his pocket. Amidst gunfire was the vegetarian paging the radio again. The UN weren't coming to our rescue. Tillfish children meant nothing to them. Have to help, I wheezed to myself. Move. It took painstaking minutes to advance until I was almost to the conflict zone. My injuries were cause for absolute self-loathing. Why did I have to be a wounded liability? Hugging the sidearm, it took conscious effort to map out the battlefield. There were 11 Arxa total following my friend's kills so far. That was a lot for 1 human and 3 panicked Tillfish to manage. Matters took a turn for the worse as 2 Greys circled off down the tunnel. They were heading right for my position and had evaded Marcel's notice. I could tell from their flaring nostrils that they'd scented me. If I distracted them for a while, that improved my human's odds. My forearms raised the gun, popping off 3 shots. Each bullet missed by a long shot, earning sneers from the Greys. One soldier licked its lips and smacked the gun out of my paws. Absolute terror coursed through my veins as its teeth hovered a hair from my throat. I was all too aware of my vulnerability, and my instincts were a suffocating fog. My desire was to scream, but I couldn't open my mouth.
You scared, stupid animal.
The lead Arxa traced a claw across my throat. and pressed its other arm into my sternum.
A delicacy like you.
A blur of motion appeared in my periphery. A brown bowl plowed into the filthy carnivore at full speed, stabbing claws straight into its throat. The Arxa staggered away from me while its knees buckled under it. It gave disbelieving gargles, sensing its life ebb away in a second. The creature clinging to its neck was a Gajid, and my savior looked deranged. The Gajid dismounted, locking his claws in front of him. He met the Arxa's challenging stare and positioned himself between me and the monster. Those rich brown quills sported a pattern I'd know anywhere. It was one I'd last seen trying to execute my friend. Absolute hatred spurred me to my feet, and I screamed in a blind rage. I held myself at Sovlin's back, with anger granting me the strength to lunge ahead. The Gajid's spines warded me off, but I'd barely felt the pricks. This monster treated my friend like an animal, placing a shock collar around his neck. The cruel captain inflicted agony for kicks, and disfigured him for life. The residual trauma still affected Marcel to this day, no matter how he tried to mask it.
The Arxa, you dumb fuck,
Sovlin hissed.
You can do what you want with me after I deal with it.
A gunshot rippled down the tunnel, a thunderclap that snapped my outrage. A bullet sailed through the back of the Grey's skull and ended its life in an instant. The kill was courtesy of a Yortul who looked pleased with himself. I didn't understand how either alien ended up here, but I was hoping the Gajid would end up in an Arxa cage. The Yortul chuckled to himself.
Too slow, old man. I dealt with it.
Pained grunts echoed down the hallway, distracting me. Sovlin sprinted off before I could finish him, and the repugnant Arxa had taken my gun. Logical thoughts be damned. I'd execute that sadistic fucker even if he meant to help now. The level of hatred I felt for him was unrivaled. It was unfair that Earth let him off the hook for his unthinkable crimes. A limping human ambled down the hallway, and a series of curses ensued. Confusion took over as I recognized Tyler's towering stature. The blonde Terran was taking ginger steps while his teeth were gritted in pain. I had spoken to Marcel's friend over messaging services after the Battle of Earth. Both of us shipped out of the system days later, and I hadn't heard from him since then. Why the hell is he here? Tyler was assigned to a ship. Did he crash? I wondered. More importantly, why the fuck is he with Sovlin?
Hey, Slanek.
The massive human grunted.
You rang?
I glowered at the lumbering predator. For what the fuck? What the fuck?
I can explain. First off, I want you to know that I did kick his ass. Secondly, Captain Monaghan personally requested me for my alien expertise, then placed Sovlin under my command. So really, it's her fault.
I thought you were Marcel's friend. Why would you bring that fucking monster anywhere near him?
Because he was the best man for the job.
The Yortul chimed in.
Sovlin's an arrogant prick, but we wouldn't have gotten to you without him.
Who the fuck are you?
Honzo, thanks for asking.
Tyler steadied his gun and limped a few steps closer. I picked Marcel's sidearm up from the sewer water, not wanting to be unarmed. My human had gunned down several greys while utilizing his unconventional cover. The corpse shield helped him to press ahead. He was unwilling to let the Arxa captors get away. Burla had formed ranks with the Tillfish exterminators. The three insectoids were combining flames and bullets, picking off one grey at a time. Two enemy survivors with the cages were retreating, and that forced my human to shed his corpse shield. Marcel needed to advance more quickly. That meant throwing caution aside. Sovlin rushed up behind him and strained to catch the longer-limbed predator. The Gajid's cheeks were puffed out with exhaustion, but he wasn't slowing down. Was that monster trying to kill Marcel this long after our escape from his ship? I didn't understand why Tyler violated our trust by bringing that spiky freak. A true friend would have done us a solid and executed Sovlin. Could have just slipped him some meat. Allergic reaction, and it's done. That omnivore cure might be good for something.
Marcel, get down!
The Gajid roared. The human slowed for a second, and that gave Sovlin enough time to tackle him from behind. I realized that the Arxa had set up a sentry turret. They intended to gun down anything that passed through this area after their sweep. The monsters activated the device as they retreated past it. Bullets zeroed in any motion in an automated stream. Sovlin hooked Marcel's head against the shallow water and shielded my human with his own body. Blue blood spurted from his back as bullets clipped his spines. An entire row was ripped out, causing the Gajid to scream in agony. Despite the pain, he never wavered from his spot. As long as the duo stayed against the floor, they were below the turret's sightline. The tillfish hit the deck as well before they could attract the gun's ire. Tyler retrieved his grenade launcher, though he had minimal ammunition in tow. The blonde human balanced on one leg and lined up his shot with careful precision. A projectile sailed down the tunnel, converting the turret into fragmented shards. Sovlin struggled to his feet and extended a clawed paw to Marcel. Tears glistened in my human's eyes. I could see him biting his lip. The primate threw his hand into the Gajit grasp, avoiding his gaze. The callous captain tugged my friend upright through sheer willpower. Blood was still gushing down Sovlin's back, but he wasn't stopping for first aid.
Shit! We lost the fucking kids!
My human growled.
And you? I'm not even going to ask.
The Gajit touched the paw to his bloodied back.
I know you don't want to see me.
No shit. Tyler didn't mention a thing about you because he knew I'd be pissed. Fuck! Do you have a ship?
Yes.
Hey, exterminators. I'm sorry that the Greys took so many of the kids. You and the civilian survivors want to come with us off this rock.
The flamethrower-wielding tillfish shifted.
Yes, Predator. Your occupation was better than theirs.
Okay. Get these people and my friends to safety, Sovlin. You do that, and I'll tolerate you for that long.
Onzo propped me up as the rest of the procession made their way toward us. I still wanted a piece of Sovlin, but I couldn't get over the fact that he'd saved Marcel's life. I decided I wouldn't go after the Gajid until we were cleared of Sillis. Between the vegetarian's head injury and my blood loss, neither of us should be flying. The most important thing to me was my human survival. A universe without him was a dark place. If Sovlin was our ticket out, then so be it.
Memory transcription subject. Glim, Venlil Rescue. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 6th, 2136. Noah opted to give me some space once we returned to the facility. Despite my consent to speak to him, the Gaian realized I was confused about my feelings. The warmth of his arms lingered in my mind, along with the welcome promise that everything would be okay. Predators weren't supposed to have compassion. My extermination mentor taught me that their existence was a threat. A human knocked on my door and peeked a helmeted head inside. I could tell from the broad shoulders and rich hands that it was Noah checking on me. My instinct rekindled as he approached, but it was mixed with bizarre relief. Why was I happy that a deceitful hunter had come to visit?
Hi, Glim.
The Gaian spoke in a gravelly voice and seated himself on the edge of my bed.
How are you feeling?
I swallowed the lump in my throat. Sad. Lonely.
Oh, you missed me, huh? It's been a hectic few days for Tarva and I, but I'm happy to see you too.
Hectic? How?
We conducted a military raid against an Arxa sector. Word is, human forces liberated millions of farm captives.
You were bringing them to Earth?
No. The Maziks owe us, well, the continued existence of their homeworld. They're handling a lot of the logistics.
As sensational as the story was, the Kolshians had spearheaded an attack on Koa a short time ago. The Terrans repelled the offensive and supposedly talked the Federation down from orbital bombings. Humans could be rather persuasive, but I found it difficult to imagine them opening a chat mid-battle. Regardless, President Cooper phoned over the United Nations in the aftermath. I read that the Maziks commissioned a statue of Captain Janice Monaghan in the capital. The humans protested this act, likely to maintain humble appearances. I flicked my ears. Is it true that you're building colonies in their territory?
Zhao has a plan to have functional settlements up and running by the end of the calendar year.
Noah growled.
The infrastructure on abandoned Mazik worlds is a good start, even if it's not built for us.
I'm surprised Kupo didn't offer to help you build from scratch.
Ah, he did. Get a load of this. Those helpers showed up at a potential colony with antimatter bombs. They wanted to destroy the native ecosystem. Obviously, the humans they rendezvoused with got a bit riled up.
Why? Those Maziks were doing the bulk of the work, making it safe for habitation.
Please, tell me that's not the colony work you did. Glim, you're too good for that.
Come again. I was a good exterminator.
Never mind. Before I ask what I came here to ask,
How much do you know about our political situation?
The Gaians had solidified an unlikely coalition and put the infamous events of a predator refugee stampede, with explosions, to bed. The hyper-capitalist Fissens and Nivox buried their rivalry enough to resupply the human fleet. The Takans were major contributors to Earth's manufacturing power as well. Their ambassador had been taken prisoner on Arfa after a sabotage incident, and that rubbed their brass the wrong way. There were some parties in the human alliance, like the functionally extinct Thafki and the distant Paltans and Sivkits, whose support was intangible. However, newcomers contributed enough to account for them. Neutrals like the Selene-Iftali alliance rallied support and flipped several non-aggressors to the Terran team. The occupied Harchan and Tillfish had their armadas co-opted as part of their surrendered agreements. I get the gist of it. You have a small core of allies, I answered. You would be better off numbers-wise if you could flip a few more neutrals to your side. Noah breathed a tentative sigh.
You're right on the money. We've identified a handful of non-hostile marks, mainly those who voted for a temporary truce against the Arxa. There were 107, but our interactions with the Greys turned many against us.
The fact that you work with those demons is disgusting.
I don't disagree. Our attack on the Arxa sector might be the diplomatic fuel we need with the Feds. We convinced them that we're gearing up for an eventual war with the Dominion.
And you think you can get more ships?
Yes. A few individuals from species we're targeting as allies were liberated from this sector's cattle farm. We want to return them as a sign of goodwill. We'd like the rescues to be friendly to humans and convince their governments we're different from the Greys.
Perhaps this was all some long con by the Gaians to strengthen their military. Noah just outright stated his motives with the Arxa attack. It could be collusion between the two predators, giving off the appearance of enmity. Were the humans just using the liberated cattle to gain a diplomatic edge? Would they reveal their true feelings toward us once they'd smooth-talk the neutrals? White-hot anger scorched my chest. Ridiculous! You have no idea what the Arxa did to people like us. How are you going to convince them to trust another predator, let alone like you?
I don't know. This is a long-winded way of asking you, but we want your help,
the Gaian said. My paws adhered to the smooth helmet, and I pulled it up off his face. Sincerity swelled in his piercing eyes, which bored into my skull. Part of me hated him for reminding me of the Grey's pupils searching for their next meal. How many other cattle would have helpless thoughts jogged by this face? Hell, the human's features were more unsettling than the Arx's purely predator countenance. Maybe Noah really wants this to work, but he doesn't understand our trauma. After years of captivity, most cattle want nothing to do with them. You know why they kept me alive, I managed. The Gaian's wrinkled lips curved down.
I can imagine. I am so profoundly sorry. We found multiple DNA matches to you from cattle raised in captivity. If you want to see them...
Those are not my kids. I didn't choose to conceive them, and I don't want to look at those abominations. And don't tell me it's their fault, because I don't fucking care.
Okay. I'm sorry I brought it up. I just thought you deserved to know.
Stop trying to be nice. Just because you Gaians show us a little kindness, that doesn't make any of your flaws go away. You're selfish to want those cattle to be your friends. You're selfish to want me to be your friend. Ambassador Noah was silent for a long moment, at a loss for how to respond. The human pulled his helmet out of my paws and tugged it over his head. What an impeccable actor he was, if he was playing us all. The emotionless veil obscured his feelings, but I could sense his pained expression. The bulky predator rose from my bed before marching toward the door with hasty steps. A twinge of guilt tugged at my heart. I'm sorry, Noah. I didn't mean it like that.
No problem,
the Gaian rumbled.
I asked if you wanted me to steer clear of you, and you said no. I misunderstood.
You didn't. What I meant to say was that we're damaged goods. Myself included. It's difficult for me to be around you even now. We can't just forget what happened, and I can't make any cattle sing a predator's praises.
You're right. The UN has no right to use you as a political pawn. What I asked was unfair, Glim.
It was. But I'll do it. I'll try, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, thank God. I should turn you down, but the Hesse situation's got Sarah in a rut. Maybe we could start with that small issue. Hesse won't even eat, We had to hook her up to an IV.
Why didn't you start with that? Take me there. The Predator flexed his meaty fingers in a way that seemed to beckon me forward. The back of his helmet spit my reflection at me, which I tried not to focus on. There were dozens of Gaians working with Venlil staff, often conferring in hushed tones. The humans kept their masks on near patients, but I could see them in their full brain-melting visages in break rooms. My surroundings looked vaguely familiar as we passed across the linoleum floor. Noah tested the door handle and gestured for me to enter. A masked Gaian was seated just inside the doorway, huddled against the wall with a laptop. Complex equations were on her screen, and she was typing away with a vengeance. A tissue box sat right beside the primate. That left the logical deduction that this was Sarah, the other caretaker. I'd seen the female human at the train station with her puffy hair and softer features. Both twin beds sat empty. One had belonged to me before my escapade. Hasey, my fellow refugee who'd once run the Venlil Museum of History, was nowhere to be seen. It took me a moment to hear her scratchy breathing hiding under the bed.
Sarah, give Glim the rundown.
Noah barked. The female human snorted.
Not much to it. Hasey saw us turn our heads to look at her, then locked herself in a closet. I felt pretty terrible for adding to her trauma.
I eyed the Gaian warily. You never meant for us to find out the truth. If it makes you feel better, you can't have made it worse than Noah chasing me through the train station, shouting about his teeth.
Canine teeth.
The male predator corrected.
It worked, didn't it?
Sarah chuckled.
Don't fret. I won't be replicating that with Hasey. I'd leave her alone if that's what she wanted. But I can't watch her waste away like this.
Right. What else have you done to her? I crouched next to the Gaian scientist and ensured there was no Venlil blood residue on her suit. If she'd had a lapse and attacked, she wouldn't admit it. Hasey was lucid when I left. Something made her snap. Don't start lying again.
You have a dickish attitude, Glim, but I'd take that over how broken Hasey is. I got her to join a video chat, and she was speaking her thoughts then. She had me take off my mask. Hasn't said a word since. Something must have made it worse.
Recalling my own disgust to the sandwich-munching Gaians, I could understand why Hasey was appalled. Perhaps it was those unpigmented eyes, or the furless cheeks infused with the tinge of their own blood. It could have simply been that looking at a predator brought back Hasey's worst memories. That was a plight I could sympathize with, and was also why it was inane that Sarah had planted herself in this room. So you know she's upset, and you're staying around her constantly. I scowled at the predator, praying she wouldn't strike me down for my bravado. Why are you in here? Sarah closed her laptop.
I did give Hasey space for days, but she was not eating or speaking. I thought maybe exposure therapy, just seeing that I wouldn't go berserk might snap her out of it. Kinda like the exchange program.
Those Venlil talked to Gaians for weeks before. They wanted to be there.
Yes, I know that, but the principal...
Get out! Get the fuck out of here! My stomach did somersaults as it dawned on me how aggressive I'd been with the predator. What was I thinking, screaming orders in her face? This was provoking retaliation. I was certain the thought was playing at Sarah's mind. The human's breathing hitched, and she slowly rose to her feet. The laptop was tucked beneath her arm. While Sarah was shorter than Noah, she still loomed over me. The male human was lurking behind me, capable of piling onto his packmate's assault. I remembered the ease with which he shrugged off my blows at the train station. The Terrans could sling me around like a ragdoll and unleash decades of combat mastery on me. For all I knew, mouthing off in their custody was a death sentence. The Gaians are going to put me back into my place. Pray don't get to boss around superior creatures. Sarah strode past me, helmet angled toward the doorway. I shied away from her, protecting my vulnerable areas. Noah glanced at me before wrapping an arm around his packmate's shoulder. The female scientist ducked her head, and the predators vanished from sight. I gaped in bewilderment, amazed that Sarah just left, exactly as I told her to. My paws strode over to Hasey. I found the Venlil historian with her face pressed against the tile and staring with unblinking detachment. It reminded me of Aunt Thyma's glassy gaze at the facility, devoid of thought. I knelt beside the bed and reached out to intertwine my tail with hers. Hasey screamed as she felt physical contact.
No! Stop!
Easy. It's me, Glim. I yanked my tail back and lowered my head to the floor. Remember me? The one that got away?
I thought they killed you. Escape was...
A death sentence with the Oxa. Listen to me. The Venlil out there are happy. These Gaians allow a decency quality of life, and they passed an empathy test.
Cheated!
Why do you say that? If you know something I don't, we need to make a plan. We need to play the game, Hasey. What did the Gaians do?
I know what they are. The second I saw Sarah's face. Human. Terrible.
Yes, their most common name is human. They told me too.
They didn't tell me. I studied them at the museum.
Curiosity piqued my interest, and I wondered what exactly Hasey knew about our caretakers. The Federation had accrued evidence to support our extermination plans. Humanity's war-stained history wasn't one they tried to hide. What could they do more atrocious than being a predator and killing each other? What had this Venlil seen that was so horrible that it stuck with her post-captivity? Just breathe. You can tell me everything. I coaxed her out from under the bed and squeezed her tail for comfort. What did you see at the museum?
Well, I wanted to create an exhibit on humans that was about more than just their wars.
Hasey explained.
The Federation, the Fossil Archives were happy to send over unfiltered broadcasts. Those monsters act like us 1 minute, but they are vicious beyond comprehension.
It's okay. They're not here now. Go on.
Well, where do I start describing pure evil? That was what my exhibit on humans was called. Pure evil.
I would think that title is reserved for the Oxa.
The Greys don't pretend, at least. Humans would talk about marriage and love, but I saw documentation of them physically beating the people they said they loved. They would talk about community, then talk about murderers on the loose for unfathomable crimes. They would say they loved nature, then mount animal heads on their walls.
My eyes widened in horror. What?
That's not the least of it, Glim. They treated their own kind like cattle throughout history, selling them, locking them up in pens and forcing them to toil. Whether they eat us or not, they're prepping the infrastructure now. They already know how to run sapient slaves, just like the Greys.
But Noah isn't like that. The empathy tests.
The empathy tests make it worse. They feel everything they say they do, then disregard that trait entirely. It makes them better manipulators, and that's why they evolved it. Do you seriously trust this, Noah?
I leaned back on my haunches, thinking for a long moment. Hasey seemed lucid enough to me. She must have been dissociating around Sarah. If she'd witnessed humanity performing such depraved acts, that explained why the mask reveal sent her spiraling. The Venlil historian was willing to consider that a predator might be okay, but not this particular species. Wasn't that telling? Noah admitted that he wanted to use the cattle to gain military assets. How do you know he wasn't pretending to care about you?
The fact that you didn't answer immediately means the answer is no,
Hasey asserted. I twitched my ear. It means I'm not sure. Are you sure that they uniformly deserve death?
As an exterminator, you should have that answer. I'm certain that their presence is a bad thing, and they can't behave like a civilized race for long.
There was at least a grain of truth in her claims, proven by the ongoing war with the Federation. Humans needed to suppress empathy to work with child-eating Oxa at all. It was difficult to trust a species that displayed all the right cues, then turned to predatory wickedness without warning. Nonetheless, Noah had been the only steady presence on my homeworld. He comforted me when everything I loved was gone. Maybe the Gaian was exploiting the fact that I had nothing left on Venlil Prime. That shrewd intelligence must have realized that my caretaker was the only sense of stability I had. I cleared my throat. I understand. You need to take better care of yourself, Hasey. You're making them pay more attention to you with all this.
Why? What's the point of anything with humans infesting our home?
She hissed. If you're right about their intentions, and that they decide us cattle are too much trouble, they'll just skip to the worst phase. We could eke out a few months of happiness for millions of Venlil who've also suffered like us.
That happiness is a lie. This only ends with our torment.
It's kinder than the Greys either way. please, play along with this rehabilitation. If not for yourself, do it for the others. The female Venlil thought for several minutes before mumbling a reluctant agreement. I eased her onto the bed and strode out to find Noah in a daze. Ascertaining humanity's true intentions was my top priority. Everything Hasey discussed must be researched. What bothered me most was that amidst atrocities, the Gaians proclaimed their emotional sensitivity. There could be no explanation for that behavior. It would require calculation to determine whether to broach the subject with the Terran ambassador. Noah stated he was used to answering dark questions, but some subjects might cross the line. If the Gaians thought I knew too much of their history, that offer to help with cattle accommodations could vanish. The relative freedom I enjoyed now could be whisked away with it. The suicidal side of my brain wanted to spill everything to the dark-skinned human all the same. I desired for him to hold me in his strong arms and tell me that everything was going to be okay. It was no wonder the predators had enraptured Venlil Prime with their charm. Even a captive exterminator like myself couldn't help but to fall for it.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 6th, 2136. The Prophet descendant had grown irritated as Shaza's spectacle dragged on at Sillis. The female chief hunter had failed to move up the human remnants. She had sacrificed her entire sector and not even taken the planet she lost her assets to capture. So when Giznell summoned me to a physical location, I figured it was for my input on that debacle. What else could be too sensitive to discuss on comms? Before I returned to my duties, I passed through Jones's tooth drive. The human general had included instructions on how to search for bugs. I turned my shuttle upside down before retrieving my secret holopad. My defective side compelled me to answer Felra, who had been persistent in checking in on me. We ended up chatting for hours. The Dosser discussed her favorite celebrities, her day's training to be a ship inspector, and how the war affected her, among other topics. Felra was unfazed by my non-answers. If anything, it seemed to encourage her nosiness. The prospect of discussing my life made me feel fraudulent and exposed. How could I ever explain anything genuine about myself? By the way, I'm the Arxa Chief Hunter responsible for the deaths of millions. Don't mind that. The Dosser sent a request for a video chat, and that paralyzed me in my seat. Just when I'd begun to ease my guard, there was the reminder that friendship was impossible. I told her that I was on my way to meet my boss, which I suppose was true. Felra, damn her, pleaded that a few minutes would make her day. Why wasn't I able to refuse that request? It took me a few seconds to set my video to off and apply a voice modulator filter to my audio. This was all going to come to an end when she asked why I'd switched off my camera and disguised my voice. There was no prey-like explanation to that effect.
Scifi! Oh.
A young Dosser with ginger and white fur blinked onto my screen.
Where's your video? You can't be that ugly, man. I showed my face.
I drew a shuddering breath.
Felra. I don't know how to say this.
Robotic voice. Okay, not gonna lie. This is creepy. Are you actively hiding everything about yourself, or trying to be weird?
It's better if the camera is off, and if you don't hear my real voice. I'm a predator.
Felra was silent for a long moment, mulling over my confession. I could see the gears spinning in her beady eyes before her nostrils twitched with surprise. The Dosser proceeded to express relief, followed by a bout of laughter. She gave me an encouraging ear flick, which wasn't the reaction I was expecting.
You're a human!
She exclaimed.
That explains everything. Why you're so closed off and peculiar. No offense. I wondered what you all were like.
I recoiled in my pilot seat, hissing in disbelief. That was not the interpretation I intended for her to take, but I suppose it was a good cover. Perhaps that would lend me an excuse for my social ineptitude, though it was unfair to the Terran's reputation. Humans were more than capable of chatting it up and mimicking emotions in appropriate ways. Felra is definitely going to have the wrong impression of humans. If she talked to one of them, she'd never have suspected a thing. I decided not to confirm or deny her assertion.
What do you think of humans?
Well, I think if you'd befriend a species like the Dosser, you can't be all bad. Even the Axa recognized that we're shitty cattle.
She answered.
Oh, and I think it was shit that the crocodile attacked your homeworld. I can see why you have some walls up talking with an alien. Just saying, wasn't us.
Wait, so you're not bothered by me being a predator? I'm not anything like an average human, to be frank. My emotions deviate far from a Terran baseline.
You told me that you deserve to be alone, and I'll assume it was because of that. I'm sorry that your culture made you feel that way. If you feel safe reaching out to me, I'm honored.
I see. And the Federation? What do you think of them?
I understand the whole cultural tampering, and that I should feel hatred. But honestly, we would have never industrialized without their uplift. How would we build great machines from scratch? Even walking, we use carts to traverse alien cities.
I guffawed in spite of myself, picturing this creature perched on a motorized stand. Falra made a valid point about the DOS's debt to the Federation. Had those meddlers not noticed the native wildlife bore signs of sapience, Malu would be a different planet today. In their particular case, outside intervention was necessary to facilitate their advancement. Falra flashed her tiny front teeth.
Don't laugh at me! Let me guess. Humanity will look down on us for our size.
I cannot speak for Earth.
I growled awkwardly.
My assessment is that many Terrans will want to pick you up or pet you. Humans think small animals are cute.
But you don't.
I don't debase myself by infantilizing creatures. It's not something I've given active thought to.
Testy, are we?
I am insulted by the premise. As if I could find an alien cute and do that whole fawning expression and baby voice.
I wouldn't mind. I bet you could do it well. Please, show me this baby voice. No filter.
Very few herbivores try to rile up a predator.
Well, I'm a special girl, Scifi. You're sure funny when you're fired up.
I am tired of this conversation. I said I was only speaking for a little bit, and I don't want to hear from you for a few hours.
I hung up with a huff, refocusing on the landing protocols. Despite my best attempts to scare Falra off, I'd only seemed to invite provocation. With such important tasks ahead, I needed to quash whatever of my defective side had arisen. Prophet Descendant Gisnell was hosting our meeting in an unmanned station, and he had just confirmed my docking request. Focusing on neutralizing my expression, I steeled myself for Betterment's unavoidable demand. My shuttle coasted down at a leisurely pace. The time to clear my thoughts was welcome. If Gisnell ever learned that I was befriending prey from my sector, he'd see that my head was removed from my shoulders. There could only be my fanatic persona among my people. Imagine how much better life would be if I were a human. I wouldn't have all this baggage to my name. The shuttle slotted into the docking clamps, and I heaved a weary sigh. At least my disdain for Shaza didn't require acting. If I could persuade Gisnell to withdraw from Sillis, that would take a weight off the UN's back. There was also valuable information I could attain for General Jones. It was my role to keep Earth apprised of threats. Gisnell was without his normal guards, and I contemplated whether I could get away with killing him. Betterment likely knew who he was meeting with today. He'd be replaced by descendants not as partial to me. Assassination was a surefire way to blow my cover. I disembarked, dipping my head with respect.
Isif, we had alone here.
Gisnell hissed.
I have important matters to discuss, free of lesser ears.
I narrowed my eyes. Hallowed Prophet.
Drop the Venlil shit. I know everything.
The Dominion leader's proclamation chilled my bones, and the debate of whether to strike him down renewed in my mind. Gisnell said on the call that he doubted my loyalty. He didn't believe I was willing to clash with the Terrans. Perhaps General Jones had been right about me tipping my true allegiance off to Betterment. Was this the moment where I'd be executed for my defectiveness? I don't know what you mean, your savageness, I growled evenly. Gisnell bared his teeth.
I think you do. I wondered why you coddle the humans, and I knew it was more than Shaza's report stated. You imitate them and chase after them at every turn. But now, I get it. You think they're smarter than us.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. I couldn't make sense of it, until I replayed our conversation during the prisoner execution. You talked about maximizing our resources and obtaining entire planets as our catch.
I did, but I don't see...
You think the humans can solve all our problems. You think they're smarter, and they can hunt in the optimal way. Those Cerulean pets you took were given to the Terrans to earn goodwill. Tell me I'm wrong, Isif.
No, I suppose you're not. Perhaps this is treasonous, but we could do better. The humans can feed us, and I could make it happen.
There's the truth. Then, we can conquer the Federation and go on our merry way, yes?
Stronger, capable. Fear surged in my veins, but I met Gisnell's stare with feigned impassivity. The Prophet Descendant was off on the extent of my motives, though we discerned some of the truth. Questioning betterment was the highest form of treason. I had just admitted that I didn't think the Arxa way was the superior one. My champions were empathetic, leaf-licking predators. Why hadn't he signed me up for execution?
You're right that the humans could alleviate our food shortages, but you're wrong about it making the Dominion stronger.
Gisnell said. What? That wasn't what he was supposed to say. The Prophet Descendant heaved a sigh.
If we get fat and lazy, Isif, we'll be susceptible to future attacks. You don't appreciate what you don't have to struggle for.
With respect, the humans are a strong culture, and they're well-fed. A warrior culture.
The humans have weak individuals because they have a cushion to provide for them. What happens to betterment when the food problem is resolved? How do we keep the masses on the right path?
Cruel one, are you saying that you want our people to starve?
Precisely. It keeps them dependent on us and hating the Federation. The prey aren't fully to blame for our woes, but the masses don't need to know that.
You mean because we don't try to solve the food problem?
No. Isif, the Prophets and our inner circle have kept this secret close to the vest. Never mention what I'm about to tell you to anyone. Yes?
It was difficult to process this rhetoric, but I tilted my head to show I was listening. The Federation had admitted their culpability when Nakonis discussed the metology serum. Was Gisnell implying that Betterment was complicit in the curse's spread? That was not a logical conclusion, since the volunteers weren't weeded through as a culling of the weak. My silence can be counted on your savageness. I am honored, I managed. Gisnell lashed his tail against the floor.
Very well. The Federation was fully responsible for the cure, which caused many Arxa to starve. The Northwest Bloc, under the Prophet's guidance, seized the moment to weaken the Morvin Charter.
How so?
The cattle virus was unleashed on the Charter's livestock by us. The cure was the perfect cover. We could blame it on the aliens and not break the truce, but it spread across our borders, somehow. We lost our food to our own bioweapon.
It wasn't all the Colchians. So billions of Arxa starved because of rivalries from the World War.
Yes, and it was a blessing in disguise. It helped Betterment solidify control. It made the entirety of Riss see things our way.
My maw hung agape as I fitted this new information into my past knowledge. That explained why Chief Nakonis had denied the cattle allegations during Seleni's interview. The Colchians had no part in slaughtering livestock with pathogens. The herbivores deserved our hatred, but the worst blow to Arxa civilization was self-inflicted. That entirely altered my perspective of why we were starving. It could have just been a few 100,000 volunteers killed by the cure. Instead, my entire race has been reduced to animals. I was livid at the Betterment office for perpetrating such falsehoods. There were so many factions that could use this information. General Jones needed this on her desk promptly. The Arxa rebels who were searching for fuel to resist Betterment could gain support too. Even non-defective citizens would seek consequences against those responsible for starvation. This revelation could destabilize the Dominion's grasp on society, just as Selene had crippled the Federation. Unfortunately, Gisnell wasn't stupid enough to blub about this to a reporter. I was his lone confidant, and I had no proof that such claims weren't Terran propaganda. Betterment could dismiss me as a human sympathizer if I spoke out to my peers.
So you see, we need to maintain the balance of power, Isif. If there was a surplus of food, that would spell the end for us.
Gisnell concluded.
I need you to limit your trade and infatuation with the humans.
I forced a neutral expression. Of course. I would not wish to weaken Betterment. You needed only to say as much.
Good. As for ending the war, the Federation doesn't want the war to end any more than we do. The Kolshians and the Far Sol couldn't maintain control over such a large herd without an enemy.
They hate us. They wish we didn't exist.
Oh, of course they do. But there's a reason they teach other prey to run away and never attack. If we pressed the Federation core worlds, I've a hunch they could muster up their numbers all of a sudden.
Gisnell's theory made gruesome sense the longer I contemplated it. It explained why the Kolshians mounted a bold-faced offensive on Terran allies, but never went after Dominion worlds and outposts. The United Nations wasn't content to raid a few planets and call it a day, nor did they plot a forever war for control. The humans sought peace and reconciliation, and that made them an immediate threat. Zal wants to destroy the Federation. Adin exposing the truth about omnivores. Humans set that in motion. That theory holds water. I blinked my eyes, and my thoughts drifted to Felra. The Dossa were at risk of attack for just siding with the humans. Our cruelty helps the ringleaders keep the other prey afraid. Gisnell chuckled to himself.
I knew you would get it, Isif. You're more cunning than Shaza, so I'm asking you for a favor. Do you still think you can handle humans?
Of course I do. I'm not the chief hunter that lost my sector to them.
Then handle this fucking mess. I want the Battle of Sillis ended at once, with as many assets recovered as possible. If you think you can talk the monkeys into a truce, do it.
Easy enough. It's not my sector, though. What do I do about Shaza's forces?
Those are your forces now. I'm putting their sector under your control, effective immediately. While you're getting a handle on the situation, dispose of Shaza.
It will be handled, cruel one. I will summon my fleet and leave for Sillis at once. The Prophet Descendant watched with calculating eyes as I clambered back into my shuttle. The advice that endangered my cover had earned me greater power today. In retrospect, negotiating with the humans was the less humiliating option. There was a lot to unpack from the Dominion's secrets, but my first order of business was eliminating Shaza. Getting the United Nations to cease hostilities would be the most difficult part. However, a continuing battle was not beneficial to Earth's cause. Humans were a spiteful bunch, but I'd try my best to find a diplomatic resolution. Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 7th, 2136. Prophet Descendant Gisnell, it turned out, had taken the liberty of mobilizing my fleet to a nearby location. With the strike force already assembled, it was a short voyage to Sillis' system. FTL disruptors were active solely within the bounds of the planet's gravity well. The Terrans didn't expect us to bring reinforcements. It was known to the United Nations that our warlords acted independently to each other. I suppose they knew it was an exercise in futility, even if FTL disruptors had smacked us out of transit. The battle would be lost for the humans as soon as new ships arrived, since the Ark's solitary nature didn't prevent us from joining in. To be candid, I couldn't comprehend how Earth's measly showing had resisted Shaza's bruises this long. The Terrans had a lot of metal in them. The Ark's Dominion will respect their tenacity and gumption, if a bit grudgingly. I question whether the humans will fight to the last man, though. As my fleet entered real space, we ensured that our forces were positioned out of firing range. I didn't want to get dragged into the fight before I could open a channel. The Terrans were shooting Arksa vessels on sight, and they would assume we were bailing out Shaza. I had to assure them my intentions ran against this sector's chief hunter. The UN vessels swiveled to face us rather than panicking like prey crews. During our arrival, they hadn't been engaged with Shaza's forces. The humans were content keeping the enemy at bay. The stubborn primates must realize they were backed into a corner now, which would force them to the negotiating table. Attention all Arksa vessels in the system. I growled into my comms, ensuring that my channel was unencrypted. This is Chief Hunter Isif. By order of Betterment, I am assuming control of your fleet. You are to immediately stand down and await further instruction. I say again, cease all hostile actions. The Dominion vessels marauding Sillis halted the meticulous bombing, and I was surprised by their lack of hesitation. Shouldn't there have been a power struggle as Shaza issued a counter-order? Gauging by her personality, That Chief Hunter would never respect my decree to stand down. I studied the viewport in shock before extending a hail to the human fleet. A female Terran with reddish hair that halted just shy of her shoulders accepted my call. Hostility was written on her countenance, though sleep deprivation was visible in her puffy eyes. The UN officer bared her teeth all the same and stared down the camera. I was unimpressed by humans attempting intimidation on me. I recognize you. The famed Captain Monaghan, savior of Koa, I said in a sugary voice. After that success, I'm not surprised you're first in line for combat negotiations. Monaghan's scowl deepened.
What is it you're seeking?
A ceasefire. I wish to negotiate an immediate end to hostilities and regain control of our assets. Is that an amenable proposition to the United Nations?
There will be no end to hostilities, not while you're taking humans as cattle. We'd rather take the lot of you with us than let you make off with our men and women.
What? We don't take you as cattle. Are there prisoners or... Excuse me one moment. The human captain's eyes fluttered with surprise, and she inspected my mannerisms for several seconds. As I scrambled through a log of internal communications, a video message was forwarded from the UNS Rosinante. Monaghan had relayed the information for me. I hastily listened to Shaza's transmission. Shock must have been visible on my agape more, but I couldn't force it shut. Had that maniacal Chief Hunter actually threatened to corral humans like Venlil? No wonder the United Nations was digging in their heels with such spite. That also explained why this sector's Dominion forces complied with my takeover. Shaza alienated her own troops by trying to eat fellow predators. After the Terrans fended off such an overzealous attack, there was no way of classing them as prey. The average soldier knew this action wouldn't be condoned by betterment. It flies against our entire ideology of superiority. It's next to cannibalistic. I drew a shuddering breath. The captive's release will be facilitated by me personally. On behalf of the Axa Dominion, I can assure you we do not support this act in any way. I apologize for Shaza subjecting humans to degrading conditions, which are becoming only of prey.
Only becoming of prey?
My qualifier served to make Monaghan recoil in disgust.
So if there's a herbivore who served with us, captured, you won't release them? That's not good enough.
I should think the release of all humans is a good start.
Everyone under the UN emblem is equal to us. I am not trading lives with you.
Some is more than none, yes? I knew leaving their newfound allies such as the Venlil to die was a non-starter for the United Nations. However, Kisnell would have my hide if he discovered I'd released the prey with no pushback. It would also suit my motives to gain food in return, given the sector's depleted cattle farms. Betterment might be happy with starvation, but I wish to resolve that issue for any troops under my control. A full belly was one way to buy loyalty for a future rebellion. General Jones would understand why I drove a hard bargain with the UN, and why I had to accumulate as many assets as possible. However, it was unclear if the average Terran officer was amenable to hardball. The female human on screen had tensed up again. She was digging her fingernails into her seat. Captain Monaghan pursed her lips.
We have nothing to talk about, since you won't budge from that stance.
If you don't like my offer, you could make a counter, I said. I'm just supposed to guess at what you want. Make it worth my while, and I'll consider returning your prey creatures.
I don't know what you want. I presume to bomb Sillis unimpeded.
The Tillfish attacked your cradle world. You asked us to retaliate against your aggressors. There's no takebacks, as you say. I find your attempts to distance yourselves from this fiasco immature.
The United Nations will never condone genocide. We're not on their level. That was a regrettable gamble in which we had no choice.
You were quite happy to accept my ship's human when I saved your Earth. Don't let your short memories fail you now. There would be no fleet to fight Shaza and her civ-kit-brained ensembler without me. The Terran captain's glower faltered.
That was you?
Yes. I rescued your species from functional extinction. I had you at my mercy, and I let you be. I think you will find that my policies align with your interests, so I'll state my demands forthright. But you are going to listen.
For Earth, I will humor you. Our devastating losses could have been worse. Much worse.
The medals pinned to Monaghan's uniform had tipped me off to her participation in humanity's last stand. It was a relief that the reminder of my aid went over better than it had with Secretary General Zhao. Perhaps some lab-grown meat and a territorial concession would be palatable to the Terran higher-ups. All Gisnell demanded was ending the battle and getting the sector back under our control. As long as I achieve his stated ends, I'll appear more competent than Shaza. Not that that's saying much. I narrowed my eyes to slits. You've taken much from us. The return of this sector alongside a non-aggression pact with Arxer outposts under my domain is non-negotiable.
We know what you'll do with those sapients you had. Returning them to your custody is unethical, and would be a ghastly reflection on the UN.
Forget the cattle. I expect compensation. I want some of the farm animals in your possession on Earth. The ones you certainly don't have just for specialty meats.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Learn quickly. Otherwise I might accidentally leak a dossier on factory farming and safari hunting to Zerulean communication satellites. I'm sure you wouldn't want that. The color drained from Monaghan's cheeks.
That is quite unnecessary.
It will be when you comply with my reasonable requests. All Terran ships will stand down at once. In return, I will retrieve any UN captives, including non-humans, for you. We will leave Sillis, but I expect future negotiations on that concession.
So we're just supposed to stand down and trust that you'll hand over our side of the deal later?
Precisely, because I keep my word. There is precedent. I returned the Venlil cattle per a similar agreement. If I say I'll return your people, consider it done.
What about the Tillfish civilians? They were under our protection.
You people make no sense. Fine, you can have your human-killing bugs. But there better be more heads of cattle that we get back than we gave away.
I'll take that into consideration, Isif. Is that all?
For now. Go call the higher-ups with those FTL comms you definitely don't have access to. I'll be waiting. I terminated the call, satisfied at the threats I'd chosen to lobby at Captain Monaghan. Sharing their predatory traits with their allies wasn't something the UN did in laborious detail. However, humans being kept as cattle was unacceptable to me, even if a deal wasn't solidified. Gesturing to an underling, I summoned a shuttle bound for Shaza's fleet. A security detail accompanied my transport, equipped to handle any resistance. It took a few seconds to fire off an encrypted transmission requesting the locations of Shaza and her human captives. Dominion vessels did not fire upon my transport. Acknowledgements flooded in, kowtowing to my status. Arrogant as ever, the female chief hunter had Terran prisoners routed to her personal command ship. That placed both of my objectives in the same location. Genuine anticipation of the kill thrummed in my chest. It would be delightful not to feign pleasure during an execution. Eliminating Shaza was a step forward for my species. What kind of Arxer got bested by feisty predators and reacted with vulgar threats? Betterment would never support her actions, which were unbecoming even of their office. My pupils scanned the command ship, which was a bulky giant with gratuitous armor. Ornaments resembling prey heads decorated the hull, and multiple decks allowed for a hearty amount of cattle on board. My shuttle was dwarfed by the colossal ship. Its size was impractical in combat action. The rogue chief hunter cared too much for projecting strength, enough to sacrifice all mobility. As I closed in on Shaza's command post, the human fleet reopened a hail. My patience had been dwindling with their government. This wasn't the time for deliberation. It shouldn't be difficult for Captain Monaghan to relay a straight answer. The social predators shouldn't be chattering amongst themselves during a crisis. General Jones claimed humans don't want war with the entire Dominion. The UN has to work with me for that reason. Monaghan breathed a flustered sigh.
I'll get to the point. Secretary General Zhao signed off on the deal, if you throw in one sweetener. Transfer Shaza to our custody.
Oh, that is your kicker. I could not care what happens to her, I chuckled. We are much like independent warlords on your world. I was going to execute her, but I suppose that also fits my orders to dispose of her.
Excellent. While I have your attention, Zhao asked me to tell you something else. He says he is sorry for his conduct, whatever that means.
Well, I think your species cherishes empty words more than mine does. I'll arrange the transfer, human. Don't do anything stupid. I cut the transmission once more and reminded myself that it was irrational to hold a grudge. Still, I had zero interest in reassessing Zhao's affronts on a call. General Jones had misled him, but that didn't erase the fact that he treated me like an animal. If the UN leader saw all Arxer as savages, that wasn't something I intended to forgive lightly. Then again, if I considered it with sincerity, Falra would say the same things about me. And worse. My friendship with the Dossa was a grave error of judgment. The fact that she assumed any cordial predator was a human spoke volumes about our repute versus theirs. Everyone thought we were monsters who deserved what happened to us. Considered that our plight was somewhat self-inflicted. They might be right. A jolt rippled through the shuttle as we latched onto Shaza's command ship. I gestured for my security detail to raise their weapons. My paw hovered over my sidearm as well. But no gunfire greeted us upon entry, nor was there any sign of hostile intent. Instead, a wall of guards had the disgraced Chief Hunter on her knees. Her right eye was blooded and swollen shut, which presented some obvious questions. Shaza looked indignant, despite the pistol planted against her skull.
Isif, those insolent apes just wouldn't let it go. They're chest-beating monkeys with nothing but cheap tricks.
Any normal Arxer would respect a worthy opponent in combat. Tell me, why do you think your people are so eager to restrain you?
The humans need to be humbled. My minions here don't see that I had to impart that lesson. In a way they'd remember.
Oh, they'll remember all right. We do not eat fellow sapients. There is one other predator in the galaxy, and you cannot treat them with respect.
They're stupid and emotional. It's their weakness. When they see their kind herded up, it will break them.
I suspect your ploy merely pisses the humans off, Shaza. Nice shiner you've got there, is it not?
Quit your mockery. The one I took as my personal meal. It jabbed its thumb in my eye and started twisting. Awful wretch. I carved it up very slowly for that. Those predators scream just the same as Venlil, though the taste leaves something to be desired.
A wave of cold disgust washed over me. You actually ate a human?
Yes. Very chewy. Listen, those captives might keep fighting today, but they will give up and cower in time. Let the cattle experiment go on. Surely betterment.
I lunged at the Chief Hunter, throwing my maw into the side of her temple. Shaza crumpled into a heap, and my hide quivered with revulsion. It would be ironic to torture her into screaming like a Venlil now. That would invalidate her prior argument. Pain wasn't exclusionary to prey after all. It was a shame the humans requested her alive, so I couldn't have any fun breaking her will. My gaze swept around the room, inspecting her forces. The Battle of Sillis is over. Betterment would rather point our guns at prey than predators. We'd rather eat prey than predators. If any of you have a problem with that, there are several airlocks with your name on it. I suggest you use them. The assembled Dominion soldiers nodded and hauled the unconscious Shaza to her feet. My security detail helped them cart her onto a transport. Bindings were applied to her lithe form, ensuring that she couldn't stir up mayhem. I debated how to return the human cattle without having them gouge out our eyes. It needed to be crystal clear that we were not aligned with the former Chief Hunter. Ready that transport and prep several more. Load all UN captives on there, unharmed, and of their own volition, I growled. Before you release any penned humans, please reiterate that we're there to free and return them. State that we have an explicit agreement with their government. Also, allow them to fly the shuttles back to their fleet on their own. One of my security guards bared his teeth.
What happens when they see Shaza on the first ship?
Tell them that the human cattle was her idea and she's a rogue warlord. Also tell them they can do whatever they want with her. She was left on that shuttle as a gift. The Arxer underling chuckled to himself, picturing the furious humans brutalizing her. I found Shaza's circumstances quite amusing as well. This was likely not what Secretary General Zhao had in mind by asking me to hand her over to UN custody. But on a technical level, my decision was in full compliance with his request. I'd fulfilled my end of the bargain while having some malicious fun at her expense. Once this situation was resolved, the humans could return their attention to the Federation. That was where their focus belonged. It would also save me from the awkward position of mediating this dispute. My next priority was heading to a dead drop location so that General Jones could learn what Gisnell had revealed. Perhaps the Terrans could devise a way to utilize the information for insurgency.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 7th, 2136. Our shuttle had escaped Sillis' atmosphere unnoticed, and we docked with Captain Monaghan's ship in a hurry. Almost all of our posse was shipped to the infirmary after the injuries we picked up along the way. The Tillfish exterminators and their civilian trustees had looked petrified boarding a Predator warship. General Burler was equally frightened, though Vernt seemed ready to run laps around the vessel. The Arxa turret gave me a close shave, though I was able to save Marcel. The human doctors informed me that my damaged spines would never regrow due to a degenerative condition. That was not surprising to me, given my advancing age. Gajeeds could develop new quills in our youth since they evolved to ward off predators. However, as we got older, hormones prevented regrowth in many males.
Like human balding?
Samantha had asked as she listened to the physician's prognosis with me.
Shit, Spikey's going bald. Not to be an ass, but Carlos and I are totally going to rib you.
Thus, when the olive-skinned male visited, I expected some irksome jokes at my behest. Instead, the soldier looked concerned by the bandages encircling my torso. He informed me of the battle's developments, though he saved the best news for last. The Arxa had collapsed before the humans did and called for a ceasefire. Sillis wasn't going to suffer the same fate as the Cradle. I can't help but wonder how the Terrans persisted for so long. Come to think of it, I don't think I've seen a UN soldier tire while walking. Except for Tyler when he twisted his ankle.
So that means we can send the Tillfish home and head back to Earth myself,
Carlos concluded.
You think you can, come with me to share the news with our guests? I need some moral support.
I cast my gaze at the floor. I've been staying in here, trying to stay out of Marcel's hair. The quiet spell alone gave me unwelcome time to ruminate, and my thoughts swirled around with fury. I couldn't tell which voices were real or imagined. Distant profanity was audible in a Venlil's register, which hinted that Slanik was near. There were a few things I swore I heard Marcel say as well, in the broken bits I caught.
I've decided to... Sovlin. He's pretty... up.
Was one of the more ominous lines.
I'm just gonna do it right here. Now. It's been consuming me too long.
It was possible the red-haired human was referring to his bloodlust. I could imagine the urge to harm me had been overwhelming during my prison stint. Our unwelcome reunion must have stirred up nasty memories. It was remarkable that he stuffed it down long enough to escape Sillis. However, something in my heart told me Marcel wouldn't surrender his morals so easily.
You, wake up.
Carlos sang.
I don't ask you for much, man. Please, just help me with the chest-high spiders. I'm begging you.
Explain those green markings on your arms, and I will go with you. Sam told me you're in a cult when I asked her. I said, like the cult of Inatala.
And what did she say?
Exactly like that, but with more blackjack and hookers. I think she's lost it. Carlos threw his head back, howling with laughter.
Oh, Sovlin, try actually looking at it. This one is a picture of a tree with the word strength through pain. The other tattoo is a bear, which... Yes, I'm aware it's a predator, but it's two dual icons of strength and confidence.
I see. Why would you have this drawn on yourself?
It's a reminder. Whatever happens to me, I will be enduring as a tree and fierce as a bear. Our past doesn't define us.
That is a nice gesture, though I cannot unsee the predator now. Fuck. You idolize that beast. Never mind. Let's go see the Tillfish. The UN guard let me out of the medical bay, and I studied each room with nervous eyes. Which one was Slanik hiding behind, ready to remind me that I deserved death? The Venlil was right about the justified consequences for my actions. Perhaps he could persuade Marcel to get the revenge he deserved. That wasn't what frightened me. It was the prospect of them conversing with me, showing mercy together, that twisted the knife. I'm thankful it was dead quiet on the shuttle ride. I don't know if I can bring myself to speak with my victim again. A sigh of relief escaped my lips as we ascended the stairwell to the main deck. The sound of sobbing caught my attention from within a cargo hold, and it wasn't guttural enough to be human. I focused on my periphery on instinct. The monstrous beast from Marcel's unit caught my eye. What was left of my spines poked through the bandages. The red-haired human had hidden it at the rear of the shuttle, avoiding panic. Now, I finally got a good look at this monstrosity. The dog was as fearsome as the bear on Carlos's tattoo, with a shaggy pelt and fangs the length of my quills. It was nothing compared to lunging at an Arxer, but it had the lean form of a killer. Onzo was crouched right beside it, and even the violent-minded Yortul was in tears at his presence. Carlos! Look! That thing is making Onzo cry, I stammered. The human squinted his brown eyes.
That's odd. I didn't get the impression he was afraid of predators. Maybe it's the stress of combat that set him off.
I crept over to the room's hallway and peered inside. Carlos matched my furtiveness despite wearing heavy boots on his paws. As primitive as Onzo was, it would be wrong to leave him at the dog's mercy. The Yortul was part of our unit, and humans never left their packmates behind. Blonde, close-cropped hair caught my eyes. Tyler knelt beside the Yortul, careful to keep weight off his injured ankle. Perhaps the census officer had put his exchange program partner up to this. I could see the Terran's lips moving and Onzo nodding blankly. From the bits I was able to catch, it sounded like he was explaining what dogs were. They were pack predators that humans domesticated to help with farming and hunting. Tyler had one that lived with him. That was possibly the most asinine thing I'd heard in my life. Worse than asphyxiating fish as a child. Encouraging a predator to switch on hunting mode around them was suicide. It must be difficult even for a sapient Terran to rein themselves in while searching for prey. Was this creature used to slaughter farm animals so the humans didn't have to? If dogs were that ravenous, it was more deranged that the primates let them inside their living quarters. I tiptoed a few steps closer and strained my ears. It was essential to hear what they were saying so that I could intervene if necessary. The last thing that we needed was for the Yortul to pass out around this slobbering animal.
I understand. So, his name is Dino.
Onzo sniffed. Tyler ran a hand over the beast's forehead, smiling.
Yeah. Marcel says that he loves Slanik, so I don't think he'll be a problem around aliens. Dogs read our social cues, so Dino knows which ones we like.
You love your dog back on Earth?
Sure do. I'd always feed her table food, and Pops would yell at me. She's getting older now, but she's always happy when I visit. Dogs'll miss you whether you've been gone 1 year or 1 minute.
Something about that statement snapped the last straw of Onzo's composure. The Yortul turned inconsolable and wrapped his paws around Dino's neck. The dog whined as the primitive buried his face in its coat. Its jaws opened with feral intent. Its tongue leapt out of its mouth, and it impressed its slobber into the uplift's reddish-tan fur. Tyler tilted his head with concern and pressed a hand on Onzo's back. He moved his bony fingers in soothing circles, desperately reassuring his friend. The Yortul screeched in a discordant tone, curling his claws deeper into Dino's scruff. The dog wriggled out from under him and pressed its wet nose against his cheek. It began lapping at the uplift with repeated licks, building up a taste for his flesh.
Talk to me, buddy. What's wrong?
The census officer whispered. Sobs racked the Yortul's body.
They killed her. They killed her. Papa shot her. Papa.
It's okay. You don't have to talk about it. I'm not sure what you're saying, but I'm here for you.
If I told you what they did to us, you'd be ashamed of us. We just railed over.
Carlos jabbed an elbow in my side.
Sovlin, I think we're intruding on a private conversation.
I think so too. Sympathy clutched at my heart, seeing the brazen Yortul on the verge of a breakdown. Let's move on. Don't worry, I'll do the talking. The human and I slid backward, though I shot a glance back at the despairing primitive. Tyler had pulled the Yortul in a full embrace, and his form looked massive next to the herbivore. I hoped the blonde Terran had everything under control. He knew his exchange partner better than I did. It left me to wonder how their first conversations were gone, and how much they'd opened up to each other. Carlos gestured to another cargo hold which had been converted into a group dormitory. UN sentries were posted outside the room, and they looked quite antsy. I suspected the constant watch was to prevent the insectoids from wandering the ship. Back in Kolshian territory, Carlos stated that the Tillfish ambassador freaked him the fuck out. Many humans found the Tillfish likeness unnerving, which still amused me. Watch. This is gonna be easy, I told the male guard. Let a master of diplomacy show you how it's done. Carlos rolled his eyes.
Master of gunboat diplomacy, maybe.
The Tilfish refugees halted their conversation as soon as we entered the room. General Burla eyed the unknown human with wariness and tried to move Vernt behind her. She had found Tyler daunting too, with his imposing size and icy eyes. I moved my body subconsciously, obscuring Carlos's bare arm with my form. So, humans forced the Arxa to stand down and return any Tilfish cattle. Your planners will not be bombed to smithereens. Today, I declared. You can go home. The insectoid exterminators comforted the children they'd rescued and murmured something among themselves. I caught something about other kids being taken away in cages. My news about the cattle meant they may be returned unharmed. It was tough to trust an Arx's word, but the demons had started the exchange process already. The Terrans need to move quick enough before the monsters break their agreement. General Burla clicked her mandibles.
What do the humans want from us?
To leave their ship as soon as possible, probably. Trust me, they don't want you here any more than you want to be here.
Marcel told me we're symbols of disease to their brains.
Yeah. I mean, look at Carlos here. I clapped a paw around the male human and the physical touch made him jump. See? You scare the predators. I'm sure you like that.
Actually, I don't. Do you think I could say goodbye to Marcel? He was quite kind with me and Vernt.
I'll ask someone else to pass the word along. It'll have to be soon. They want to head home in a few hours.
See, Vernt? We're going home. It's safe and the humans...
No! I wanna go to Earth! I wanna go to space with Homer!
Vernt wailed in an ear-piercing tone.
You can't do that. For the last time, humans don't like us. Earth is their...
Homer, not lie! No, leave!
The child's deafening tangent morphed into incoherent screaming. Carlos pressed his hands to his ears and keeled over at the waist. I took the opportunity to depart the room with my friend, noting the apologetic look in Burla's eyes. The Tilfish general had tried to break it to Vernt gently, but it was obvious that they weren't welcome on the Predator's cradle. Why was the kid so dead set on visiting Earth? Carlos rushed over to a water fountain and slurped down the cool arc of liquid. The human blinked his eyes shut before wiping his lips against his hand. He turned grateful eyes to me and allowed himself a full-on shudder. Perhaps the experience gave him newfound sympathy for what it was like when I first boarded this ship packed with predators.
Thank you. I felt my throat clam up. I couldn't speak. Now it's done and we can send them home.
Carlos murmured. I chewed at my claws. Don't mention it. That kid was a nightmare. Sooner he's back on Sillis and screened for predator disease, the better.
Predator disease? For throwing one tantrum?
There's some behavioral issue going on there. Onzo is predator disease too, but that seems to be a species-wide thing. As someone who has some, symptoms myself, I do wish I could ask for help. That I got treatment when I was young, when it might have been fixable.
Sovlin, you have PTSD. It's caused by trauma because of what you saw with your family.
That's not how predator disease works.
Per the Federation's scientists who don't know what an omnivore is.
Weariness tugged at my chest. You know what? Fine. Everything I ever believed or knew is a lie. Sure, whatever. Seems to be the pattern. Happy?
Geez, you can't temper the self-pity for 10 seconds. I'll take you back to your room.
I know where it is. I can walk back by myself.
Be my guest.
Carlos stalked off, arms folded in the way humans use to cordon off their emotions. I bolted off in the opposite direction and tried to regulate my breathing. The humans had to view everything contrary to the Federation just to take a wrecking ball to our reality. Nothing was sacred to them, not even the most basic truths. Either I was a diseased individual who snapped, or my omnivorous species was the disease. If anything, the trauma just helped me direct my anger issues at predators. It was the guiding mechanism. I stomped past Onzo and Tyler's cargo hold. The Yotul was tugging a rope with a little help from his human pal. Dino had the nylon clasped between its fangs. The dog had decided this twine was its prey and refused to let go. I wasn't sure why the primitive and his exchange partner wanted this string so desperately. At least they weren't stupid enough to stick their paws in its mouth. Rushing off down the stairs, I returned to the medical wing. My pace slowed down, careful to avoid detection by any of the patients. The last thing I wanted was for Slanik to catch me in his sightlines. After losing so much blood, the Venlil must be tied down here. My pupils darted about and swept for any signs of which room belonged to my victims. One door was cracked open, which hadn't been ajar when I left. I pressed my body against the wall and inched up to the frame's edge. After considering my options, I risked a quick glance inside. It was unmistakably the tortured human and his Venlil inside. Slanik had an IV hooked up to his bandaged arm and was resting his head on Marcel's chest. The Predator was entranced by a nature documentary from Earth, which played on the TV. Shit. Maybe I can sneak past and they won't notice me. They're both fixated on the TV, right? I dropped onto all fours, hoping that would help keep me below their sightline. Pain scorched down my back as it stretched out the damaged skin. Cursing internally, I crawled ahead like a toddler. My claws made clicking sounds against the tile. I could see Marcel's hazel eyes land on me through my periphery and watched his head pop off the pillow.
Sovlin?
The human queried.
Come here. Slanik needs to speak with you.
I froze like cornered prey, and dread formed a knot in my stomach. It was possible to keep walking, but Marcel had every right to make demands of me. This was pure cowardice, avoiding him because I was afraid of his civility. Besides, if this human was dead set on conversing with me, I doubted I could outrun him. Steeling my nerves, I rose back onto my hind legs. My heart thundered with the fury of a stampede, but I turned my feet into the room. The universe had brought me face to face with my victims, and now there was no choice but to engage with them. There was no telling what his Venlil buddy would do. I would offer myself to Marcel's whims once more. The human had a captive audience, and I'd yet to discover why he wished to speak with me. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 7th, 2136. It was tough to cope with my proximity to this predator and his Venlil pal. I was standing just within the room's threshold and resisting the urge to flee. Binocular eyes were trained on my skull. It felt like there were burning holes in my head. My eyes wandered, attempting to look anywhere but at the human's scarred face. Marcel had placed a photograph of Slanik and himself alongside a female Terran I didn't recognize. The curious aspect was a young Gajid riding on the redhead's back with bright eyes. My victim was tickling her wrists, twisting his hands over his shoulders. Even in a still photograph, I could tell the child was squealing with happiness. Why were Marcel and Slanik taking pictures with a young Gajid? Didn't the red-haired human despise our species? Just looking at that child must remind him of my likeness. I wasn't sure why he'd volunteer with our refugees. Perhaps it was an attempt at coping for him, but the fact he kept it as his selected photo. Marcel thinks of his time with that Gajid kid as a happy memory. How can that be? My throat felt like it was made of sandpaper. The Gajid? Who is she?
That's Nulia, my adopted daughter.
Marcel replied in an even voice.
Slanik and I rescued her on the cradle after she was abandoned in a stampede. She's back at home with my fiancé now.
I recoiled, unable to process why the human would adopt a Gajid child. Peering into his eyes in the photograph, the scarred predator was radiating affection. His teeth were bared in a full snarl, and Slanik was cozied up against his side too. Protector. Why couldn't I have tortured an arsehole Terran? Not that it would have made it more moral, but Marcel was too kind. I could not have harmed someone less deserving of cruelty. My eyes burned as images of Marcel in a collar flooded my mind. Staring at his heartfelt smile, I could still picture his strained smile when Slanik came to visit. It had been my claw that pressed the shock trigger while staring at him with absolute reproach. The cold, starving predator had seized on the floor and struggled just to breathe. I could still hear his screams as I kicked him in the ribs. Slanik snapped the television show off and fixed a withering glower on me. The Venlil eyed me with murderous intent, flexing his wounded arm as if to test it. Marcel's best friend remembered the exact details I had. I could remember how desperate he was to plead the human's case. My response was to try to get him preyed upon. I would have intervened before the predator could eat the Venlil, but at best, it was an attempt to traumatize him. Besides, there was no guarantee I could react quicker than a hunter could lunge. Poor Marcel must have resisted such terrible thoughts just looking at Slanik. It felt immoral to sympathize with the predator's bloodlust, but I knew he couldn't help basic biological urges. Marcel chose to die rather than to eat his friend, and that was a remarkable show of willpower. The fact that he hadn't enacted revenge upon me showed that he was a good person. His love extended even to Gajid children. The red-haired human shot Slanek a pointed look.
Tell Sovlin what you wanted to tell him. This hatred is poisoning your heart and you need to let it out.
I fucking hate you. If Rissel hadn't intervened, you would have killed Marcel. You meant to put him down like a fucking animal.
The Venlil screeched.
Do you know how it felt to feel like I'd lose him? To know his last moments were agony? You deprived him of every basic need. I suppose he was lucky you gave him filthy water in a filthy bucket.
I'm sorry, I offered meekly.
What good does that do? You're out living a respected life with the Terran military, and the trauma can never be undone. My government's never even got to prosecute you for how you tossed me around. Then, I was helpless as he clung to life on the day-long trip to Venlil Prime. I sat beside his hospital bed watching them put wires in his face.
Saw the pictures. Terrible to look at.
It was terrible. I don't know how you got Tyler to feel sorry for you, but he was never the brightest bulb in the box. You can keep your fucking apologies, because they aren't worth shit.
The Venlil started to sit up, but Marcel held him back with an arm. Slanek wriggled against the restraint, yet for some reason, the human wouldn't let him charge at me. The prey alien reached for his IV line, and the predator intercepted his paw with nimble reflexes. I'd never seen a Venlil bare their teeth, or act with such aggression. There was no question I deserved special animosity. Even the galaxy's weakest race wanted to bash my face in, and I couldn't blame him. Everything Slanek just stated was true, down to the fact that I would have murdered an innocent creature without Rissel. The tears poured out from my eyes, and that only enraged the Venlil further. I pressed my face into my paws, wishing I could fall into non-existence.
Relax, buddy. It's okay,
Marcel whispered. Slanek pinned his ears back.
Stop. I should be comforting you. He did it to you. You're the one who has to live with the trauma. You're the one who's permanently disfigured.
Yes, and I don't want you harming him.
You told me in the hospital you wanted Sovlin dead. You were fantasizing about it.
It wouldn't make anything better, Slanek. I've been trying to make peace with what happened to me since I learned that his family was eaten in front of him. Sovlin saved both of our lives, and I don't wish harm upon him.
You said you didn't want to see him. You were pissed he was there on Sillis.
I was pissed. I'm angry, I'm hurting, I'm haunted by memories when I look at his face. And I forgive him.
What was left of my spines bristled and the world collapsed in on me. All I wanted was for Marcel to take those words back. They stabbed at me like daggers to the chest. I couldn't breathe, and every part of me screamed against that forgiveness. Everyone in the galaxy knew that Slanek's interpretation was the correct one. I didn't deserve mercy, and my life should be forfeit for my actions. How could the Predator just forgive what I had done to him? No, you can't do that, I croaked, fighting for air amid the narrowing of my vision. His hazel eyes stared directly at me.
Oh, I can. I won't forget what you did, but it's time to let it go. I choose to feel compassion for you. I choose not to be a victim, and not to let hatred control me.
Marcel's stated compassion packed the force of a sledgehammer. Those simplistic words echoed in my mind, warring against concrete certainty that I must never find peace. Without self-loathing as my purpose, there was no guiding star to light my dark path. Forgiveness stripped my life of all meaning. There was no reason to persist another day. Why should I get to live when I couldn't protect my family? You just said you were angry. Speech spilled from my vocal cords as if born of their own volition. You wanted me dead. That was good. Why would you just forgive me?
Simple. I was playing with Nulia and she overheard me talking with Lucy. She said, "Mausel, you're mean when you talk about Sawin." Kid was right. It was consuming me, 'cause I hadn't let it go.
The thought lanced me. It couldn't be that simple for a predator to cast aside his vitriol. The words of a child who peered into his heart caused him to forgive old wounds. Slanek slapped his tail against Marcel's earlobe.
Listen to yourself. You're letting him get away with sadism again.
I don't control his actions, I control mine. And there's power in not clinging to resentment. I won't be free from this until I set my heart free.
You have to stand up for yourself, Mars. It's not about being the bigger person. Justice matters too. and your life has enough value to me that he deserves my disgust.
Do you believe people can change, buddy? Because I do. And it's wrong to deny a truly repentant person a second chance. Please, for my sake, respect the fact that Sovlin is trying to do better today. That is all he can do.
No. Marcel is insufferable. Tyler also said I deserved a second chance, and it wasn't true then. It doesn't matter that I'm doing right by them after what I've already done. I fell to my knees, sobbing as I had when I first realized humans had empathy. A second chance was not what I was seeking. There was no reason why my unforgivable deed deserved a do-over. My continued existence was meant as an inadequate penance for my treatment of humanity. What aid I'd given them wasn't nearly enough, though I hoped I'd made a minute difference in their war effort. It was tempting to believe that my reparations were sufficient. I knew my die was cast and my story was written, yet I yearned to pretend that wasn't the truth. My eyes blinked open, turning to the Venlil. Surely he would slap Marcel's folly down without hesitation.
Fine.
Slanek spat the word as if it were a sour taste in his mouth. Marcel smiled with satisfaction.
Good. Now thank him for saving your life.
What? How did you...
Tyler told me. He explained everything, rather apologetically. We would both be dead without Sovlin, so a little thanks is in order.
Please don't. Snot bubbled in my nose. I shook my head, desperate to rebuff any praise. That's... not necessary.
I agree.
Slanek contorted his facial features into a mask of disgust.
You're taking this way too far, Mars. The concussion got to your head.
Well then, humour a poor sick human.
The red-haired predator chuckled.
I'll watch the new episode of that god-awful The Exterminator show with you if you say thanks sincerely.
Thanks, Sovlin. Ugh, that was vile.
I said sincerely.
I'm glad Marcel is alive.
Slanek spoke through gritted teeth.
Thanks for not trying to slice and dice him again.
You've got to be kidding me. That's the best you can do.
It was sincere, I sniffled, buying the time to regain composure. Technically meet your criteria. Marcel heaved a sigh.
I guess so. Let me walk you back to your room, Sovlin.
I raised surrendering paws, stammering. No, you don't...
I insist. I need to be sure I didn't kickstart a full-blown mental crisis.
The human maneuvered onto his legs and stretched out his body with blood-curdling pops. His strong hands tugged at my shoulder. The extended contact made me nauseous to my stomach, and my heavy limbs were sluggish to obey. I reminded myself not to think of him as my victim. Marcel didn't want to be regarded in that fashion, so I shouldn't do him that disservice in my perception. The red-haired Terran wrapped an arm around my neck, which felt as heavy as a rock. How did every interaction with Marcel increase my guilt to chest-bursting levels? He led me out of Slanek's quarters and asked in a low rumble where I was heading. All I could do was point a few doors down, still a teary-eyed snot-stained mess. I noticed the Predator drawing deep breaths to quell his own anxiety. My self-centered concerns turned to him, and I withdrew from his grasp. Marcel blinked his eyes shut, his scar scrunching up with his grimace. I wanted to comfort him, even though I knew it was my presence ratcheting up his anxiety. Do you want a hug? My voice was hardly more than a whisper, and I watched his eyes pop open with surprise. No, I get that. Of course you don't want one from me. Marcel threw his arms around me, burying his face in my fur. The Terran finally let the tears spill over, which soaked my shoulder. I mirrored the way I'd seen Tyler comfort Onzo and pressed my paw onto his back. This was the first time I'd ever been this close to a human. Not even my friends had embraced me. It was shocking how warm this predator was, like a heated blanket. No wonder Slanek always curls up next to him. This is oddly disarming. My heart ached as the human continued to bawl his eyes out. I moved my claws into his hair and ruffled the strands in the silly way I'd do with my daughter. It wasn't clear how Terran years translated, but Marcel was probably about her age. He jerked his head back, and fear flashed in his eyes briefly. The poor guy mistook my playful gesture for an attack. Sorry, shouldn't have used the claws. It must feel like I was slicing at you. I wasn't thinking, I mumbled. Marcel patted his mane back down.
It's just... never mind. This here is where you're heading, right?
Yeah.
Cool beans. Hey, listen. I wish you only the best. I don't want you to be depressed on my account.
It's not on his account. It's because of me and knowing what I am. The last thing I want is you worrying about me. I wasn't going to spill my emotional turmoil on this human who could keep his own trauma contained. I wish you hated me.
Well, I don't. You hate you, Sovlin.
Yeah.
I don't have to be a therapist to tell you where it all stems from. You blame yourself for what happened to your family. If you want to do something for me, get help.
Tyler told me about someone. I didn't think
that you deserved help. It's okay to be happy and live your life. You're not going to pay off some self-imposed debt to me by being miserable.
I averted my gaze. Thank you. Whatever anyone says about you, you're the strongest person I've ever known. How much you care for others is astounding, and it speaks wonders of your species.
Nobody's perfect. I just hope when it's all said and done, I leave the universe a better place.
Marcel said.
It's not too late for the sum of your actions, you know.
I promise I'll try. From now on, I'll try to be like you.
I'm not the worst role model, in my humble opinion. If only I could smack the same lesson into Slunnock's skull. But it seems like we've settled our issues, and that's that.
That's that.
Good. Well, I think I'd best be going. Rest up.
As the Predator turned away, I wondered how I ever could have believed his species was incapable of empathy. The truth was, Terrans had to be one of the most empathetic species to cobble together anything bordering normalcy. It took a great deal of emotion to repress their hunting instincts with such thoroughness. Perhaps that was why they'd bonded with the Venlil. They both were sensitive species with ample feelings. As Carlos told me, the issue was when empathy wasn't extended to a particular individual. Marcel chose to grant it even to me after what I'd done. That was the sign of a good human. I couldn't believe how openly he was conversing with me and how he had wiped the slate clean. The catch was that I would not forgive myself. I laid down on the floor of my room and thought about the legacy I would leave behind. Marcel did have a point though. The torture would always be in my ledger, but I could surround it with other deeds. Suffering was my idea of a fair punishment, not any request of the scarred primate. It wasn't going to make things right between us. If anything, it seemed like it would worsen his recovery. Maybe it was time to get my head straight, as the humans so often suggested. I could become a better version of my despicable self with the Predator's guidance.
Memory transcription subject: Governor Tarva of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 7th, 2136. The war activities occupied the vast majority of my schedule, which was packed with diplomatic meetings. Even this standoffish version of the United Nations sought as many allies as possible. Humanity was determined to spin the narrative in their favor. There was a battle being fought on every communique and every broadcast sent out over the airwaves. The liberation of millions of cattle, ironically from the sector that included the Crocodile, was a great victory. Springing an Arxa chief hunter from a Sol-based prison hadn't been my plan for the past week. The recollection of sharing a shuttle with Isif sent shivers down my spine. But in the moment, confronting him had been natural and easy. The knowledge that he possessed empathy for prey species further disproved what the Federation said about predators being unable to feel. It also meant the Grey had done horrible deeds with a conscience. Somehow, that was the easiest discussion that I'd had all week politically. The Salian-Iftali Alliance, self-declared speakers for converted neutral voters, had scheduled call after call with Federation species. None of these dialogues had gone anywhere, besides non-committal agreements to reconsider their allegiance. No one mentioned the bright idea of winning some species over with returned cattle. Humanity had remarkable persuasion abilities, but I was losing hope. My only bet for a potential convert was the Thafki, a race which as of 2 days ago had 12,000 members alive out of captivity. The sudden return of millions of cattle swiped from under the Arx's nose in the battle sector would bring them back to the bargaining table. Secretary General Zhao mentioned helping them re-establish their society and gifting them an independent settlement under UN protection. The idea was ingenious. The Terran stampede and the sabotage caused us to lose 2 of our original allies. With the Thafki's numbers, 1 individual getting blown up on a shuttle was important. As for the Civ kits, Ambassador Axley left and never returned. Noah waited at the hospital entrance, his helmet tucked under his shoulder. There hadn't been much availability in my docket to spend one-on-one time with the cattle rescues. The sight of the broad-shouldered human brought energy to my weary brain. Unmistakable feel-good chemicals entered my bloodstream. When I was around the Terran ambassador, it was like all my troubles melted away. "Noah!" I exclaimed, throwing my arms around him. A gravelly laugh gripped his chest, and he returned the gesture. "It feels like it's been months." The Predator smiled.
You saw me yesterday at the meeting with the Duertan.
"You kicked me under the table the entire time."
Sorry. Politics bore me, Tarva. I'm an astronaut who loves studying the stars and the evolution of life.
"And me."
And you, of course.
The human placed one of his muscular arms across my shoulder, and I circled my prosthetic tail around his leg. It was hysterical to me that his ship's arrival once had me ready to surrender my planet. Knowing Noah, those initial words would have horrified him and caused him to leave. Sarah, meanwhile, would be the calming presence. Her scientific curiosity would have prevailed long enough to ask us why we feared them. I can't imagine first contact with a different ending. I won't let myself consider what would have happened if the astronauts disappeared, and Earth. The Predators had become an integral part of my life. The galaxy would have never been privy to the Kolshian's deceit in my lifetime without humanity's unwavering push for acceptance. I thought that I could never find someone who made me happy after my marriage failed following my daughter's death. Noah's emotions were indistinguishable from my own at times. I cared about and experienced his feelings. The Terran occupied my thoughts at every waking moment. He said the sweet nothings that made my heart flutter, and did all the chivalrous things from his own culture. Our dynamic was proof that humans could feel love, and be loved. "How is Glim? You told me when you were riding back from Selgel Falls that he was warming up to you," I said. Noah's face fell, and he steered us into a break room. Glim was the only Venlil rescue on this side of the hospital where the humans wandered without concealment. I had no idea how we were going to share the news with the other cattle. The Gaians would have more lapses in their covers soon if we didn't divulge the truth. No offense to our friends, but they floundered at not acting predatory. My beloved human had suggested that Glim could determine our delivery method, but I wasn't sure the former exterminator was up to the task. He had screamed at Noah's appearance mere days ago at the train station.
Heresy happened. Glim got her to open up since she was unresponsive to us.
The Terran ambassador said.
Sarah and I watched on a security feed, and Heresy seems to have studied us. Our exterminator pal's been detached and unforthcoming since. I could address Glim's concerns, but I want him to ask me himself.
I blinked in confusion. What exactly did Heresy say?
That she ran some exhibit on humans called Pure Evil. Tarva, we did all the things she mentioned. Abuse, cruelty, slavery, murder, and 1,000 other things. Perhaps even you would recall at Heresy's compilation there.
Ah, that exhibit. I know the one, Noah, but I decided I didn't need to ask about it. Humans came here trying to be better, and I commend that. The rest of the galaxy has our dark secrets too, which we don't have the honesty to be open about.
I thank you for that understanding, but to Heresy, she has irrefutable proof that the human race is rotten. The Federation only recorded us at our worst. That's well established. How do we fight that? How do we win?
Show her the best side of you, as long as it takes, no matter how she treats you. It's exactly what you've done with all of us. Despite everything that you've lost, you didn't lose yourselves. I feared that you would.
What about Glim? I showed him everything already.
Now Glim needs to see the worst of you. He needs to reconcile those lows with what he was starting to believe. He must accept humanity at its ugliest, to love you at your best.
Fuck. It's exhausting to be blamed for everything any of us has ever done wrong. To know that I am one wrong word away from all of my efforts unraveling.
I peered into his brown eyes. Not with me. Now, as for the Duertan, I might have my speechwriter draft you something. Maybe portray humanity as shepherds of the cattle. At least they agreed to a second talk. You're the face of Earth, so...
Tarva, I don't want to talk about politics or Glim. I want to talk about us.
My heart skipped a beat as the Predator squeezed my paw. His eyes had taken on a pleading quality, and I could see the lines on his forehead. When Noah was focused on me, the rest of the world faded into the background. Who knew that a human could be so hypnotic? The Terran cleared his throat.
I know we've gone out a few times. Hell, I even cooked you dinner at my pad, and you pretended the canned asparagus tasted decent. Those are good memories. But I want something more.
Noah, I'm busy. I'm sorry that I talk about work so often, and that I'm not more available.
You're the leader of an entire planet, I understand that. But I want to be official. I want to take you to Earth, and use the UN's bottomless diplomatic funds on a fancy dinner for us. I want to whisk you around the city in a posh car, and share my culture with you in style. The two of us, as an item.
Official? People would laugh at us.
I don't care what anyone thinks. Let them laugh. I had to travel across the galaxy to find someone who understood me, who was driven and compassionate. I want to spend my life with someone who completes me.
There's so much going on, Noah. The war, everything at home, the galaxy upended.
That's why I don't want to waste a second. I want to show you where I trained to be an astronaut, and the park where I found constellations with my dad. I want to put up a hammock on the beach and watch a sunset together. Mostly, I just want to be with you.
Noah's hand drifted to my shoulder, and the other cupped my head. I didn't understand why humans loved face-biting, but those predator instincts were old news to me. There was no fear from him moving closer, even as his warm breath set my heart on fire. For all the death that humanity's arrival heralded, it was their bonding ability that defined their species to me. Love and emotion helped them triumph against adversity as the entire galaxy opposed. A mortified scream traveled from the doorway.
Help! Noah's eating Tarva's face! He's biting her!
The predator leapt backward and raised his hands in confusion. Glim was parked at the doorway, having watched enough of our private moment. The Venlil's ears were pinned in horror, and tears swelled in his eyes. His legs skittered on the tile as he backed away. Glim thinks he just saw proof that humans want to eat us. Clearly missed the context. Great. Noah and I are together. Humans bite on the mouth to show affection, I said flatly.
What? You're dating him?
A series of emotions flashed across the exterminator's face. He seemed more mortified than before.
But he looks like a shaven runt.
Noah rolled his eyes.
Venlil flattery is as strong as ever. You know how to make a man feel special.
Tarva, human males hate the females of their species. You can't trust his love. It's all in Hayes' archive.
Glim slumped his shoulders and his rugged body quivered from head to toe. Noah narrowed his eyes before moving toward the exterminator. A pitiful squeak came from the Venlil rescue, and his crying escalated to a downpour. Hayes' shared atrocities had left Glim terrified of the Terran ambassador. It felt like a regression, right after improvement was attained. Despite how frustrating it should be for him, my Noah was as patient as ever. He stopped in his tracks and gestured for me to join him. I knew this human wouldn't physically harm me. It was absurd to imagine that Noah Williams would even think of hitting anyone. His long-suffering demeanor and concern for others were enough, but he also cared about me deeply. Noah would take a predator's bite for me if he had to. He's never done anything but place me on a pedestal.
Glim, you hear about one human doing something and apply it to all of us.
The Gaian ambassador pursed his lips and flared his nostrils.
Abuse is not societally accepted. It's illegal and considered disgusting to normal Terrans. Even if it weren't, I'd rather have my nails peeled off than have anything happen to Tarva.
I perked my ears up. Noah and I went to a boardwalk here, and it started raining. He gave me his jacket to put over my head so I could stay warm and dry. I told him not to do it, but he made sure he got soaked, not me.
They're just pretending to be nice to manipulate you. Hasey told me about humans trading each other like property.
Something changed in Noah's expression.
My ancestors were the ones treated like goods and shipped across the globe inhumanely, with no regard for basic dignity. Worked, beaten and raped to the breaking point for centuries. Don't you dare bring my name into that.
What? I tilted my head at him in concern. I didn't know any of this.
Of course not, because look where I am today, Tarva. I am proof that we're not the species from Hasey's capsule. Things can change. Humanity has changed and admitted the barbaric mistakes of our past.
How can you just accept that was done to you?
The rescue stammered.
Oh, you shouldn't accept injustice, Glim. You should feel sick and angry at everything in Hayes's exhibit. I do too.
But why? Why would humans treat your own people like possessions?
It wasn't dissimilar to the Federation spiel, wrapped in a veneer of science and morality to infer lesser attributes on people who looked like me. Rationalized bigotry isn't an Earth-exclusive ideology.
Glim recoiled.
What are you talking about?
The omnivores deserve to be saved and cured, right? Predators' lives are worth nothing? I'm not engaging in whatsaboutism. It's horrible, and that's unequivocal. I'm just saying we're all guilty of this savagery.
The Venlil exterminator's shaking had ceased, and a tinge of relief dotted his gaze. I wondered to myself if Glim thought he'd face punitive actions for touching these subjects. Noah's points had struck a chord even with myself. Humans weren't the only ones who could be blind to their own hatred. Evil was rooted in a web of complex lies that transcended the individual.
I don't want to be manipulated,
the Venlil wailed.
I don't want you to be pretending, using me.
A frown stretched across Noah's face.
I just want to help you, Glim. I wish it wasn't so hard for you to believe that.
We're scoring you points in the war.
I swished my tail. The humans wished to end the Arx's cattle farming long before they were at war with the Federation. Their generals had plans to free you, which were sidetracked by constant plots against Earth.
Exactly. Hazy thinks we're vicious pretenders, and she won't let us tell her otherwise. But even if you don't trust me, you know there's more to us than pure evil.
The rescue fell into stony silence.
You knew.
Of course we did. We were worried about Hazy, and we couldn't risk her hurting herself.
Noah hoped you would trust him enough to ask him. You did well, I jumped in.
I want to feel safe,
Glim croaked.
I can't convince the other cattle when I haven't convinced myself.
It took all of us a long time to trust them. You've had a few days from knowing only that predators are evil. I can tell you that Noah has the deepest sympathy for you. The predator chuckled.
And Noah can vocalize his own emotions. I'm here to support and comfort you, Glim. You can talk to me about anything, and I want you to know that. I will never lie to you, so listen now. You are safe.
Even if I don't help the other cattle?
If you want to help us, that is your decision. You are in control of you. Stop calling yourself cattle. You are a person with autonomy to us, and no human is planning to subjugate you. Not now, not later, not ever.
Okay. Not cattle. Gaians. Caretaker.
Glim was desperate for Noah not to be proven a monster. I could see it in his eyes, plain as day. The human advanced one more, and the rescue allowed himself to be embraced. Hazy was another issue, but one rescue was willing to see through the ugliness. It mirrored my own realization on that first interaction that the Terrans had a beautiful side to them. If the Predators could work past their worst moments with a former exterminator, there was hope to get through to the other rescues. To me, this was a positive omen for the program's future success. It would be an enormous boost for Earth's diplomatic standing to get these liberated souls on our side. Memory transcription subject: Governor Tarva of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 9th, 2136. Negotiations with the Dwerten homogeneity were ongoing, though the last 3 days all ended the same. The moment Ambassador Noah brought up lending their auxiliary support ships to humanity, the galaxy's other sapient avians balked. The Dwerten were recognizable for their curved bills, which stuck out like Pinocchio's nose, according to my beloved human. They didn't take kindly to the UN's suggestion that those bills likely evolved to spear prey. The Dwerten also told me that a Venlil presence on the call was unnecessary and shut me out of today's meeting. I would have rather been with Noah at the governor's mansion now, but I trusted him to take care of himself. I simply knew that if the talks fell through, the Terran ambassador would lump all of the blame on his shoulders. The United Nations needed to turn one of the military alliance-only voters. That constituency contained most of the Federation's powerhouses. Earth can't fully commit to offensive action until we have the resources to support such maneuvers. Tsar would never run the risk of his homeworld being counterattacked. Visiting the rescue's hospital offered a way to pass a few hours. It distracted me from my inability to get the endangered Thafki to send a representative, or to get the Dwerten to do anything but chit-chat. Were all these diplomatic efforts wasting the Terrans' time? There were only so many times humanity would extend a hand in friendship and have it slapped away. At this point, it was for practical reasons that they tried at all. Glim had stabilized and was busy drafting talking points for Noah. The human ambassador had another unenviable task on his plate. We planned to reveal the Gaian's true identity to all of the saved Venlil tonight. There would be mass panic once it was apparent that the masked bipeds were predators. This was the trial run for our larger ambitions with the other races rescued from Shaza's sector. I'd taken it upon myself to monitor Hasey, who'd remained an emotional wreck despite the Gaians leaving her alone. My concern for Sarah also lingered. The female human had been absent from the facility ever since Glim snapped at her to leave. But now, I spotted the curly-haired scientist taking aggressive strides down the hall and carrying a massive stack of papers. Her binocular eyes were frantic. "Slow down! Take a breath!" I rushed out of the security room and grabbed Sarah's forearm. "You're back here? What are you doing?" The Terran waved her postcard-sized papers.
I went to the Venlil Museum of History, photographed every nook and cranny, and annotated the human exhibit with sticky notes. Thought it might cheer Hasey up to see her old passion.
That was very thoughtful of you. But Sarah, I know how much you love to work with others. Hasey isn't one of your projects, okay? You're not responsible for her recovery.
I just want to help. I know she would be too scared to visit with human visitors.
What about you? You're scared to visit her because you know that she'll look at you like you're a monster.
Tarva, you won't talk me out of bringing this to her. I'll drop it off and leave, but I must be sure it gets to her. After terrifying a Venlil who's been traumatized half to death, the least I can do is give her something that makes her happy.
The whole terror aspect is not your fault.
Yet it feels like it is. I'm giving this to Hasey.
Then I'll go with you, Sarah. Please just keep back and let me do the talking. I'm not trying to silence you, but she won't hear a word you say. The Predator took a shaky breath and nodded in agreement. I pried away a chunk of her photos, lightening the load she carried. It was a sincere gesture on Sarah's part to recall Hasey's request to visit the museum. However, with what we knew now, it was for the best that the Gaians hadn't allowed the rescues to roam free. Hasey wasn't thrilled about the Terran invasion of Venlil Prime. Little had shaken her dispirited state of mind. Perhaps seeing exhibits that existed before her captivity would offer comfort. It was a slice of something familiar which had once fascinated her. I remembered her eagerness to seek grants from me when I'd been our planetary ambassador.
Hasey might learn to love our exhibits in time. Maybe she'll appreciate humanity's nuance and complexity.
Sarah assured herself. My ear flick was non-committal. We'll see. Let's go, together. I thought it would be best to discard the photos of the human corridor, since it may evoke a negative reaction. Hasey seemed like the type to see her museum as defiled, or to see an objective look at the Terrans as a biased undoing of her pure evil work. There was no polite way to tell a friend not to showcase her species, though. My advice was to demonstrate humanity's good side to Hasey. It's possible Noah passed my message along. I should have been more careful with my words. Sarah fitted her mask over her face and extended her wrist in my direction. Catching on, I wrapped my prosthetic tail around her arm. Now the Terran astronaut complained that the metal replacement didn't offer the soft, bushy comfort of my natural appendage. It was the sentiment that counted to the Predators. I was grateful that they didn't treat me differently for my disfigurement. My paw wrapped around Hasey's door handle and I pushed my way inside. Sarah stood behind me, all but hiding behind my shorter figure. The Predator's pulse had quickened beneath my metal tail, which its touch sensors picked up on. The Venlil rescue receded into her pillow, freezing at the Gaian's appearance. I think Hasey hoped Sarah had departed for good.
Hi, Hasey,
the Terran scientist said softly.
I'm sorry for bothering you now, and I'm sorry for my poorly thought-out exposure therapy. I'm not trying to scare you.
Hasey didn't reply, but I could see her teeth chattering in her jaw. My tail uncoiled from Sarah's arm, and I gave her an encouraging ear flick. The human approached with cautious steps, clasping her photos with tentative fingers. I set the pictures I'd removed from the stack on the mattress, and the scientist placed the rest atop those ones. I gave Sarah a pointed look, reminding her that I should handle conversation. Hasey, Sarah did something very nice for you. She knows you love the Museum of History, so she photographed the entire building for you. You can see everything that's there now, just like it was in the old days.
I don't want anything from a human.
The Venlil coughed. Oh, come on. I know you want to see the museum, and you don't want to be around human visitors to do it. It's up to you whether you want to look at the photos, but now you can.
Manipulation. Stop.
Nobody's doing anything with ill intent toward you. We just want to help you. See? We're leaving now. I reaffixed my tail to Sarah's delicate wrist and backed out of the room with her in tow. Hasey pulled the covers over her face, waiting for the Gaian to recede from sight. My heart felt heavy as we retreated into the hallway. The human slumped her shoulders, and I recognized that pouting posture from Noah. It would be harsh to tell the Predator my honest opinion, but I thought Hasey was a lost cause. There was no way of making progress with someone who refused to listen. The historian was entrenched in her opinions. As much as my next words would sting, I couldn't go on seeing a friend subject herself to pain. There was nothing any human could do to win certain rescues over. Sarah, I think you should stop visiting Hasey. Nothing good is coming of you seeing her, and it's obvious she hates humans, I stated in a firm voice. There's no changing what's been done. I can find another rescue to reassign you.
I don't want another rescue.
Sarah stomped her foot in frustration, pitch climbing frenetically.
I want my friend that I played Jenga with and hugged before she went to sleep back. I lied to her. I hurt her, and she can't even look at me.
You don't want another rescue? It doesn't have to be a Venlil then. Listen, you could meet new and exciting species. The ones the Maziks are facilitating. A scientist like you could brainstorm strategies to rebuild the Thafkis population, or perhaps be the bigger person that aids the Crocodile.
It's ironic that we saved the species that led the extermination fleet from the cattle farms. It's sure funny.
You know there'll be a shortage of Terran volunteers. Your help would be quite needed, and emergency raid sirens resounded through the hospital, a tone that every Venlil knew far too well. Sarah seemed familiar with the warning, and her eyes stretched wide in alarm. Panic swelled in my heart as I reached for my holopad. Dozens of messages from General Cam littered my feed. I should have been keeping an eye on my notifications.
Inbound signatures of an indiscernible make heading for Venlil Prime. Our new defenses should thwart them with ease, but there's the possibility of a few missiles slipping through.
Cam wrote in his first message.
We don't have the ship garrison we once had, despite humans standing at the helm. All civilians should be sent to bunkers.
Sarah leaned her masked head over my shoulders and stared straight at the holopad. Humans were wonderful at focusing on what was in front of them. Still, I couldn't imagine having their narrow field of vision. Using binocular vision goggles at the very Museum of History tour Sarah had photographed, I had felt blind. The world had been a claustrophobic mess, and every person snuck up on me. The scientist used a visual translator to pass the text's meaning and recoiled at once. The once illegible Venlil script now imparted its grave warning. I hoped Sarah could keep her wits, because I was losing my own. We've got to go, I stammered. There's no telling how many ships are coming, and it's probably the Arxa. Did Isif betray us? Sarah, let's go. The human drew a shaky breath.
I'm not leaving without Hasey.
Every second we're here, our risk of being caught in a stampede or bombed. Sarah wasn't listening to my response. Her legs were dashing in the opposite direction of the exits. My ears could pick up other Gaians scrambling to retrieve their rescues. Even in my fear-stricken state, I recognized that bringing the former cattle to a bunker would be a problem. They'd see human refugees unmasked, and there wouldn't be a chance for the planned reveal. There were going to be panicked trauma victims locked in an enclosed space with predators. This was a worst-case scenario. I hoped the Gaian volunteers offered explanations now, before the truth became evident. It was difficult to collect my thoughts, but I was cogent enough not to leave Sarah to her own devices. I managed to chase after her, retracing the path to Hasey's room. The human was collecting the photo stack off the bed. She stuffed the images underneath her arm haphazardly. Without hesitation, Sarah reached for Hasey. That elicited an ear-piercing shriek from the Venlil, who thrashed around in panic. I had enough sense to fetch a mild sedative and hand it to Sarah. There was no chance the historian would cooperate with the predator carrying her. The scientist jammed the needle into her vein and scooped the forcibly relaxed Hasey up. I wrapped my tail around Sarah's leg, just in case I lost control. The last thing I needed was to get separated from her and get swept up in a stampede. The human muttered reassurances and jogged in the direction of the exit.
Where is your car, Tarva?
The Terran barked. I studied my reflection in her mask. The driver should be waiting in the pickup area if he didn't panic. I'm so sorry. I usually have control of my instincts, but Ark's raids are too traumatic for me.
I know that, Governor. You're doing great, okay? I've got you both.
The Predator's warm stability coaxed me along into the outdoors. UN security personnel who lurked in my vicinity ever since the Memorial Stampede greeted us. They had just been rushing into the building, determined to evacuate me after I kept them waiting. Sarah allowed them to assist with carrying Hersey, and I let the humans herd me to my car. The Terrans roughly pushed my head down, since the back door was already open. I dropped into a passenger seat and tried to steady my breathing. Venlil Prime was under attack by an unknown assailant. We had to reach a bunker at once. I also needed to establish communications with my people in order to make relevant decisions. The UN security guards dove in after shoving Sarah and Hersey aside. I huddled against the human scientist and shot a concerned glance at the rescue. This was not going to be a pleasant experience once we were all caged inside a bunker. That was assuming the three of us could get to safety unharmed. How close is the nearest bunker? I asked the driver. The Venlil flicked his ears.
For 5 minutes, Mom. I'll do my best to avoid pedestrians.
I cast my gaze out the window. Sarah removed her mask, given that the security staff weren't obscured for the occasion. It was selfless of the human to return for Hersey. I hoped that Noah and Glim were able to get to safety as well. The Terran ambassador could hunker down in the mansion's bunker at least. Glim's fate was reliant on the other caretakers getting him out. My frightened brain pondered the reason for our attack. Until we learned more about our assailants and the confrontation had played out, there was no determining why Venlil Prime was under siege. If anyone could protect the civilian populace, it was our closest allies. Humanity wasn't going to let our homeworld suffer easily. All we could do, stuck on the ground amidst a major metropolis, was fast-track a route to shelter.
We will provide more information as it becomes available.
Memory transcription subject: Governor Tarva of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized human time, December 9th, 2136. It was obvious that the human was resisting the urge to comfort Hersey. Even while the Venlil rescue was immobilized, her eyes screamed misery. Sarah acted as my support pillar, giving me the courage to peer out the window. The Venlil capital had been plunged into chaos, with a free-for-all dash to the bunkers. Erratic driving was rampant, and the wrecks would soon cause a traffic jam that made road travel impossible. Our Venlil driver cursed, spotting a multiple car pile-up down the street. After thinking for a moment, he steered us onto the sidewalk. The chauffeur yanked the steering whistle and crept along slowly to give pedestrians time to move out of the way. We rolled down the sidewalk at a crawl. Other vehicles began to act upon the same idea. I wished my driver hadn't decided I deserved special treatment for being the governor. The crowd congregated in our path, and I noticed a few humans among those walking. The predators remained their normal selves amidst the chaos, evidenced by them shooting middle fingers at our car. One Terran even slammed the hood of my vehicle, though he stopped when he recognized me and Sarah. Word traveled that Tarva and an Odyssey astronaut were the passengers, and the pedestrians parted. We swerved back onto the road past the massive wreck that would have delayed us. The tunnel up ahead was the site of the nearest bunker, so we had cleared the distance in a few minutes. I checked my holopad for updates and hoped Cam would apprise me of the situation soon. Who was attacking us, and what were their goals?
Oh, Tarva. This is apocalyptic.
Sarah pointed to a handful of flaming vehicles and stampede corpses near the bunker.
There's so many dead for no reason at all. Where are your emergency services?
I heaved a sigh. Honestly, this looks like less stampede casualties than usual. There will be no responses from EMS until the lockdown has passed. They're trying to get to the bunkers, same as everyone else.
People are going to bleed out in the streets, not getting medical aid. Someone has to help.
It's little solace, but I think humans have helped just by being here. You stopped Venlil from panicking. You kept your wits and directed your friends. A horrified expression took over Sarah's face, and her eyes were wide with disbelief. The UN security barked at us to disembark, since it would be quicker to clear the final meters on foot. My scientist friend scooped up Hersey, kneading her scruff to comfort her. That gesture had the opposite effect, but the predator kept trying. We hopped out into the smoky air, and I studied the burning wrecks of the cars. One foot in front of the other. That was the mantra I told myself. The flames crackling around me reminded me of the human stampede, and that awful day that Elias Meyer was taken away from us. Venlil were trapped within the car wrecks, and many languished on the ground with gruesome injuries. I could see in the Terrans' faces that they wished to help, but they prioritized getting me to safety. Human instincts encouraged them to help strangers in trouble. Can Hasey recognize their empathy's manifestation for what it is? A screeching wail pierced the air, just enough that my ears picked it up. A few devices mirrored its sound close behind. Flashing lights appeared in my periphery as the hum played up and down. The noises sped to quick bursts, followed by the deeper sound of a blaring horn. Massive trucks were coming from the direction of the hospital, emblazoned with the logo of the UN.
What is that?
Hasey cried.
Hunting signal.
Sarah's lips curved up.
Just look, sweetie. Please, look.
My own eyes widened with disbelief as an entire armada of predators rushed to the scene. Humans in bulky reflective pelts and hard helmets exited a red truck. They readied a massive hose and began spraying gallons of water onto a burning car. I watched as they battled the blaze, tackling it with determination. More of their guild arrived to extinguish other flames. Boxy trucks were also in the area, with stretchers descending from their back hatches. Human paramedics never ran, but their steps were purposeful and well-intentioned. Somehow, they were collected amidst pure chaos. The external stresses rolled right off them. The Terrans began tending to the critically wounded, providing life-saving measures. Why were these humans not getting themselves to safety? How could they stay on duty with the threat of antimatter annihilation hanging over them? To think that they would risk their lives for Venlil, who had gotten wounded in our own panic. Hasey gawked as security encouraged us to keep moving. Perhaps it surprised her that humans were trained in medicine at all. These actions were selfless and altruistic, risking their own hides to serve others. This was the epitome of why I fought for their species and why I thought the Earthlings had good hearts. They were heroes in their best moments. Sarah sighed as we joined a waiting queue by the bunker's massive elevator.
Any update, Tarva?
The doors chimed open within a few seconds, and I kept my eyes on my holopad. My tail flicked in the negative. The human nodded, understanding. Terran paramedics shouted for us to hold the lift before wheeling a patient into the car. Without further ado, we hurtled down to the bunker's underground hideout. I huddled next to Sarah, trying not to think of how cramped it was. The Predator EMTs began setting up a makeshift hospital, and I reminded myself to commend their efforts if we survived. Hasey's eyes darted around the bunker. I could tell that her sedative had begun to wear off. The rescue wriggled her legs, earning Sarah's attention. Had I been thinking clearer at the facility, it would have occurred to me to pack another dose. The paramedics might have something to knock her out if it came to that. Hasey wasn't the only rescued Venlil spiraling. A few individuals from the program had fainted or gone catatonic. Others were engaged in full-blown panic attacks or cowering near catatonic at masked humans' feet. Terran civilians comprised about 10% of the bunker's population, so there was no avoiding the sight of them.
I'm going to put you down, Hasey. Just stay put, okay?
Sarah still had the Museum of History photos under her arm. She shifted them into her hands with deft motions and flipped through them.
You let the Far Soul show you footage of us. Don't you think it's fair to let us show footage of us?
Hasey whined feebly.
Who told you? Fucking Glim?
Answer my question. Are you that opposed to saying things which contradict what you already know? You've decided we're evil.
Hasey, you thought it yourself all the way back then. There's more to humans than wars and violence, I said. Sarah latched onto my contribution.
You heard us talk about all those good things. Love, community, nature. You just saw evidence with your own eyes of our desire to help. Let me show you a little more proof. Let me show you how we present our history.
The Venlil rescue trained her eyes on the paramedics who were giving blood transfusions to an individual with critical wounds. Her gaze wandered as if she were counting the number of Gaians in the room. Hasey noticed that some Terrans were scared. Many were crying or showing signs of distress. Human children clung to their parents, and even a few Venlil were comforting the predator young. One Earthborn kid tugged at his mother's pelt.
Not again. I want to go home. Please.
Manipulation?
Hasey asked, pointing at the child.
It doesn't want to resist its hunger again. Can't be scared.
Sarah fiddled with her curls.
I'm scared shitless too. This brings back a lot of memories of being caged in a bunker for days on Earth. As billions died, and we didn't know if we'd be next. It was traumatic, and that kid doesn't know if this is any different.
The human scientist tugged out 2 photographs and passed one to Hasey. The rescue cringed, touching the same paper as Sarah. I leaned over the Predator's shoulder, inspecting the image. It was a timeline of early civilizations on Earth, including ancient settlements and hunting methods. Ancient philosophers were depicted, along with temples and pyramids.
How do you think that humans would define the start of civilization?
Sarah asked. Hasey choked on phlegm.
First, hunting tools.
No. Read the part at the top of that exhibit, Hasey.
Healed femur is the earliest
sign of civilization. Why? Because it takes months to recover from that injury and requires help from others to survive. That is how humans define civilization. Helping others.
When did wounded people stop being left to die human? A few decades ago.
The first archaeological evidence of a healed femur is from 15,000 years ago. Someone had to care for that person and nurse them back to health. We never stopped caring, Hasey. Not even in our darkest moments. Whenever you look for compassionate heroes among humans, you will find them. That is my promise to you.
Huddled in the bunker with thousands of others, I absorbed that lesson alongside Hasey. It was a nice benchmark to ascribe to civilization, a scientific way to quantify when a species started caring. The Venlil historian squinted at the photograph before handing it back to Sarah. Her rugged frame was quivering while her voice was still fraught with terror. Hasey cleared her throat.
What was the other photo?
It's the exhibit of our accomplishments as a spacefaring species. It applies to the Venlil and every alien race. It's proof that we reached out in open friendship long before we knew there was anyone out there. You think we're terrifying predators, but really, we're sad, lonely primates screaming into the void.
Please explain.
We sent manned missions to our moon in the name of progress. We sent rovers to explore the planets within our system and took images of every orbital body. We love knowledge, Hasey. We'll run to the end of the universe for a drop of it, but none of that searching turned up anything.
But you didn't give up. You say you invented FTL on your own.
We did. I'm proud to have been on our first planetary survey mission. But before that, we would scan the skies for signals from aliens. We sent a probe out of our solar system with information about our world and greetings. It was called Voyager.
The Venlil rescue inspected the blurb about the Voyager probe, and I squinted with equal fascination. Seeing humanity's innocent curiosity had wiped away my dread, despite the threat of an imminent attack. Images of their planet, music, sounds of nature, and mathematical schema were sent to the stars. Greetings were also recorded from 55 Earth tribes, wishing peace and good health. The UN Secretary General of those early days had inscribed words of peace and friendship, which I could envision Elias Meyer himself stating. I could hear them, spoken in Elias's voice, acknowledging that Earth was but a small corner of the universe, putting forth humanity's desire to learn from alien cultures, and their willingness to share from their own library of knowledge as well.
It wasn't going to reach any planetary system for 40,000 years, Hasey. Long after any of the humans involved in it could benefit from manipulation.
Sarah said.
The simplest explanation is that we wanted friends, and that we wished you well before we ever knew you.
Hasey threw the picture down.
How can you prove that you didn't invent this? Or compile it after making contact with the Venlil?
You can calculate where Voyager is today as well as we can. The weathering of time should be evident on it. Actually, the UN wanted to encourage Tarva to go pick it up. It was meant for aliens to hear, and there couldn't be a better recipient than our first friends. It would be sentimental for us.
I chuckled. I'll do it. Well, assuming we don't all die today.
Tarva, my God, you can't go around saying that.
I am merely accepting the possibility. I'm hopeful it won't come to that, but if the end is near, I'm thankful to spend this time learning about the species I love. It would be an honor to give your Voyager greeting a proper look over.
It's beautiful,
Hasey admitted.
That there's no reason to tell so much about yourselves and open yourself up to scrutiny, to the danger.
A wistful sigh was all I could muster. They reached out to the stars and expected the galaxy to do the same. They couldn't help themselves. It's simply who humanity is as a species. My holopad buzzed, alerting me to an incoming message. I snapped my focus away from Sarah and ignored stares from across the bunker. The human and I were recognizable figures on Venlil Prime. It was our security who kept strangers from approaching. The people expected answers from me, and I hoped I had them soon.
Call me at your earliest convenience.
General Cam had texted.
General Jones of the United Nations has pressing information.
These details could be sensitive, but there was no privacy within the bunker's main area. Thankfully, my earbuds were available to keep the words secret. I dispatched video communications to Cam at once, fumbling with the keystrokes. The Venlil military official appeared on screen, a worried glint in his eyes. He added Jones to our call, and the high-ranking human studied me with her usual bravado. The Predator flashed her teeth.
Governor Tarva, thank you for allowing me to phone in. I wish it was under more pleasant circumstances.
What? Heart-wrenching concern permeated my awareness, and my thoughts leapt to the gorgeous settlements of my homeworld. Is the Venlil Prime safe? Were our cities hit? How did the battle go? And who is attacking us? And why? Cam raised a placating paw, a human-esque gesture he'd absorbed.
Venlil Prime has not been hit by any missiles at this time. There were a few hundred ships seemingly hailing from Alpha. We've taken care of most of the Colchian bastards, and we should be able to clean up the rest without issue.
So we can stop them short of orbital?
Well short of orbital range, ma'am. Our advanced warning systems did their duty, and our defense fleet outnumbered theirs by a substantial margin. Throw in humans being humans. The Colchians got pancaked. I'm hopeful we can give the all clear within the hour.
We just can't rescind the emergency until the last enemy is dispatched. I understand, and it's a weight off my chest. Thank you, Cam.
It's not how well their attack went that concerns me.
General Jones interjected.
It's why they went through with it in the first place. It wasn't with the intent of succeeding.
I tilted my head in confusion, unable to decipher the Predator's meaning. Perhaps Sarah would grasp an attack meant to fail. I couldn't see the objective, other than as spiteful revenge spurred by fight instincts. Then again, it was positive news that Venlil Prime was unlikely to suffer any damage today. The last thing I wanted was to tell my citizenry that the Federation harmed our home. Also, how could it be herbivores and not the Arxa assaulting our space? It was difficult to process what Cam had stated, though I didn't allow myself to dwell on it. I realized that the Venlil Republic was a treasonous enemy to the Colchians. Siding with humanity put us at odds with the Federation by default. It was simply unlike the tentacled manipulators to go on the offensive. Pray only defend what is theirs. Isn't that their view on warfare? Why the sudden aggression? I swished my prosthetic tail. I'm not certain what point they're trying to prove, General Jones. I'm only happy that their ships lie in ruin, and that you have protected us again.
Allow me to share some intel that was passed along our novel FTL cons. Each of our allies is reporting a similar incursion in their home system. All failures, none with a convincing show of force. That leads me to believe that the Colchians were testing our defenses. This was just recon.
What does that mean? Please, tell me if I should worry.
It means shit is about to hit the fan. The Colchians are assessing the weakest targets and also gathering intel for the planning stage. The intelligence community on Earth analyzed the most likely targets, and Venlil Prime isn't high on the list. However, I don't think preemptive buffs to your defenses could hurt.
Okay. We have the upgrades you gave us, and we'll bring in more ships.
We'll help you too, since you're a priority to the UN. But humanity can't protect everywhere at once. We need goals beyond defensive measures, a forward strategy if you will, and that means earning more allies. I sure hope the Dwerton or someone comes around.
I'll keep my ears peeled on that matter. Thank you for the information, Generals. I'm going to calm down the people here and try to fix the fallout with the cattle rescues. Many saw your faces for the first time.
That's a good idea. We don't need any domestic situations arising for you. The United Nations and its subsidiaries will be in touch. Please keep us apprised of any developments.
General Khan dipped his head.
Take care, Governor. We'll see you soon.
The call fizzled out to a blank screen, and I pondered what I'd learned. My mouth moved to inform Sarah, Hersey and the bunker's other occupants that we should vanquish this incursion. However, the words were passed along on autopilot. From the sound of what General Jones discussed, the Colchians were bringing a massive force to our alliance's weakest link. The Federation was attempting to regain control forcibly after humanity scored 2 crushing victories. I feared that another planet could become a casualty of this war before the tide turned. There were no positives in dead civilians on any world. It was up to the Predators to ascertain the Colchians' game plan and to get ahead of their next move.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 12th, 2136. A diplomatic resolution to the Battle of Sillis didn't solve all of my problems. Regaining organization, as well as finding places to pool a fleet without infrastructure, mandated a bit of time. Bringing Prophet Descendant Gizznell into the loop was also a priority. The last thing I wanted was betterment breathing down my neck. The leader was chagrined by my unorthodox approach to disposing of Shaza. With hostilities terminated and internal orders dispensed, I found an opportunity to slip away. The nearest dead drop location was a human module on the border of Yortul space, inside what was once Shaza's sector. Nerves had gotten to me since this was my first engagement with espionage. What was General Jones going to do with the information? Would humanity's actions reveal me as the source? Against my better judgment, I'd booted up a call with Felra during my travels. The Dosser seemed intrigued by my days-long absence from the messaging service, which I excused as opposition from the UN military to a business proposal. It was technically true. Our discourse had stretched into the late hours of the night when she was forced to depart for a few winks. Rest wasn't a terrible idea, though my own sleep was broken. Felra couldn't call during her shift as a mechanical inspector, though she texted the majority of the time. She was close to finishing her day's work and was eager to hop on a call afterward. I warned her that I had important matters to attend soon. My ship had Jones's outpost in sight. However, as usual, the Dosser was unfazed by my excuses and unrelenting in her demands.
You know I don't usually respond this slow, Scifi.
Felra texted.
We have been swamped with silly ships docking for repairs. I saw a real, live human at work today. Many of them by sneaking a peek at the quarantined lodgings. You guys are gigantic.
I snorted to myself. The Dosser was never short with the unsolicited details about her day-to-day activities. If she thought that humans were massive, an Arx's size would astound her. Despite our slouching posture, we could loom over the primates if we so desired. It mystified me how the Federation species could compare us under the Terrans and see predatory features in the tree dwellers. Well, I suppose you should be working, not on here chatting, I answered back. Don't get into trouble on my account. The Dosser typed back furiously.
For crying out loud, Scifi, show a little curiosity. Ask some questions, if you're interested in what I'm saying at all.
Fine. Did seeing the humans scare you, Felra?
Yes. Please don't be mad at me. I'm just being honest. I didn't tell you this, but I've watched a lot of human media since I paired with you here. Your comedies are hysterical and outlandish for one.
You only watched comedies?
I watched the first human to appear on a Venlil talk show too. Some actor. He played off what the host was saying without hesitation, read discomfort with ease, and made fun of himself. So natural, conversational, and charismatic. So unlike you.
My paw nearly dropped the holopad, and I considered switching it off. Of course, I was nothing like the charming primates with their smooth sociability and their empathetic capacity. It would be lucky to call myself a shallow echo of their personal depth. Perhaps it would have been possible for me to be a better Arxer, but the deeds I'd committed had hollowed out my defective side. Had Felra figured out that I wasn't a human at all? No. If she'd ascertained that her internet friend was an Arxer, she would have cut contact. The Dosser was getting close to the truth, so I needed to deflect her attention. I do not want to talk about me, I sent back.
You never want to talk about you. You won't tell me one thing that's real about you, or one thing that's not wrapped in mystery. It's like if you think you're genuine, you're going to scare me off. Just because I'm small doesn't mean I'm a damn coward.
I do not think that, Felra, but I would scare you off. It is a fact. You said the humans you saw at work scared you.
I kept looking, though. What absolute goofballs. The way they razzed each other was so juvenile. The more I looked, the more I thought you were overgrown children. But not you.
I am not like them.
Answer me an honest question. Do you have predator disease? Don't take that the wrong way. I've thought that there are harmless strains of predator disease, which isn't exactly a popular idea here.
Define predator disease.
You know, antisocial, violent, non-compliant, non-conformist, lacking a full range of emotions or delusional. Some combo of those.
Those are unrelated attributes. You can call me nonconformist and leave it at that.
Okay, Scifi. I'm not judging you. I just want to get to know you. I want to understand you.
You cannot do either of those things. Don't you get it? I am not a good person, Felra. I have thought about little but my own survival for decades. I'm not prepared to interact with people like you, or to censor myself as humans do.
I don't want you to censor yourself. I think you are deeply unhappy and troubled. You don't deserve to be alone. Just open up to me, man. Ah, shit. Let me guess. Now you'll say, you have to go.
I do. I guess you know me after all. Goodbye. The way Felra peeled back my emotional layers and hounded me for personal insights left my defective side in a full-blown mutiny. I'd gotten too close to confessing the actual things I'd buried. Speaking with the pesky Dossa was always a mistake, yet I kept doing it. What good would babbling about my feelings do, other than to let misery overtake me? It wasn't like I could detail my life's work and the reasons why I acted this way to her. The rote actions of piloting the ship distracted me from the message banners accumulating on my hull pad. It buzzed with an incoming call as I descended toward the minimalist human station. Growling to myself, I took the device and shoved it back in the drawer. If I had any courage befitting an Arxer, I would delete that silly rodent's contact info. No, I would remove the entire SwiftPair application. Just take this stupid communique and upload it to the blasted human's computer network. The Arxer's future is relying on you while you spend time caring about random prey you just met. I jerked upright as I realized which thought had crossed my mind. Caring about Felra was an unacceptable indulgence. That was the exact reason why leaf-licking races made illogical decisions for the preservation of one individual. Oftentimes, caring about another managed to get people killed or cause grave detriment to their own lives. It was foolish weakness, and there weren't even social benefits in my case. Docking was completed just outside the dead drop site's sole entry. As I disembarked my ship, I was livid with myself. My claws swiped through the empty air, and my temper boiled inside of me. The fact was, even if I envied the humans' illogical morality and society, I was not one of their kind. This weakness needed to be purged at once before it ruined me. Fucking Tarva with her stupid ideas. Oh, I really need a friend, I ranted to myself. The airlock hissed open at my arrival, granting me access to the one-room space station. I'd stormed through the docking tunnel in the haze, and I couldn't wait to return to my ship. The point of my operation was to end the cruelty and starvation of my people. Revealing Gisnell's plot was a way to up the ante. It could stoke the flames of open rebellion. The data drive in my grasp felt heavy from its importance. A green light flashed in a wall camera, likely activated by a motion sensor. I leaned closer to the computer display, tracing a claw across it. There were multiple ports, but I needed to find one tailored for my specific hardware. Perhaps General Jones or one of her henchmen had the sense to leave accessible instructions. Wait, did humans even know Arxer script? The lone computer monitor blinked to life, and I wondered if it was triggered by my presence as well. My pupils flitted up, seeing a feed of General Jones's face on screen. It was possible that this was a pre-recorded message with instructions, which would be an efficient decision. However, the primate's eyes seemed to be following my movements. "Is this live?" I queried. The human dipped her head, dust-colored bowl cut waving slightly.
Yes, Isif. This is a real-time communications feed.
The point of the dead drop is to have no contact with you, yes?
You are correct. Don't consider this standard practice for our discussions, but I needed to speak with you. The motion sensors tipped me off to your arrival. Thank you for coming, by the way. Oh, and before you ask, this is a secure and private feed.
Noted. General, I had nothing to do with the captured humans on Sillis.
But you had everything to do with Chief Hunter Shaza arriving in multiple pieces. Dead, and not answering any questions. Zhao wants intel, not a pair of homemade Arxer skin boots.
I suppressed a laugh, somehow managing to keep a straight face. The liberated Terrans had done as expected, exacting their revenge upon the cruel Arxer. It was a fitting end for her, after the gruesome death she'd given to a sapient predator. I had been looking forward to executing her myself. Outsourcing the work tempered the pleasure, though the outcome was still satisfactory. How could I have possibly known that humans would kill their own prisoner? I asked, baring my teeth. I sent her with Zhao's people just as you asked. This seems like the problem is on you. Jones narrowed her eyes.
Isif, you knew exactly what would happen.
If this is what you needed to speak with me about, perhaps I have nothing to share with you after all.
It's not. I'm just warning you not to play games with me in the future. There's bigger things at stake than your personal vendettas.
Consider it your payment for me helping you, yes? Shaza called me elderly. She's also a cannibal who intruded on my sector.
I'm aware of her history, but her insights would have been valuable to the United Nations. If you want to overthrow the Dominion long-term, sacrifices must be made. With that said, I would love for you to brief me on what you came here to share.
Gisnell told me that the Arxer unleashed the virus on our own cattle. Betterment purposely imposes strategies that prevent the Dominion from recouping enough prey to feed us, whether through raiding or breeding. Therefore, I doubt my government would have any interest in lab-grown meat or non-sapient cattle. The human was quiet for a long moment, biting her lower lip. Intelligence gleamed in her binocular eyes, which studied me with interest. General Jones leaned forward to the camera and offered an unnerving smile at last. There wasn't the slightest element of surprise in her expression, or any sort of reaction like I had expected. Did anything throw the military guru off her game?
I surmised as much.
Jones sighed.
There's no logical explanation for the Arxer's raiding policies, shooting yourselves in the foot.
You deduced a centuries-long conspiracy from our military doctrine being illogical. It's like she's trying to make me feel stupid for not seeing it sooner. That just proves we're destructive. Drawing far-reaching conclusions is illogical.
Well, also, the Kolshians specialize in gene editing, but they bomb predators instead of saving them. They don't need a cattle virus when they can, and do, use antimatter to ruin ecosystems.
I see. I guess I have wasted my time bringing it to you.
There's no need for pouting. Confirmation is always valuable information, and specifics are also key to proving it. It's nice to have actual intelligence in my back pocket should I pass this up the food chain.
You mean when you apprise Zoe of this development and give him more reason to believe we are all animals?
Your empathy test surprised him, Isif, and has caused him to reconsider your motives. Regardless, I'm not here to rehash this old feud, or even to lecture you on Shaza. There are concerning war developments as of late.
My nostrils flared with interest. Go on, Jones. Another attack on Earth and you want my help.
We wouldn't ask for your help in that circumstance unless we were truly desperate. The Kolshians are gunning for our allies, to the point that they assaulted every last one with a trial run. We've figured out their true target, and they already have thousands of ships ready to bury it. Or seize it. It's hard to say.
I don't understand why you're telling me this. Venlil Prime isn't under my protection, other than my pledge not to attack it. If my people knew I was on amicable terms with Tarva...
The main target isn't Venlil Prime. It's Malu, the Dasar homeworld.
My heart plummeted into my chest, thinking about Felra's attempts to befriend me. She was a bold character, unabashed in her opinions and curious about predators. I had just admitted to myself that I cared about the rodent, and now her homeworld was under attack. It didn't make sense why the Terran General would inform me about Malu's pending attack, unless she expected me to help. I knew Jones was spying on me, but this is a cheap trick, even for her. So the Federation wants to take back what they've lost. Indignation sparked in my chest as I weighed this manipulation attempt. And why would you think I care about the Dasar homeworld? The human shrugged.
It's a Federation objective in your sector. Bringing Arxer ships to their aid would prevent the Kolshians from branching out to the galaxy's fringes.
You are the one playing games with me. They are your allies, not mine. Send human assets to save the Dasar, since you seem keenly aware of their plight.
I wish we could. Malu is 2 days' travel from Earth. Our assets cannot reach it in time. The Kolshians had their ships en route and waiting. But you have forces there. You yourself are half a day from it, and could get there in time.
You are fucking insane. What would the Dasar even think of my arrival?
I suspect one in particular is whose thoughts you care about. I am giving you information. What you choose to do with it is your prerogative. You would be equally upset with me if something happened to your friend, and I didn't tell you.
You admit?
Farewell, Isif. Stay in touch.
General Jones had the audacity to hang up on me, and I punched the computer screen out of frustration. The glass cracked against my hardy paw, sending sparks flying. My tail lashed with outrage. I stalked out of the habitat in an emotional frenzy. My feet steered me back onto my ship with more urgency than I could admit. I fished out the holopad and determined that I had to warn Felra of the inbound attack. Perhaps she could get out of Malu's system and survive without military interference. The Dosser ignored my call attempts, and her avatar had gone offline. I checked the chat logs in a panic, reading her final messages.
Hey, Scifi. The humans who docked here just received warning of an incoming attack. From the Kolshians. There's not many of you, and their ships are here for repairs. It's not good. Evacuation ships were apparently considered, but the first few we sent out didn't get very far. The Kolshians have FTL disruptors, and they're not letting anyone slip away. The humans advised us to shelter in place in the docking station. I am scared. Please talk to me, Scifi. Please. I am so scared. I'm sorry for prying earlier. I really need you now. Tell me it's going to be okay. I don't have much time. They're going for our communications first. If I don't make it out of this, I want you to know I've enjoyed our chats. Every weird, reclusive moment.
I stared at the last message in mute horror, and an odd burning plagued my eyes. A strange sorrow clamped at my chest, one which I could not bury. It was a sad commentary that an internet friend, a herbivore I'd known for a few weeks, marked the closest I'd ever felt to someone. Hadn't I just cautioned myself about the illogical, harmful actions that attachment caused? My defective side clamored for me to act on General Jones's imperative. Perhaps I would have considered the idea even without the human's input, just hearing Felra plead for my presence. The Dosser was the first person to care about me, even though she'd hate me once she knew the truth. Leaving her to die when I was the sole party who could help wasn't an option. With a shaking paw, I booted up my internal communications. The communique to send a full fleet to Malu, and to treat the Dosser as protected friendlies was dispatched before I could rethink it. My engines revved to life, and I set my warp course for Felra's system. Reason be damned. This foolish chief hunter was coming to his friend's aid in a hurry. Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion, Sector Fleet. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 13th, 2136. My shuttle traversed the space that separated me from my alien pen pal. The 8,000 Dominion ships I'd summoned had arrived as well. Those were the assets I had within immediate range of the Dosser homeworld. The Arxa fleet awaited my command, requiring further instruction as to our goal. The reason why they hesitated was simple. The Federation had numerical strength that seemed fantastical. The Kolshians had sent 40,000 ships barreling into the system, or possibly more. It was greater than the initial size of Calcim's extermination fleet. I understood what Prophet Descendant Giznel had implied about the Prey Powers being able to muster up numbers if they wanted to. The invasion of Malu's system involved an overwhelming show of force per my initial readings. The more I performed the mental math, it was striking how easy these numbers would be for their assembly. With a mere 30 species having flipped to humanity's side, that left 270 races to pull resources and ships from. If all of those races contributed 140 ships, that gave the number we saw today. It's a mere fraction of their available resources to pull from. This is the tip of the iceberg for the Kolshians' might. The Dosser's defenses were steamrolled by the Juggernaut Armada, and the human ships seeking repairs didn't hold a candle to this astronomical force. General Jones was off her hunting pedestal if she thought I could stop this assault. Even our numbers were unlikely to achieve more beyond delaying the Federation's end goals. But since I was already here, risking my cover, there had to be an attempt to rescue Felra. Felra is in an old Federation spot. A space station which has a separate area for humans awaiting repairs, I muttered to myself. I was grateful that my shuttle had no company, so I could muse over how to locate her aloud. The Arxa ships around me grew restless now that I was in the system. They expected orders from their chief hunter soon, and it was a matter of time before the UN or the Federation noticed our arrival too. Was it my sentimentality that was telling me to interfere? My viewport zoomed in on Malu. The Dosser homeworld wasn't reflecting any antimatter damage. The Kolshians had the planet comfortably under control. After the Federation failed to subdue the Maziks, they'd ramped up their efforts. I could see the enemy sending shuttles down to Malu's surface, and realized that their goals were likely re-education. All Arxa ships, listen up. We are here at the request of the United Nations, who have the means to feed all of us forever. I backed into the Dominion's encrypted feed. Some of you were there on Earth, and you remember how well fed you were. For that reason, I expect your hunting efforts to avoid Terran-affiliated races. We know it will be worth the pittance of restraint. Now engage with the Federation attackers at once. Our ships surged forth out of various gravity wells, swarming the handful of attackers allocated to outer stations. I was bent over my holopad and scrolling through a poorly secured military personnel database. Inspectors were considered part of the Space Force on Malu, as far as I remembered. That meant I could figure out which outpost Felra was assigned to. Plasma munitions flashed across the void, and the element of surprise allowed us to pick off any stragglers. DOSA defenders, complemented by an array of UN ships, seemed to pause their desperate efforts. There weren't many friendlies left within the system, but the survivors seemed baffled by the Arx's arrival. Perhaps they thought our onslaught was an inopportune coincidence. Attention military personnel of the DOSA home system. I broadcasted my next message onto an open channel and tried to eliminate any hostile words. The Arxa are here at the behest of the United Nations to aid you in defending your claim against the Federation. I will only warn you once. Do not fire upon us. My pupils darted back to the screen where I'd searched up Felra's file. The rodent's likeness was unmistakable in her documentation, and her present assignment was listed near the top. I searched up the space station number, pinning it down on a star chart. The rest of the battle faded away as I raced to pull up that location on the viewport. The complex was nestled within an asteroid belt, which separated the inner and outer planets. A few dozen Federation attackers had tamed its meat defenses and docked with the station to capture their inhabitants. The energy readings in the vicinity were fresh, suggesting that the Kolshians only put down spiteful human resistance in the past hour. There might still be time to save the DOSA if you hurry. I hurled the maximum output into my thrusters, and my shuttle blazed a path for Felra's station. A few Arxa vessels tailed their commander, though I figured they were baffled by a chief hunter leading the charge. This entire mission was going to raise questions I couldn't answer. Right now, I didn't have the time to waste on tact. The Federation vessels pulled away from the station and met us for a head-on confrontation. I shirked the engagement altogether, leaving my underlings to duke it out with the prey. The sudden courage from the Kolshian surprised me. It was clear they were more competent than they let on. My eyes swelled with franticness, searching for an open docking port. "There are none," I hissed to myself. "None! I don't have time for a proper breaching action. I have to get down there. For fuck's sake. I'll make an opening." Scanning the station's blueprints, I identified a maintenance tunnel which should be well clear of any living quarters. This shuttle carried 2 missiles, and I hoped the use of one would only demolish a wall. While station operators could seal off individual compartments, that also meant that I'd need a pressurized suit for oxygen. I took the emergency fabric on with haste before donning a safety harness. With my biological requirements taken care of, I fired a missile into the station's exterior wall. The tunnel was exposed to the vacuum of space, its structure blasted wide open. Bullets clipped my rear flank as Federation hostiles noticed my approach. Curses spewed from my maw, and I wrenched the steering column toward the new gap. The shuttle closed in on the DOSA space station, dodging enemy munitions. I held no interest in returning fire. That would increase the amount of time it took to reach Felra. My ship's nose dove through the opening, and I twisted the vessel's body to skid along the floor. Friction resulted in both an awful screech and shuddering sensation before the tail slammed against the half-intact wall. My shoulder ached from the harness's restraint, but I unclipped it without waiting. My suited paws tucked a firearm into a holster, and I slunk out into the station. The night backdrop of space was visible through the gap, as well as distant exchanges of munitions. Suffocating Kolshians and other Federation aliens lie gasping for air alongside 2 Terran soldiers. I grabbed one human in each paw and dragged them toward the section divider. The primates were lethargic, and their expressions were locked in an empty display. There was nothing behind their eyes, with no oxygen coming to their brain. I opened the emergency compartment, throwing the weaker predators inside. Sealing the hatch behind me, I removed my oxygen helmet. The Terran skin had been turning blue, though they were rapidly regaining normal coloration now. "Hi." I swished my tail as politely as I could and allowed the humans a moment to breathe. "Chief Hunter Isif, at your service. Sorry about the unforeseeable depressurization. What are your names?" One primate began reaching for her service weapon, and I hissed in irritation. My gun was out of its holster in a second, pointed at her in warning. Her hand remained frozen in place for a long second before she submitted to my threat. I bared my teeth, a formidable warning rather than amusement. My tongue flitted between my teeth. You guys look like fresh reinforcements. Let me guess. The United Nations sent you from Fall right across the border. You never saw direct action since Shaza's plan for a swift takeover of Sillis was a failure.
Go to hell!
The female coughed. So I was right, I take it. I'm here as an ally. Where are the Dossa civilians? I promise I'm here to get them out, not to harm them.
Everybody knows your idea of getting them out is a cattle farm.
The other human sat up, pulling a broken glass instrument off his eyes.
What are you really up to? Claiming this system for yourself, or making...
Stupid! I am a spy for the United Nations. A piss-poor one. That is what I'm up to. You and your government's stupid ideas. I have been personally motivated into offering assistance.
A spy, huh? Of course. You're the one from Earth. They had every opportunity to take you to Area 51, or some clandestine facility.
The female cursed in exasperation.
Are you kidding me, Oleg? You just instantly believe the UN has Arxa spies with zero proof.
Do you honestly think I would craft such a story on my own? Saying such a thing aloud is going to get me killed. I have no time to persuade you humans, so tell me where the Dossa are now, I roared. Oleg tilted his head.
Good argument. Props to you, man. They've been ordered to lock themselves in their quarters. Big sign says, personal quarters. Just keep going straight. Can't miss it.
Thank you. Was that so hard? Grumbling to myself, I stomped off past the corridor's hatch. The Terran soldiers struggled to their feet, and I resigned myself to them following me like herdless Venlil. Arrogance aside, I could use backup if I encountered Federation resistance. The herbivores might lack skill in combat, but they could team up on me alone. Humans are competent fighters, so it's not like they're dead weight. That said, this Oleg guy seems a little too willing to believe that I'm a spy. Oleg squinted without the glass adornment by his eyes. I hoped the human hadn't lost his vision altogether. Even if he could only see shapes, I was certain that he was more competent than the Kolshians. The female human, who I believed Oleg had called Lisa in whispers, was staring at me with distrusting, bloodshot eyes. Perhaps the duo were following me to ensure that I wasn't rounding up any Dossa. I scanned the perimeter for hostiles. How has your military experience been going?
This was supposed to be a relaxing assignment after watching the Hatchin for weeks.
Lisa complained.
We were shipped here just in case, and the second we kick our boots off, in they come. Now the Arxa are here, telling fantastical stories that sound like Oleg crafted them.
Oleg cleared his throat.
Kram, they hit all of our allies with the test invasion. I hope it's not like this everywhere. I've grown attached to some friends on Venlil Prime.
My source says this is the primary target. Venlil Prime is fine, I replied.
That's a relief. Say, Isif, the alleged secret agent, what convinced you to come here? You should tell us, since we're a team.
We are not a team.
Come on, you totally want to tell me.
I've already told these two humans everything, just to get Felra's location. They might as well know the truth if they're stalking me. They're going to notice that I know her. An internet chatting service. A Dossa is my best friend, I growled. Lisa's eyebrow was furrowed.
What? I'd hardly believe you dare to make a story like that up.
I would not, because it's insane. I scanned my visual translator over the text markings overhead, and it deciphered the Dossa's language as directions with arrows. Just as Oleg had promised, the crew quarters were located down the main corridor. The passage had been devoid of confrontation, but gunfire echoed from up ahead. That meant Federation soldiers had already reached the living areas. The Kolshians must have sent forces down from two angles. One boarding party had been held in the maintenance tunnel that I detonated. The other likely attacked from the other side, charging straight from the hangar bay to the quarters. Splitting up human defenders was rather tactical for a species that didn't know the meaning of offense, allegedly.
Which one is your supposed pal?
Lisa pointed to a piece of paper, which I assumed contained room assignments.
Also, I see a few dozen Kolshians and count 3 of us. Maybe we should rethink our strategy.
The prototype visual translator had no trouble with the roll call, which listed Felra as room 219. I committed the DOSA symbols for that number to memory, knowing her life depended on it. My firearm wavered in my paws, and I dropped into a hunting crouch. The humans crept along as well, lining up enemies in their scopes. My pupils scanned each door for the numbers, while I ensured that my steps were silent. I could see cerulean and violet Colchians moving between rooms and exiting with sedated DOSA. All I could hope was that Felra wasn't among those already captured. It would be next to impossible to spring her from the Federation re-education party. My gaze drifted several doors down the hall, one room past where the Colchians were now. I pointed with a claw. That one. My whisper was almost inaudible, but the humans understood the message. These Terrans were rather cooperative. I wondered if it was since they could gang up on me the second I made a move or was found to be deceitful. The primates often had a strange way of showing gratitude for saving their lives. I'd hauled their oxygen-deprived bodies from the tunnel, yet they were likely calculating ways to kill me. I can respect it at least. Unless I try to backstab them, I doubt they'll try anything stupid. Fighting the Federation is enough for now. Right now, the three of us needed to get past the Colchian posse. The enemy soldiers stood between us and Felra's door. The thought crossed my mind to use the Terrans as a distraction, but I knew they'd see right through such suggestions. How were we going to reach my DOSA friend without alerting the invaders? A firefight seemed like the only solution, so I gestured for us to charge. My claw depressed the trigger, and I nailed two Colchians in the back before they could react. Oleg and Lisa joined in on my fire, peppering any soldiers that couldn't find cover. The Federation got their bearings in a second and hurled bullets back in our direction. We dropped down closer to the floor, crawling closer to Felra's door. Most hostiles had ducked inside the room they were currently raiding, but a few had moved on to the next quarters, room 219. I scurried past the first door, feeling static electricity as a bullet whizzed over my spine. Lisa offered suppressing fire as a visually impaired Oleg scrambled after me. The Federation had gotten to the target ahead of us, but I couldn't stop. I fired desperate shots at the advancing soldiers. No! No! We're too close to let anything happen. Panic clamped at my heart, seeing four Colchians kicking down Felra's door. I could hear a shrill scream which lacked power or grit. Adrenaline flowed through my veins alongside a deeper emotion of concern. I rounded the doorway in a fluid motion and used my nostrils to pounce at a Federation lackey. My body was acting on pure autopilot as I tore one soldier's throat on instinct. Felra's screams intensified, which encouraged my frenzy. If I was lucid, I would have realized she was shrieking because of my presence. However, in my haze, all I could see was two Colchians cornering her. Another was tracking the rodent's movements from further back. My tail swept across the floor, earning a sickening crack as it broke two Colchians' ankles in one swoop. The enemy tracker turned his gun muzzle toward me, and I punched out a fist on instinct. My appendage connected with bones, while the scent of blood hit my nostrils. Vision sharpened as the scent made my eyes dilate. I just shattered the Colchian's windpipe and spine with a single punch. The duo with the broken leg started to move, but Oleg rushed in to stop them from engaging. It was tempting to finish the helpless Colchians off. However, enough of my awareness had returned to realize it had sickened Felra. I strained to bottle the adrenaline, drawing ragged gasps.
Help! Human!
The DOSA managed to cry.
Oxa!
Oleg's eyes narrowed with suspicion.
I thought you said she was your friend.
I grunted, struggling to formulate coherent words. The blood was still rushing in my ears, causing my claws to twitch. It's complicated, is it not, Felra?
What? How? No.
Additional horror lit up the DOSA's gaze as her terrified brain arrived at the truth. Something told me that she'd placed a name to the Arxa who was towering over her with a maniacal snarl. I possessed a keen awareness of the blood slathered across my claws and every scar and tooth fracture I had. The human watched from the sidelines, discerning enough of the subtext. Felra swayed on her feet.
Scifi?
Yeah. The DOSA's eyes widened further than should be possible, and she passed out onto the floor. Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, standardized human time, December 13th, 2136. The fact that my appearance horrified Felra left me shaken. The primal rush of adrenaline quelled to something manageable. Bullets assailed the room's wall as I was cornered alongside a Dossa and a near-blind human. The unconscious Kolshians, whose legs I had broken, were tied up to a desk as well. Oleg flashed his teeth, laughing at the absurdity of our encounter. The urge to roar in his face struck me, but I kept that bottled. With the gentlest touch I could manage, I scooped up Felra's tiny form. Her ginger and white fur felt puffy beneath my paws. Oleg marched over to me, snatching the Dossa out from under my claws. The human opened up his knapsack and stuffed the herbivore inside. As much as it stung to have my friend taken away, I knew the primate was best equipped to carry her. The Kolshian soldiers were camped in an adjacent room, back in the direction we needed to travel. The 4 mangled corpses and crippled bodies in this room were my handiwork. It was a shame that Felra had witnessed the full brutality. I'd known from the moment we spoke in the chat that she would hate the real me. Interacting with her had been foolish, especially allowing myself to get attached.
So she's your friend, huh? But she didn't know you're an Axa.
Oleg shouted over the gunfire. My eyes formed menacing slits. A human of all people should know what it's like to be judged by your species. Also, it's none of your fucking business.
If she was your friend, you would have told her.
I just wanted to talk to someone. Fuck you. The Terran soldier rolled his eyes and scratched the brown fuzz on his chin. Oleg's fur wrapped around his lip in what humans dubbed a mustache. It made his flushed cheeks stand out more. I imagined betterment would have culled someone like him, with vision defects that limited his daily function. What good was a hunter without depth perception? I didn't trust him to protect Felra. You'll have to cover for Oleg and Felra. And, assuming Lisa hasn't been gunned down, you have to protect her too. If one of the humans gets shot, the other won't leave them. I moved a mirror across Felra's room and used it to get a peek at our attackers. Lisa was scooting back across the hallway in the process of reloading her weapon. There was no crimson blood on the human's clothes, which was a positive sign. She had been skeptical of my intentions, so I wasn't sure whether I trusted her to be on my side. Why did you believe my story so fast? I hissed. Your partner isn't so sure. Oleg shrugged.
It checks out. I knew they were up to something, or else how did they get the Axa to save Earth?
That was my doing. Let's get Lisa and retrace our steps.
You're only saving one Dossa. There's others here.
The last time I saved some Zeruleans from a cattle farm, they cried and screamed at me. Wouldn't believe for a second that I didn't want to eat them. I'm here for my friend.
We have to.
The UN ordered me to help them. The best thing you can do for Earth is keep me alive. Move out. I didn't voice any of my concerns about Oleg's blindness. He seemed to be physically adequate otherwise. As a defective Axa myself, I wasn't a supporter of killing the weak and infirm. If I were born a human, I could live a normal life. Felra would have cried for my help, rather than passing out at my visage. Shaking my maw, I took a final look in the mirror. My body was pressed against the floor, and I lined my gun barrel up with the Kolshians. A flurry of fire caused the enemy to hunker within their room. Oleg and I scrambled against the adjacent wall. Lisa spotted us and sprayed her own bullets from the opposite angle. I steadied my breathing. Oleg and I waited for the Federation to make the first move. They wanted to finish sweeping the corridor before any Dossa could escape. Just by stalling them, we were probably helping a few civilians get off the station. My patience was necessary in waiting for a target. A purple head poked out of the doorway, which resulted in a clean shot through its cranium. As the Kolshian crumpled to the floor, her body blocked the opening for a second. I pushed Oleg forward, crossing the threshold to awaiting Lisa. My legs sprinted right behind them, not slowing for a second. Engaging the enemy or delaying them for other Dossa was not my priority. We needed to get off this station.
Where is the Dossa?
Lisa chased after me as Oleg hustled after us.
Don't tell me we risked our asses for nothing.
I struggled to speak between pants. Felra is in Oleg's pack. Now my shuttle was still operational when I left.
Your shuttle? The one in the blown-up tunnel which took a nasty tumble?
You ask many questions and offer no solutions.
We almost suffocated back there. I don't even remember how we got in that room.
And I kept you alive. The two peacekeepers were hot on my heels, not tiring as we hurried down the hallway. Even with my longer legs, the humans were beginning to outpace me. My breaths were labored, and I was grateful that we reached the sector divider. The Kolshians hadn't attempted to pursue us, so it should be a clean getaway. The Terrans followed me into the emergency compartment, and their gazes displayed apprehension. I recovered my oxygen helmet, slipping it back over my head. The primates had no such safety precautions, so if I were a more ruthless Arxer, I could kill them in the airless area. They were dependent on me for survival. I don't trust Oleg and Lisa not to turn on me in the shuttle. My past experiences with humans haven't been all pleasant. The cruel, self-centered thoughts felt as heavy as a rock in my mind. Felra was safe in Oleg's bag, and I wasn't going to let the Dossa wonder what I did to the Terrans. I wrapped my claws around the two human shirt collars, ignoring their protests. Opening the airlock with my tail, I dragged them a few dozen paces to my shuttle. The primates would be crewing my shuttle, and that was the end of it. The four of us boarded the shuttle, and I tried not to fixate on what I would say to Felra when she awoke. The battle for Milu had not gone in our favor, just as I anticipated. There was shock value in an Arxer fleet coming to the Dossa's aid, but the Kolshians had brought the largest fleet in living memory. The typical strategies we employed to make the Skittish Federation flee weren't having their usual effect. When the cowards didn't run off, their numerical advantage was insurmountable. The United Nations efforts were concentrated on escorting evacuation ships rather than holding the system. The fortunate news was that the Federation were not bombing the planet. The ground occupation meant this wasn't a life or death contest. We could compile a greater number of ships and return to take the planet back. However, the Arxer's intervention needed to draw to a close. Messages from Prophet-descendant Giznel had flooded in, demanding to know why I defended Milu. He demanded that I withdraw all forces from the system, or he would send someone to dispose of me like Shaza. My execution was still on the table, especially if my rescue mission became known. All Arxer ships. Betterment has ordered us to pull back. These Dossa are not worth significant losses of this caliber. I looked at my data feed, surmising that our ship capacity had been halved. The Federation count had dropped by a few thousand, but our forces would be depleted sooner. Cover any Terran allies retreating from the system. If you can get off parting shots at the Federation, do it. A weak squeak filtered into my ears, and my head whipped around. Felra had been placed atop a wadded-up blanket. Her tiny whiskers had been twitching in her slumber. Lisa was sitting next to her, wearing one of those asinine visors that humans cave to. A small part of me wished there was a mask that could hide my face. Even if I covered my optical receptors, the serrated teeth were a deal-breaker.
Human?
The Dossa croaked.
Where am I?
Lisa pursed her lips with sympathy.
You're on an evacuation shuttle. How much do you remember?
Felra's eyes rolled back into her head, and she nibbled her lower lip. I could tell she was running through the details of the Federation attack in chronological order. It was apparent when she hit the terrifying moment when I had burst through the door to save her. Perhaps she didn't remember that the ghastly Arxer had used her pen pal's name.
Gray snapped Kolshian's neck.
She squeaked.
Said it was... Scifi.
The Dossa's pupil surveyed the room, alight with panic. I quickly swiveled around in my chair as her gaze landed on me. I wanted to melt into the floorboards and cease my existence then and there. For some reason, her terror felt like a knife wound to the chest. What I'd told her on the messaging service was correct. I deserved to be alone. Lisa cleared her throat.
Isif can't hurt you. You don't have to look at him.
Felra sniffled.
Isif? Not...
Scifi is a nickname given to me by a Gajid child, I growled. A refugee who was taken in by a human. Someone I cared about on Earth. Great. Now you admitted your affection toward Nulia too. You're losing your grip. Sitting here now, the stupidity of my actions slapped me in the snout. Mobilizing an entire war fleet to defend the Dossa, all because of a few internet chats with a false premise, was insanity. Felra hated me, and she had every reason to. Her first impression of me was when I killed 4 Kolshians with natural weapons. The species she was actually intrigued by was sitting next to her, comforting her over me. The Dossa buried her head in the blanket, nose twitching. Tiny tears leaked from her eyes, and her sides rose and fell in shaking intervals. The humans seemed to pity her from what I could glean. Oleg was peering over the top of his book. Per the visual translator, the title read, "Why the United Nations Really Funded FTL Research." I had a vague curiosity as to the contents of the pages, but this was not the time to ask. I don't even think he's actually reading it, given that he can't see. He's just pretending not to stare at Felra. Oleg slammed his book shut.
Maybe pipe down over there, Scifi. You're only making it worse for her.
I'm sorry, I mumbled.
In the future, you should disclose to people that you're an Arxer before you expect them to respond well to you.
I told her I was a predator. I never once claimed to be human. I allowed the idea to linger, perhaps because I wish I truly was one of you. I wanted to talk to someone. Lisa studied the crying Dossa with concern.
What made you think it was a good idea to talk to a Fed, not a human? We understand you, somewhat.
Tarva, yes. The Venlil governor thought I needed to understand herbivores. And also, you chatterbox tree swingers hate us. You can't keep the disgust out of your voice when it's between us and the leaflickers. You swoop in to protect them, just like you're doing now.
Because we know you're animals. My sister was in a bunker outside Barcelona, and you Greys arrived to clear the tunnel. They watched you pull small animals from the grass and eat them live. A few cats were swallowed whole.
Companion animals. Sensitive topic, yes? Alas, they do not know what I understand about your cats and dogs. Cultural misunderstanding, which I will not make.
I'm going to stop you right there. Wolfing down a kitten is not a cultural misunderstanding.
Oleg chimed in.
A cultural misunderstanding is giving the thumbs up gesture and not realizing it's a middle finger in some countries. The difference is, there's no death or animals getting eaten in my example.
Felra shrieked in irritation.
Stop! Shut up!
A veil of silence was draped across the room. It would be comical for an outside observer to witness the tiny rodent silencing 3 predators with a single order. I was relieved that the Dossa regained her composure enough to make demands. My eyes studied her tiny form as she lifted her tear-stained head.
To censor myself as humans do.
Felra quoted.
The constant mention of scaring me off. He fucking told me.
He. Gendered pronouns.
I've watched the vids about humans. I know how they act.
The Dossa continued.
And I noticed that Scifi was not like them. He said he wasn't like them multiple times.
I blinked several times. I am not like them. If you wish for someone to cuddle you in a baby voice, you'll have to issue that request to them.
Don't tell him about that!
Sorry. Too late. Oleg and Lisa shared a look of pure confusion, mouthing a few words to each other. The male human mimicked an adoring expression and stretched his binocular eyes wide. He mimed a petting motion, running his rough palm down his book cover. Lisa snickered before waving a hand in front of her throat. The Dossa whined in annoyance. If Felra was a Terran, her cheeks would be flush with embarrassment.
Damn it! Why are you here, Scifi?
Felra focused her attention on me, and her whiskers twitched with fear.
What are you going to do with me?
My nostrils flared. I do not know. I came to save you. I did not think past that, or about how to handle the consequences. I am not going to harm you, but...
But?
I cannot take you anywhere the Arxer would go. Just by coming here, I have ruined my cover. Betterment, that is our government's enforcement wing, will be suspicious of me at best. I might have just destroyed my chance at demolishing the Arxer Dominion from the inside.
But back up. Demolish? Dominion?
They are cruel, and they are starving us purposefully. So that we are animals, as Lisa said. It goes so far beyond that though, Felra. The reason all Arxer seem devoid of emotions or care is because Betterment calls anyone who exhibits empathy. It goes back to your question of whether I have predator disease.
You definitely do.
Actually, I am the lone Arxer tested by the United Nations to pass an empathy test. I guess I have prey disease. I've always had softer emotions, and I didn't find social contact grating like most of my kind. Hiding those two differences kept me alive.
Most Arxer do tire of us talking to them.
Lisa noted. Because they are not interested in your mundane lives. Even I find it bizarre how you wage war on silence, though you're kinda quite intriguing to me. At any rate, I have no way to make friends among my own people, and I doubt I could pass as human on your internet. Oleg chuckled.
You definitely couldn't. Your speech comes off as stilted, and you don't seem to know the appropriate response to most things.
I am a little short on practice. Formal speech is my sole outlet, yes? And the things I've done to survive justify calling me a monster. So in essence, I do deserve to be alone. However, it was nice to understand what friendship feels like for a brief moment. Thank you, Felra. I turned my attention back to the cabin controls, satisfied that I'd said my piece to the Dosser. She had been an excellent friend while our doomed relationship lasted. It was time for me to accept that my isolation was fated. This was why my defective side was dangerous. Everything I had worked to build was forfeit, including the friendship I'd forfeited it all for. My mind zoned out as I set a course for Proxima Centauri, a system the Terrans used as a staging ground. I wasn't foolish enough to fly to Earth again, no matter how sorry Zhao claimed to be. However, Felra and these two humans needed to be dropped off in UN territory. After that, it was time to face my likely execution with dignity and grace. Even my smooth tongue would have a difficult time talking a way out of this with Gisnell. He's livid. A handful of pricks registered at the tip of my tail and startled me half to death. My conscious mind barely reacted in time to prevent a devastating lash. I froze up, trying to assess the situation. If those blasted primates were poking me with a sedative, I was going to rip their throats out this time. I wasn't keen on being in UN custody again. The poking sensation moved up my spine as if tiny hooks were ascending my sloped posture. I inhaled heavily through my nostrils, scenting warm blood belonging to Adastra. What in the stars was Felra doing? It bewildered me that she'd left the comfort of her blanket and the overprotective humans crowding it. Felra perched herself atop my skull, right behind my eyes.
Okay, we're going to do this together, but you'll have to tell me more about you.
I'm sorry, what? I hissed in disbelief.
You said you didn't think past saving me. I don't want anything to happen to you, so we should think about it now, together.
I am sorry about Malu. You are under no obligation to speak with me or continue in this vein of friendship. I am incapable of leaving this ship at the moment, but I would let you mourn in peace.
The Kolshians are re-educating my people. I'm not captured now because of you. You're Scifi, and I'm glad I know the truth.
I can smell your fear, Felra. It is very potent.
I am scared of the humans too, for what it's worth.
I jabbed my tail toward the flimsy primates. Them. They're lousy predators. They couldn't hunt with their bare hands if they wanted to. Oleg can't even see.
You broke my glasses, asshole.
The male human protested. The Oxa would still cull you for needing vision goggles. Not that I agree with that. Lisa narrowed her eyes.
What about me? Would I be on the chopping block?
You ask too many questions, and you're repulsed by eating live animals. Most Oxa would spare you just for that. The female Terran snorted as her pupils fixated on the dosser atop my head. Oleg's expression had gained a bit more levity too, since Felra made herself a physical accessory. Knowing how the human brain worked, the psychotic primates thought the sight was cute. Just having the rodent in my proximity probably made me adorable to them by extension. That thought didn't seem as repugnant to me as it once would. I couldn't believe that Felra still cared about me. I had a friend that accepted my defective physical form. Maybe one day she'd be able to approach me without reeking of terror. Venlil had grown acclimated to the humans after all. With two humans warming up to me and Adastra's help, perhaps we could find a way to unseat betterment. My sector hadn't been lost yet.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 15th, 2136. There were 3 new additions to our personnel as we departed from Sillis. The UN fleet caught wind of an incursion on Venlil Prime alongside every other allied race. The Venlil Republic's homeworld was as valuable to them as one of their own colonies. Humanity couldn't weaken the strength of Sol, but they allocated every resource they could spare. Their original allies were going to have every free ship with a gun strapped to it assigned to their fortifications. It was expected to be a quiet assignment, ensuring that the Venlil system was impenetrable. The crew were allowed to take shore leave on the homeworld's surface, though we were expected to stay to be able to return to the vessel within an hour if needed. Many humans brimmed with excitement about seeing an alien planet, including Marcel and Tyler. Slanik, Onzo and the Tillfish had gone with them. The insectoids in question were Burla and Vernt, two of the new passengers on Monaghan's warship. Word of the Tillfish child's outburst had gotten back to Marcel, and he put in a word with the captain. The United Nations could take the Hummer, obsessed kid, to Venlil Prime, where he could interact with Terran refugees in a controlled environment. General Burla hadn't been thrilled about the proposition, but her objections fell silent when the humans whispered something about a predator disease screening. I suspect the United Nations may want to give Burla a proper diplomatic reception here. She was the sole Tillfish voter against annihilating Earth, but the Tillfish additions to the crew weren't my concern. The third and final new name to our register was a human named Kiara Bari. We picked her up from a Venlil border outpost. Earth had assigned a resident therapist to the ship due to the stressors and adjustment issues our ship had faced. I recalled Marcel and Tyler's entreaties for me to seek help, so I hesitantly signed up for an appointment today. This meant I was one of a select few to remain aboard the ship, while others explored Venlil Prime. Samantha also stayed here to grieve alone. Carlos, meanwhile, had rushed off to a bar with some rowdy soldiers. I wasn't in any state to go rabble-rousing in the capital, so I sympathized with Sam, having lost her family. Regardless, it was unlikely I'd get an opportunity to see a professional about my issues outside of downtime. However, as I traveled to Kiara's office, my stomach was twisting into knots. It wasn't like I was unaware of how predator disease was treated. As much as I wanted to be cured of my mental derangement, the thought of subjecting myself to painful remedies frightened me. A severe case like mine would require more severe fixes. People who were sent to correctional facilities didn't return the same either. Marcel wanted you to do this. It's important to get help so that you never hurt anyone else, I encouraged myself. Even if your gears don't quite spin as fast after, it's a small sacrifice to squash your impulses. My claws rapped on Dr. Bari's door, and what was left of my spines bristled. The fact was, this current state of existence brought me nothing but misery and self-loathing. It was cowardice not to face my predator side, so I shouldn't lack the gumption to get this PTSD treatment Tyler mentioned. If the blonde-haired human claimed his species had an effective approach, I was inclined to believe him. Terrans were knowledgeable in medicine, contrary to Zahn's spiel.
Come in.
A cheerful voice called out. I forced myself to walk inside, taking in the room. A predator was dressed in civilian pelts, leaning back in a large armchair. Her sepia skin tone was a colour that was also seen in Gajid fur, and her raven hair rested against her shoulders in complex braids. A warm smile graced her face, as though she was indifferent to the dangerous nature of her patients. My gaze soaked in the rest of my surroundings, and confusion washed over me. All I saw was a small bookshelf and a desk on the far wall. Kiara was gesturing to a human-sized couch which was complete with pillows. I was stupefied that she seemed unarmed. There were no restraints tied to the couch and no sedatives on the table. All I could see was a clipboard in her hands and a tissue box on the table. Where are the brain scanners and the electroshock machines? Hello, doctor. This medical professional was separate from the ship physician. She was closest to what we called an extraneous behavior identifier. It was amusing that even predators needed such an occupation to keep their society civilized. What do you need me to do? Kiara's binocular eyes jerked over to me.
Sit on the couch, Sovlin. I've been expecting you.
Okay, I'm sitting and I promise I won't resist whatever you need to do. I want to get better and be a proper part of the herd.
What I need to do? You're here to talk to me about any topic that you feel comfortable with.
Yes, but after...
What is it you think I'll do after? You're the first alien patient I've had, and it seems that many of the non-terrestrial crew are scared of speaking to me. The stigma around mental health has been fading on Earth for the past century, so I can assure you, humans won't view seeking help as a sign of weakness.
I know. My Terran friends encouraged me to come here.
That's excellent to hear. I'm here as a resource, a bridge between aliens and humanity in our joint venture. Please explain what the perceived issue is, Sovlin, so I can begin to address it in my outreach. I don't want other non-terrestrials to see me as someone to avoid.
I drew a shuddering breath. We all know your work is necessary, but if you get diagnosed with late-stage predator disease, few people want to be incarcerated, shocked or sterilized. The side effects of the meds, even for mild cases, are debilitating. Also, when the diagnosis gets out, you'll be ostracized from society and employment. I know that, and I'm still here, because I can't live like this. Dr. Bari's jaw slackened, an immediate failure to mask her surprise. Her eyes widened as a mix of horror and outrage filled her pupils. The human took several seconds to collect her thoughts, and I forced myself to hold her stare. Even a predator must wish she was armed around a self-diagnosed madman. Perhaps she was upset that I'd slipped under the radar for so long.
I am flawed. That treatment of mental health is somehow more atrocious than our methods in medieval times,
Kiara said.
First off, I can guarantee that no human will electroshock or sterilize anyone here. The only case in which you would be incarcerated is if you voice an immediate threat against yourself or others.
I chewed at my claws with anxiety. I understand. If I have predator disease, I am a threat to the herd, and you'll remove me, as it should be.
We do not remove the mentally ill from the herd. By a direct threat, I am referring to stating clear intent to harm someone. That is the only time authorities would be alerted. Otherwise, everything you say is confidential. If I spoke to anyone outside these walls about your sessions, I would lose my license. None of today's words will be shared.
I don't understand. Why would you lose your license? Are humans insane enough not to warn people of deviance?
My goal is to help you understand yourself and find healthy ways to address your feelings. And just because someone doesn't experience the world in the same manner as us, it doesn't make them a threat. It doesn't mean they deserve to be cast out without a lifeline.
But predator disease patients attack people.
A very small number of mentally ill individuals are violent, Sovlin. Mental health is more complicated than classing a condition as predator disease or not predator disease.
So what? We're just going to talk and nothing else. And this is magically going to make my illness go away. Right.
We'll talk. Any diagnosis made are for you to better understand how your brain works. I may recommend that you seek evaluation for medicine if I feel it is in your best interest. However, this would only be to tackle specific neurochemical imbalances.
I snorted to myself, unable to believe the inefficacy of this therapy. To think that Kiara Bari was a licensed medical professional for performing the duties of a talk show host. What a waste of a higher education. How would she determine that I had neurochemical imbalance without any testing technology? I'm never going to get my predation cured. Tyler and Marcel think I can talk it out of my system. Stupid predators. You'd think a violent species like humans would get the importance of catching outliers. I had listened to Dr. Bari's speech calling mental health a complex issue. If a certain number of patients were bound to be violent, how did a Terran's conscience let them take zero preventative measures? There was nothing complicated about allowing sick-minded people to wander among the herd. There might be ill humans among this crew, and Kiara claimed she wouldn't warn us at all. I didn't understand how Terrans without predator disease accepted dangers in their midst. We had to encourage them to take mental illness more seriously and root it out at a young age. There would be public outcry once Earth's public realized they were being exposed to twisted individuals. I couldn't wait to get out of this office and scoff about the bunk science to Sam. The therapist cleared her throat.
I can sense that you're skeptical, Sovlin. I need you to take our sessions seriously and trust me to help you. Can you give our methods a chance?
Sure, whatever. I didn't need to tip the human off to my plans to ridicule her entire practice. I did sign up for this.
You told me up front that you can't live like this anymore. I commend your courage in seeking help, and I can promise you, you will attain a deeper understanding of who you are as a person. If I might ask, what makes you think that you have predator disease?
I took joy from hurting Marcel Fraser. The only time I feel happy is when I kill an Arxer. I am violent, reckless, and filled with hate.
I'd love to hear more about the specifics of your emotions. Where would you suggest those feelings stem from?
Still not locking me up. I just admitted to violent tendencies and how good it felt at the time to torture an innocent human. Gritting my teeth, I decided to tell Kiara a small amount. Predators disgust me. No offense. It's been years. The Gajeeds were fending off a brutal assault, and I was a ship captain. Our defense was going poorly, right up until the desperate charge I'm famed for. Just before we drove them off, I was on a call to wish my daughter good night, when Arx's ships reached our neighborhood. For some reason, I began to spill everything about my past in rambling fashion. Kiara would prompt me whenever my words dried up, and jot down notes on a clipboard. The human didn't discourage the free flow of tears. I was ashamed of how they poured over with every word. The tissue box came in handy, but for some reason, I couldn't stop opening up about the painful topics. A significant amount of time breezed by as I recounted my family's death. The tale carried all the way from my suicide charge to the funeral. The astute therapist picked up on my feelings of guilt for the failed defense of the cradle. The Terran was patient when I broke into hysterics, unable to speak for minutes. She then coaxed me into recalling good memories of my family, including the day my daughter, Hania, was born. We touched on how I wanted the Axa to suffer like I had, and how I came across Marcel's patroller. With each passing day of staring into his eyes, I was reminded of every gory detail as my daughter was ripped apart. The idea that humans were plotting that against the Venlil enraged me. Zahn's intel convinced me that they were an evil race. Meanwhile, my own first officer was being enraptured by the monster. It was unacceptable. I had to kill Marcel. I wanted him off my ship because I thought his thirst for blood defined him. Kiara didn't bat an eye as I recounted my heinous acts. She allowed me to discuss the first evidence I saw of human empathy at the border outposts. The therapist listened with calm nods while I recounted the horror of seeing my homeworld demolished. My ignorance of humanity's true nature caused that tragedy. Faced with video evidence of Terrans dying for our civilians, I couldn't hide from the fact they could feel like us. After that last word spilled from my mouth, I hugged a wad of tissues to my snotty nose. Perhaps she understood the cradle's loss, given the undeserved attack on Earth. However, there was no question that I had brought condemnation on our race. That was without even broaching the topic of Seleni's revelation that our species was predatory ourselves. Enough of Kiara's time had been wasted listening to me sob all over myself. I slumped my shoulders and waited for her judgment.
Thank you for sharing that with me,
the human said.
I can't imagine how difficult it's been to have all of this on your chest and to deal with such horrible loss alone. I am sorry.
My head snapped up. You are sorry. I just dumped my issues all over you.
You did no such thing. The intense emotional reactions you describe, as well as the flashbacks and the depression, all fit with post-traumatic stress disorder. What that means, in severe situations, trauma can cause lasting changes to your brain. You become stuck in that moment. There are steps we can take to mitigate your symptoms, including cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. We are well past our time, but this was an important first step. You did a great job opening up to me. I'd like you to come back tomorrow so we can continue this conversation.
I guess I can. You're a powerful listener. Humans are so attentive with your eyes and all. The therapist set her notes down on the table and walked me over to the door. It did feel a tiny bit easy to breathe, having shared my journey with someone without judgment. This PTSD label I'd heard yet again was a human misunderstanding. We knew that trauma could only spark rapid onset of underlying issues, but I did owe it to Marcel to continue these talking treatments. Marcel wouldn't have suggested this if he didn't think it could help, so you have to give it a fair shake. Besides, Kiara seems like a nice enough person. Just misguided. Dr. Bari pursed her lips.
Before you go, Sovlin, something you said about Marcel caught my attention. What do you mean by his thirst for blood? Did he exhibit violent traits or behavior?
No, never, I answered hastily. I just mean your natural predator instincts. It's actually amazing that your empathy suppresses those without fail. You know, the whisper in your brain to eat us whenever you're hungry. Your desire to kill things when you look at them.
I beg your pardon? We have no such inclinations like you detailed. Is that what you think goes through my mind when I look at you?
It's okay, I don't judge you for it. I know you can't help it.
Listen to me. I am telling you those predator instincts don't exist. There is nothing to suppress. Please look up the Venlil empathy tests and see how we reacted to creatures in pain. Have you ever seen humans respond to blood and gore yourself?
I nibbled at my claws and encouraged my brain to ponder the question. On my first mission, when the UN military freed Gajit from that Axa cattle ship, several soldiers had thrown up. The sight of Gajit corpses left Carlos ashen with disgust. I thought the aversion to gore was strange at the time. The blood hadn't enticed them, though I'd wondered later if they were repelled by their own unwanted appetites. Humans were puking on the cattle ships, I replied. Kiara nodded for emphasis.
That is the normal response. We can be trained to kill, but our natural reaction is to be saddened by a creature in pain, to struggle to pull the trigger on anything we consider a person. Even trained soldiers often cannot shoot another human when it comes down to it.
You're seriously telling me there isn't the slightest part of you that's drawn to death?
Not at all. We don't just look at an animal and want to kill it. I can guarantee the thought of harming Slanek never once crossed Marcel's mind.
I see, Doctor. Tyler told me humans were aggressive, so I thought...
We can have tempers flare up, and aren't always level-headed and cooperative. That doesn't mean we like killing. Do you understand?
Yes, I think so.
Good. I'll see you tomorrow, Sovlin. Oh, and if you decide to share any of this, would you kindly spread the word that I'm not torturing anyone? I'm here to lend an ear to any ship member that needs it.
Okay. I'll put the word out that I've heard you only chat with people. My mind was reeling as I departed from the therapist's office. Humans had no reason to lie about their instincts when they'd come clean about their darkest feelings. I had a hard time believing that full-blown predators enjoyed killing less than I did, but the evidence supported that claim. There was so much about the Earthlings that I didn't understand. It remained to be seen if these sessions offered any benefits, but I decided to go back for a few days. What else was I going to do while we were docked on Venlil Prime? It would be nice to have a confidant, and if her hand-waving talk treatment had any effects, that miracle would be a welcome surprise.
Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, December 15th, 2136. This was my human's first visit to Venlil Prime, and for that matter, to any alien world in a non-military capacity. Tyler and Onzo tagged along on our escapade, along with Vernt and a miserable Burler. The Tilfish child's outburst unnerved me, until I remembered Marcel's words about people who were harmless but different. Predator disease was propaganda, and these specific symptoms needed scientific evaluation. General Burler agreed to let the humans observe her child's behavior, which proved she was desperate for help. I could tell she would have preferred to return to Sillis. Marcel's reminder that the Federation would torment Vernt might have been the wake-up call Burler needed. The Tilfish General was still hesitant to leave her son alone with a predator therapist. However, Vernt wasn't dropping his Hummer obsession and was making life difficult for his mother. An explanation was said to be coming, but the Terrans wished to stretch their legs before tackling serious matters. Marcel marveled at the circular designs of the roads and even knelt to press a palm to the fall-absorbent sidewalks. Humans didn't stampede-proof their major cities, from what I'd seen on Earth. Meanwhile, Vernt rode on Tyler's shoulder. The blonde-haired soldier had warmed up to the little Tilfish.
Faster! Hummers never get tired!
The Tilfish child cheered.
Run across the whole planet!
Burler flicked an antenna suspiciously.
That's true enough. Care to explain, Marcel?
The red-haired human smirked.
I do not.
You never do. Where are we even going?
A good question. When I asked, he told me, out, I chimed in. Humans are irritatingly non-specific, but trust me, don't ask about them not getting tired. Vernt played with Tyler's earlobe.
Hummer chase prey forever.
The Tilfish General stopped walking down the streets of Venlil Prime as the viability of that guess dawned on her. The blonde-haired human stiffened. His canines gnawed at his lower lip, clearly discomforted. Marcel leapt up from admiring the sidewalk and shot a desperate look at me for assistance. I slapped my tail across his nose dismissively, which earned a disbelieving scoff.
Interesting,
Onzo muttered.
That explains why our exchange program banned cardiovascular exercise.
Tyler jumped in with a hurried subject change.
Hey, Slanek, you asked where we were heading. Wonder Boy here wants to go to a Venlil rescue facility after he's done making out with the sidewalk.
I was just curious what it was made of.
Marcel wringed his hands through his hair, eyes narrowed with indignation.
It looked like obsidian. Come to think of it, I've never asked if Venlil Prime has volcanoes.
We do. Most are dormant, I answered. Burla still looked rattled by Vern's observation.
Wait, what is a Venlil rescue facility? A place for exchange pairings that have gone wrong. Even your answers only raise more questions.
Humans have been freeing people from Arxa cattle farms, starting with the Venlil. Mausel here.
Tyler began.
Not my name. It's 4 fucking syllables, man. Marcel Fraser.
As I was saying, Mausel Fraser wants to tour the rescued Venlil's place of residence. Word is, the poor souls just found out we have some unfortunate eyes. It's pandemonium. All the places we could go, free on an alien planet, and he wants to be a good Samaritan.
No one ordered you to come with me. Hell, I only asked Burla and the little man because we're meeting with a friend of sorts. She was going to help me explain a few things about Vernd.
I am surprised he'd spend his leisure time on such serious matters.
Burla responded.
Oh, of course he would.
Tyler pressed a hand to one side of his mouth and leaned toward the Tilfish General conspiratorially.
Marcel walks on water. His shit doesn't stink.
Onzo gave a devious ear flick.
Don't you mean Mausel?
Homer Mausel!
Vernt agreed. Nulia will be so happy that your nickname is catching on, I said in a sickly sweet voice. It's so mature of you to accept it. You're a great adoptive father, Mausel.
Gah.
Marcel's voice took on a bellowing quality, and he fixed a glare inches from my face. I was unimpressed by his charade, and his dazzling eyes had no effect on me.
I'm gonna have Monaghan start the ship and leave without all of you.
The Yortul snorted.
Good luck with that. You're the new guy here. Also, if you think you can give the captain orders, you're in for a rude awakening. She doesn't fuck around. I like her.
Onzo's aggression was notable from the moment I met him. He was my first real contact with the Yortul. It had seemed like a lousy joke when I heard that Tyler was accepted into an exchange program, but I realized how little censoring was needed with this species. Once, I would have been leery of this fact, but something about their flippancy made sense. Perhaps this young spacefaring race were the only ones who understood the violent undercurrent I'd unearthed in myself. I'm learning to trade predatory quips with the Terrans, just like Onzo does. I certainly like him a lot more than Tyler's inexplicable packmate, Sovlin. Interest flashed in Onzo's eyes as he noticed my neutral gaze on him. The Yortul wrapped his tail around mine and dragged me ahead of the predators. Despite Marcel's dawdling, we were almost at our destination. The current location of the rescue program was a gated institution per the news broadcasts. Terran soldiers stood by the zigzagged entrance and pointed their large assault rifles at the ground.
You're the first here before that's treated me as an equal. That hasn't called me primitive, uplift, or shown open disgust when I speak aggressively.
Onzo offered. I straightened my ears in surprise. I know what it's like to be disparaged, I guess. Tell you what. You don't call all Venlil weak and emotional, and I won't use any names against the Yortul.
Deal. But I'd reserve the right to insult you on a personal level.
Likewise. I've been around humans longer than you. I'm learning.
Ha! You're nothing like I thought you'd be. Especially from what Tyler said about you. You're not put off by a ribbon.
Onzo, I'm not the one to judge you for that. I probably have predator disease.
Shut the fuck up! Never repeat that again! You hear me? You have no idea what they'll do to you. I'm not talking about humans. Your own people will bleed your soul.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just saying without my instincts in the driver's seat, I've been more aggressive and unstable. Charging into battle. Killing.
Shit. You Venlil were probably all sorts of fired up before the feds got to you. I bet they went through great lengths to tame you. And you probably were a highly empathetic race from the start, but they distorted that. Pick the parts you like, and discard the rest.
They did that to the Yortul.
Yeah. It's surprising, but nice to have a non-human believe me. Thanks, Slanik.
Onzo broke off our chat, and Tyler raised a questioning eyebrow. Passive concern had lingered in the blonde human's gaze for the entire trip. The Yortul must have shared something with him to elicit this response. The marsupial hissed in annoyance when Tyler rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. Marcel picked up on the tense undercurrent and narrowed his eyes at the duo.
Is everything all right?
My human asked. Onzo bared his teeth.
It's good that you left Dino on the ship.
Of course it is.
Burla shuddered just thinking of the dog. I'd become partial to the domesticated predator because of his docile behavior.
We wouldn't want that thing terrorizing Venlil at a cattle facility, no less.
Rescue facility,
Marcel corrected.
Onzo is right. Trust me, 2 humans are terrifying enough to look at if you're not used to it. You've both been very nice to me and Vernt, but it's still a lot. Dogs would have Venlil catatonic on the floor. A public safety hazard.
The Otol lashed his tail.
What I meant is they'd burn Dino alive. Harder to do with him on a ship.
Why burn Doggy?
Vernt asked.
Because the dog doesn't fit their narrative of predators being evil, and it should suffer for that. That's why they tried to slaughter the humans.
Tyler nudged his friend.
That's enough. Kids don't need to be told about death and suffering.
You're right. I'm sorry.
The UN guards at the entrance shared a glance, having heard enough of our conversation. They formed a human wall, moving closer together to block our entrance. We deposited ourselves at the facility gate without any of us noticing the journey was complete. The red-haired officer showed them something on his holopad and engaged in a series of hushed whispers with the guard.
This is a sensitive situation, sir, with mass panic abounding.
A guard said.
The only names on this communique are you, the Venlil, and Burla. Even with Mr. Rosario's invitation, such a large group is inadvisable.
Marcel shook his head.
Tyler and I would be happy to wear masks. Vernt is an actual child, and Anzo's part of our crew. He can't be the only man left out, right?
The problem is that these Venlil know what's under the masks now, sir. They think we're slavering predators who go mad for a lick of blood. When they see large groups of us, they think it's a hunting pack. I know, it's batshit crazy, but...
Marcel!
A female Terran with dark curls waved a hand at us and flashed her teeth. Rosario. Sarah Rosario, the human astronaut, had invited us.
Come on in, and bring your friends. I'm sure they won't be any trouble.
The UN guard stepped to the side and cleared a path. They took a few extra steps back as Burla passed, which led me to question the wisdom of bringing her here. What if bringing a tillfish around stressed-out Gaians caused them to panic too? This place was a powder keg already. We didn't need to tempt fate. The last thing I wanted was to disrupt crucial work done toward human acceptance. However, the Odyssey astronaut seemed unfazed by the tillfish. The glint in her eyes was a mix of wonder and curiosity. I could only imagine how giddy Sarah had been at first contact, partaking in mankind's first opportunity to examine extraterrestrial life. Marcel and I had encountered this influential human twice. Throughout my instincts training, and during his painstaking recovery at the outpost. In our first meeting, she had asked if I wanted to seek a new partner to ensure I wouldn't ditch him in his lowest moments. I think Sarah was pleased when she saw I cared about him as a person. She's probably used to being treated like a faceless monster. The renowned predator sped back to the facility, and our group followed without comment. I saw humans in opaque helmets wandering the hallways. Their postures screamed exhaustion and frustration. On scattered security feeds, I could see Venlil rescues in lifeless stupors. Only a small percent were engaging with their caretakers, and those interactions were filled with tears and fears.
Sarah?
A timid voice came from a spare room where I saw Venlil poring over an interactive textbook. Her coarse pelt looked a bit ragged, though it was showing signs of recovery.
This says your ancient theatres could house tens of thousands of people.
Sarah quickened her pace.
That's right, Hasey. Curiously enough, that's still the size of many modern stadiums.
You're telling me tens of thousands of humans from primitive hunting days could amass in a central venue, and none of them would kill each other?
Correct. We can be entertained without any violence.
That's remarkable.
It's not that remarkable.
Onzo chimed in. The Venlil's head snapped up as our posse filtered through the doorway. She yelped in alarm, and her mottled ears pinned back against her head. Hasey couldn't seem to decide whether to be more afraid of scarred Marcel or towering Tyler. Her fear turned into a full-fledged scream as both humans smiled. The rescue was gone in a flash, shimmying behind a bookcase. Sarah frowned.
Hasey's shy around newcomers. Still doesn't like humans she doesn't know, and has to take breaks even from being around me. It's progress, though. I'm just happy she let me back into her life.
I don't mean to be rude, but is there a reason we're here? I was told you could help with Vernt.
Burla clicked.
Yes. Why don't we discuss this out in the hall and give Hasey some space?
The Terran scientist steered us back out into the hallway, finding an isolated corner to hold our discussion. She whispered something to Tyler, who flashed her a thumbs-up gesture. The blonde human took Vernt over to a vending machine and allowed him to play with the buttons. I eyed the receptacle with longing, wondering if the predators had imported potato chips. Burla sported a look of focused concern, worried about what the humans might say. Marcel says that predator disease encompasses thousands of unique conditions. That means humans likely have a narrower diagnosis for Vernt.
I read what Dr. Bari sent me, and I agree with her advice.
Sarah said in a low voice.
As for why my help has been enlisted, I've interacted with aliens at length, so I understand your views on mental health as well as our own. Based on what we've seen, Vernt would benefit from an autism screening with a specialist.
Autism?
Perla echoed.
That word didn't translate. Is it... What's the prognosis? What are you going to do with him?
Well, not to confuse it with the umbrella term predator disease, but autism itself is a spectrum. It can present with any combination of traits and behavior patterns. In general, simplistic terms, social difficulties and repetitive interests are the common denominator. Humans appear to be one of Vernt's special interests.
Okay. How do I fix it? Please, you have to cure this interest.
It doesn't work like that, Berla. You'd be better off finding ways to help Vernt deal with his unique challenges rather than trying to change him. We're working with alien biology here, so there's no telling if your brains present the same as humans. But I have a pamphlet here with an overview of common symptoms in our species.
This can't be happening. You said you could cure him, Marcel.
Marcel scratched his scalp.
Vernt is most likely neurodivergent. He's not broken, he's just different. I know in your heart you love him and accept him for who he is. You don't want him to change. You want him to be happy.
And of course, again, we're judging this based on our criteria for our species.
Sarah wagged her pointer finger as though drilling the message into Berla's skull.
With the Federation's take on mental health, it's difficult to get any accurate datasets. There's nothing to go off, and no telling how your conditions mirror or diverge from ours.
I listened in contemplative silence and mulled over the qualities that Sarah had outlined. It was a shame that Berla's pamphlet was translated into the Tillfish lexicon. I couldn't read the full explanation. The scientist hadn't listed anything threatening to the herd as part of Vernt's condition. This sounded like a disconnect with social norms and a lack of diversity in interests. Under Federation rule, would a harmless child like this little guy become an outcast? Or worse? Awkwardness caused me to shuffle my paws. Sarah, would you mind going into a bit of detail about the symptoms on the pamphlet? I'm curious. I'd like to have something in my head other than predator disease to fall back on.
On Earth, most individuals on the spectrum have sensory issues,
she replied.
They often don't like change, even minor ones, like when Vernt was told he couldn't go to Earth. The good news is that Vernt doesn't seem to have the learning or speech impediments we see in the most severe forms.
Berla twisted her antennae.
Vernt is very bright. He soaks up knowledge like a sponge. I wish there was something I could do to help him, though.
There is. Be supportive of his interests and be patient with him. He may need help expressing his feelings appropriately, as well as distinguishing the feelings of others. He might have difficulty relating to his peers, so an accepting mother could lessen his loneliness and his struggles.
Tyler approached the group with slow steps, and the conversation hushed at once. Vernt was picking at a package of Terran fruit snacks. Rather than stuffing a red one into his mandibles, the Tillfish child tried to cram it inside the blonde human's ear. Onzo had a laugh at his partner, and the big guy swatted at his head.
You fucking terror! Help!
Tyler yelped. Marcel snickered before prying Vernt away from the tall predator. My friend returned the fruit snacks, but was careful to keep the Tillfish out of reach of his auditory canals. Sarah had a good-natured smirk on her face, though Berla seemed mortified by her son's mischief. The Tillfish general scuttled forward.
I am so sorry, Tyler.
Oh, it's fine.
My redhead buddy jumped in.
Tyler's just not used to having anything inside his head. It must be nice for him to see what it's like.
The blonde human raised his fist.
Sarah, can you ban him from the exchange program already? That's predatory behavior there.
Why would I ban the cutest duo in the whole program, even if I had that authority?
The Terran scientist flashed her teeth at me, and I ducked my head.
Seriously, Berla, read the pamphlet. I'll forward information to Marcel about a screening. The advice of a specialist is better than my general knowledge.
Thank you. I appreciate that you've been so kind to a random child. Anyone but predators would.
I don't need a reminder. The last 20 years of my life were like someone else lived them. Fuck the Federation.
Onzo hissed. Sarah furrowed her brow.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fucking splendid. But I'm going to crack some Farsol's skull before I call it even.
Well then, I'll be happy to show you guys around the facility, and we could use the extra hands, paws. There will be no violent or anti-Federation talk around these Venlil, okay? Please, whatever you're going through, leave it at the door.
The Yotul flicked his ears in acknowledgement as all three humans surveyed him with worry. There must be something about Onzo's backstory that only Tyler knew. From what I had gauged, the Federation diagnosed this marsupial with predator disease due to his aggression. He could have been me after my reckless behavior on Sillis. Onzo was right when he told me not to use the words predator disease to refer to myself. Even if it was a Venlil's natural state, the humans were the only ones that understood that. I had thought about visiting my family while I was on Venlil Prime and introducing them to Marcel. However, the fact was that I belonged with predators more than my own people now. The dark truth had been right in front of my face every time I felt shame over my own transformation. My parents wouldn't recognize me anymore. They would reject me if they realized what a violent man I had become. It took coming home to realize that the old Slanik was dead. There would be no return to normalcy.
Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Arctic Dominion, Sector Fleet. Date, standardized human time, December 17th, 2136. Proxima Centauri was the site of many human endeavors, which I had guessed due to its constant ship activity. The nearest stellar system to Sol had once been where the Zerulean hospital fleet amassed to tend to an ailing Earth. Now, it was a bastion of human ships and drones. Rapid deployment was possible with the snap of their fingers. This went beyond the colony, which had temporary housing and the hastily assembled stations around the worlds. The fleet that the Terrans were constructing was enormous and rife with novelties that I had never seen. Identifying these devices proved difficult with how out-of-the-box humans could think. An excessive amount of patrollers prowled the system, ready to warp off to Earth or Venlil Prime at a notice. Anti-FTL boys and other minds saturated the system. Even Oleg and Lisa were wowed by the sights in the viewport. Probes propelled by solar sails could maneuver without emissions. Asteroids had FTL drives strapped to them, and other debris had engines attached as well. Artificial rods and slabs of metal were ready to be slingshotted at an enemy. There were other projectiles I failed to classify, though I was glad none deigned to attack me. Fascinating. I thought that visiting a system outside of Sol would lessen the military presence, I murmured. Falra's whiskers twitched.
I had no clue they built so many ships so fast.
Our industrial power's something else in a war economy, huh?
Oleg rubbed his eyes as he strained to make out the details.
Who knows what secret weapons the UN is ready to deploy? Maybe even those death rays they denied existed during the satellite wars.
Lisa looked exasperated as ever.
Oleg, the Grand Gulf meltdown and those fires were caused by hacking, not a death ray. And don't tell me that's what they want you to think.
But it is.
The Dosser giggled as she paced back and forth across my console buttons. I couldn't believe how quickly the prey animal had grown accustomed to me. She seemed determined to help me. Felra had drilled me on every aspect of betterment, from their policy goals to the powers of a chief hunter. It didn't seem that there was a suitable way out, but I was hoping the United Nations would have some advice. I stiffened as a blinking icon appeared on my data feed. There's a civilian transport approaching us on an intercept course, transmitting a looping message.
Well, what's it say?
Oleg prompted. Lisa crossed her arms.
I hope it doesn't say Isif is a fraud and a liar. If he isn't what he claims to be, we're guilty of dereliction of duty.
Hey! Scifi brought an entire fleet just to rescue me!
Falra swept her tiny tail across the console and bared her teeth in an aggressive gesture.
If that's not honest and caring, what is? Besides, he hasn't eaten me yet.
I would not dream of such a thing, I hissed. The message says that humanity is sending a diplomatic envoy aboard. My blood burned as I recalled the last boarding party to breach my ship. Waltzing into the heart of Terran territory again wasn't my first option, but I was in hot water. There was no one else to turn to except the lukewarm United Nations. Knowing General Jones, she'd been keeping tabs on me and expecting my visit. It seems she was able to keep Zhao from sicking the dogs on me. Our shuttle hasn't been attacked or confronted. I brought my vessel to a standstill and tried to trust that Jones had the situation under control. Making my shuttle easy to breach should signal my compliance. A thunk passed through the hull as the diplomatic transport latched into the side. After affirming that the airlock was sealed and affixed to the UN ship, I unlocked the entrance from our side. The 2 UN soldiers, whose formal names were Alexei Bondarenko and Lisa Reynolds, snapped upright. Their postures were as stiff as if someone jabbed a taser in their spines, and their flat palms looked glued to their foreheads. My maw locked with disdain as I recognized the uniformed man flanking General Jones. She had the nerve to alert Secretary General Zhao of my movements and bring him to greet me.
Chief Hunter Isif,
Earth's leader proclaimed.
We're pleased to welcome you to Proxima Centauri.
General Jones offered a smug smile.
Everything you see here is only the tip of the iceberg. If the Kolshians think they can pick off our allies one by one and have us sit by and watch, they're in for a rough week.
We can't defend all of our allied territory with the full might of Terra, but we're putting the finishing touches on our military spearhead. If we take the fight to them, they'll have to withdraw their forces.
Zhao concluded. I chuckled with derision. You tried that tactic with Kalsim, and he let his own world burn. You humans have a saying about doing the same thing and expecting a different result, correct?
Perhaps it is the definition of insanity. The difference is, the Kolshians care about control and defending their core worlds. Giznar even knows this from what she passed along to Jones.
Zhao knows about me,
The SecGen isn't blind, Isif. He's not a Fetty.
Jones remarked.
Five Eyes had some knowledge pertinent to the Dominion's upper echelons that we couldn't explain. Zhao put 2 and 2 together.
As much as I'd like to chew her ear off for withholding intelligence, we can't afford to be divided.
The Secretary General clasped his hands behind his back.
Earth is fully committed to a total war. If we don't demolish the Federation's foundations, we can't guarantee our citizens' safety. Would you like to finish, Spy Master Jones?
Gladly. In essence, we have no idea what we're walking into. The Kolshians' true strength and any concealed weapons they have up their sleeves. They clearly believe that Alpha is impenetrable, and we'll need to pass through other species' space to get to them. They know our stealth tactics, so we have to fight.
I narrowed my eyes. So you have to work your way up to the top.
Precisely. The Far Sol are the quiet conspirators, and got taken down a notch post-extermination fleet, but they still held out against an Arxer raid with minimal damage. They claim to have committed their entire arsenal, yet that clearly couldn't be further from the truth. We can't discount their trickery either.
That's what we're up against,
the Secretary General said.
We're calling this operation the Phoenix Fleet, built from the ashes of Earth. Might I give you a personal tour, Isif, as a peace offering between us? Your friends are welcome to join.
The fact was, with my cover in shambles, I needed the United Nations direction just to survive the next week. My interest in interacting with Zhao was negligible, but I offered a grudging nod. Oleg and Lisa were given permission to stand at ease and relaxed their postures. Jones then sauntered up to the console, inputting a flight course that steered us around various sites. That glint in her eyes. She already knows the trouble I'm in. Betterment will want my head. Just to cement her disconcerting omniscience, Jones handed Oleg a pair of glasses. The male soldier looked taken aback, muttering something about matching his prescription. I was sure the fact that the UN was spying on me wouldn't embolden his conspiracies at all. Lisa was studying me, and I recalled her suggestion on the shuttle ride for me to defect. As easy as that escape may be, it wouldn't salvage my people's future. The 2 human soldiers annoyed me at first, but they were growing on me a tiny bit. They felt more authentic and representative of their kind than Jones or Zhao. With Jones especially, it felt like she was hoarding information as a weapon. The Arxer never plotted to the lengths that Terrans did. That's why, even with Felra's aid, I failed to recover my facade after saving Malu. As we glided into the Proxima system, Zhao gestured to a rocky planet. It appeared to be a testing ground for bombs, with occasional missile launches from the planet's surface too. Felra squeaked in alarm, spotting the humans practicing orbital raids. I agreed with the tosser, at least in pinpointing Earth's motives. There were no uses for long-range antimatter besides pure destruction.
We are practicing precision strikes from above with smaller warheads and with larger yield weapons too.
The Secretary General pulled up some specs on his holopad, including a few cruise missiles that could be launched from airdropped platforms.
Rest assured, my Dossa comrade, there is a dual purpose for these exercises.
Felra's ears quivered.
You're practicing raiding Federation planets. Do you intend to let any survive?
The United Nations is prepared to reciprocate hostile actions after what happened on Malu. However, while civilians may wind up as collateral, they are not explicit targets. The smaller missiles are designed to contain the impact to areas and structures vital to military operations.
Then why are you practicing with full-scale warheads?
That is a training exercise. We're attempting to construct a ground intercept system which can detonate orbital munitions before they hit the surface. It's the same idea as a missile defense system such as the Iron Dome.
We're practicing how many planetary strikes we can intercept and improving our technology.
Jones added.
Also, with all the reverse engineering we've done, we have many new additions to our fleets. If I may...
My shuttle continued on its charted course, peeling away from the testing ground. If Earth had been able to stop missiles before they impacted the ground, perhaps their losses would have been less severe. It was incredible how quickly the humans were improving. Their innovation was unsurpassed, and I could see the beginnings of a galactic superpower falling together. If the Terrans had a few months to get everything in order, this would all be a different story. They are a driven species to come from their first FTL ship to this in months. Falra's fear sense still lingered in the air, but her eyes glistened with curiosity. I could only imagine how she felt, touring a Predator's killing devices after learning that her friend was an AXA commander. To exacerbate our dilemma, she had watched me tear 4 Colchians apart like it was nothing. I reminded myself to explain to the Dosser that humans couldn't have done this without allied manufacturing power. Even in war preparations, they proved themselves a social species that outshone the AXA. "Are you okay?" I whispered. "This is a more up-close and personal view of human killing abilities than you likely intended." Falra chuckled, though the nerves seeped into her tone.
I was curious about joining an exchange program, but this is more than I bargained for. I could do with a little more petting and less bombs.
Lisa coughed.
I heard that. Careful what you wish for.
The shuttle approached a drone hub, which appeared to include self-piloted hospital ships. The Terrans wouldn't need to divert any qualified helmsmen to ferry the medics into battle. General Jones fiddled with my console, determining how to highlight items on the viewport. Her binocular eyes sparkled with pride. The drone program was her brainchild.
Not only are we experimenting with varying drone sizes and with automating certain functions even in manned ships, but we've also crafted mini-drones.
The spymaster's rosy lips turned up, and she highlighted a handful of specs.
Small enough to fit in my hand, and you can fly them like steered bullets. Good luck targeting something so tiny.
My growl vibrated with appreciation. They could find chinks in armor and be rigged to explode, or be used as scouts alongside those solar sail probes you have.
I'm glad to speak to someone who appreciates our craftsmanship. Tarva, bless her heart, gets this blank look in her eyes when I delve into military details, and General Cam just acts like a cheerleader. I'm not sure he knows what he's applauding.
You've learned of our shield-breaking technology with how we kicked Shaza's hind end with it.
Zal flashed his teeth, insufferable in his haughtiness.
You see the drones in a simulated engagement port side? They can take out enemy shields now, optimally without human input.
Shield breakers. That's all well and good until they turn their tactic back at you, yes? Element of surprise, gone.
Keep watching. The ships they're firing at. Look what happens during a shield outage.
My pupils surveyed the viewport, and I parted my maw with curiosity. Falra climbed up onto my shoulder, getting a better view of the action. The human armaments were duking it out with phony weaponry, and that included a simulation of shieldbreaker input. They had accounted for such devices being used against them after all. Terran craft that lost shields deployed a platform in front of them, which assembled itself into a wall. These fortifications provided an extra layer of defense for human ships, and could absorb lethal munitions being used against them. It was easy enough for the UN to shoot through the gaps, while the enemy's return fire couldn't thread the barrier. I wasn't sure if it was the simplicity or the far-reaching effects of their ingenuity that impressed me. That is clever, Zhao. Whenever you are done showing off, I could use your help, I hissed through gritted teeth. The Secretary-General glanced at me.
The showing off has a point. We are aware of your troubles, but there's no walking back what happened at Maloo. You should call for an open rebellion against the Dominion.
Zhao is right. You have access to the rebel forums to share what you know, and you have the confidence of 2 sector fleets.
Jones ascertained.
Remind them of how well Earth fed them. We've shipped the non-sapient cattle, which we agreed to at Sillis, to your headquarters. A start, if you're smart with it.
That is madness! My roar reverberated throughout the ship, making every human but Jones flinch. We're not ready to fight betterment. Not without human help, which you won't give. Food won't fix that.
It's the hierarchy of needs, Isif. Feeding your people will free their focus to fight intelligently. You have access to fleet-wide communications. Perhaps you could offer sanctuary to defectives as well.
What about human help, Jones? You refuse to fight a two-front war, and you say it has a point, but you haven't expanded upon the purpose of your boasting either. The Secretary General pursed his lips.
I'll answer this one. What I'm showing you here is that we have a fighting chance against the Federation. We're going to slay a giant, or at least try to. We can't offer you anything today, Isif. But if we make it out in decent shape, humanity will aid you.
That's not now. I'm supposed to campaign on hope and an empty promise.
I don't make empty promises. Look at how far we've come. You must believe that we can end the Federation. You need to hold out, to keep yourself and your movement alive until we finish this fight. Will you give it a shot?
Felra twitched her whiskers, a sign of encouragement. If my docile friend thought this crackpot plan was worth the effort, then perhaps I could try to stand up to the might of betterment. An influential Arxer like myself was the leader figure her rebellion needed. I'd proven my might in battle, and I knew how to command fleets. The question was whether I could convince enough soldiers to join me. I guess we're going to try to overthrow the Dominion, I sighed, ignoring Felra's happy squeak. Humans, if you believe we could ever have a better future as I do, you will help me, any way you can.
We will.
Zhao extended his hand, and I gripped it reluctantly.
Not to sound like Jones, but you can't trust anyone. Keeping you alive will be key. You know that. That's why you wandered for weeks without an armed escort.
Your point is?
Perhaps you would trust human soldiers as your full-time guards. If Bondarenko and Reynolds here are up to the task, that is. I cannot give them that order in good faith. It's a dangerous assignment, beyond the scope of what any soldier signed up for.
Oleg grinned.
Being on the inside of spy insurrection shits, sir, I'm in.
If it helps the United Nations and swings the balance toward galactic peace, I'm in too, sir.
Lisa responded. I narrowed my eyes. I could live with keeping them around. Thank you. And Felra, do you want to stay with the humans? It won't be safe, and there'll be lots of Arxer. War and death.
You're not getting rid of me. I said we'd figure it out together. Someone's got to teach you how to express your emotions, and who better than a special girl like me?
Zhao wandered to my console.
You've got yourself a crew then. Now, let's help you draft your statements, shall we? Unofficially, of course.
If someone had told me before the cradles fall that I would start a rebellion with generals of pack predators, I would have thought it was absurd. That was without mentioning the fact that I had one of the smallest herbivores perched on my shoulder. Our unlikely posse began penning the words of sedition, and I wondered whether any Arxer would come to my side at all. The state of affairs in the galaxy was heating up in a hurry. I hoped that Zhao's bluster bore tangible results. My species' fate hinged on the human success against the Colchians and the Far Soul. For all the primates had accomplished while staring down insurmountable odds, this was the stretch that would determine victors and losers. The military Earth had spawned in a matter of months needed to be enough to take down the Federation's kingpins, or all of us were doomed.
Memory transcription subject, Glim, Venlil rescue. Date, standardized human time, December 19th, 2136. The days since the raid against Venlil Prime had climbed into the double digits. 10 days ago, every rescue learned the Gaian's dark secret. I could recall the panic of being rushed to a bunker by a predator whose name I didn't even know. There were thousands of them packed in my vicinity, beady eyes glistening in the darkness. It brought back terrible memories, ones I'd tried to blot out from my mind. I could still recall each of the numbers on my brand torched into my neck in the Arxer lexicon. I could recite them by heart. When I was pried loose and herded around as the Grey's plaything, I wasn't Glim. It was as if I could observe myself from the outside there and distance myself from the binocular eyes scanning me as a scrumptious kill. The bunker humans left me overstimulated and slipping back into torturous times. Noah would have known to comfort me, but he wasn't there. The Terran ambassador was neck-deep in the Dwerten negotiations, which had borne little fruit. Instead, I'd huddled within the bunker in a shaken heap, feeling claustrophobic and trapped among the predators. When the guy who saved me carried me outside, I could breathe again ever so slightly. How had the other cattle felt, having not already known that humans were under those masks? I knew who they were, and it's still taken me days to process that experience. As an abstract concept, I could handle the reality of the predator infestation on Venlil Prime. My caretaker by himself was a welcome sight. I felt the smallest warmth when Ambassador Williams rushed to visit me in the aftermath. It had taken me days to be able to speak with him, though, after the bunker ordeal fried my neurons. Thousands of eyes scattered throughout the periphery. The human presence. I shook my head and prayed that my voice wouldn't leave me today. The Terrans hadn't hurried me along despite the breakdown of order among the rescues. However, my promise to aid them in getting through to the cattle hadn't left my memory. I was supposed to deliver a speech the night of the raid, but I'd clamped up after the nightmare within an enclosed space.
So the Dwerten are stringing us along. Now they're asking to see a rescue from the cattle farms.
Noah lightly draped an arm over my shoulders, which made me flinch. I'd zoned out as we were walking toward the auditorium.
Glim, you good? You told me you were all there.
I clasped the folded-up speech notes tighter in my paw. Yeah, perfectly fine. I'm just on edge from the raid. Haven't been able to get out of that headspace.
Are you sure that's it?
Totally. Say, I'm surprised to see Hasey and Sarah talking.
She still screams and hides at every human but Sarah. To think that you and her are rays of sunshine. You're so clearly afraid of us, yet most rescues have renounced our kind altogether. The majority will never come around.
I'm going to try to help you with that. Oh, what were you saying about the Dwerten?
We need their ships, Glim. It's no secret. The Dwerten want to see what we've done for the farm rescues, and that means putting some poor soul through an inquisition.
The human rubbed his short scalp, pursing his lips. I found myself wishing he'd donned his old helmet.
I hate to ask even more of you, but I think you're the closest thing we have to an objective voice.
I pinned my ears back. If it gets me out of this place, I'll do it.
So you're good with leaving straight from the speech. I don't mean to rush you, but the Federation is knocking on our doorstep. Each day we squander, they're getting closer to us. To our friends.
I said I'll help. Leave whenever. Sooner rather than later, I hope. I need to clear my head. Noah donned his mask, and my breathing felt much less strained. The human remained off to the side into the hallway, but pointed to a lectern in a conference room. Disaffected rescues had been shown to the area, and a few chatted nervously about the predator's intentions. There was a camera to record my words for the Venlil that hadn't been coaxed to the meeting area. I unfolded my speech notes and surveyed the words I'd written before the raid. My conviction had been tested at every turn. I didn't know how I could muster any persuasive abilities. Someone had to give these traumatized Venlil an explanation if they were to attain any solace. It was shocking to discover the sweet species who waited on us hand and foot had the form of our enemy. I leaned closer to the microphone, summoning all of my strength. Hello, everyone. To answer your burning question, the Gaians hide their faces because they know what they are. A predator race. They rationalize the deepest evils with ease, and their past rivals the Arxes in its horribleness. My voice came out flat, save for the last stutter. Nervous gasps tailed from the audience, and I tried to add gusto to my tone. Their real species name is human. The Federation has known about these wicked flesh-eaters for centuries. As an exterminator, and someone who has faced the same evils of captivity as you, I've encountered the worst predators. They are everything I fought against, and then some. Noah stiffened in the hallway. Several Gaians began to start toward me, perhaps to cut off my speech. They thought that I was generating additional panic. I could feel my caretaker's awful eyes on me through the helmet before he decided to trust what I was doing. The Terran ambassador extended an arm, holding his colleagues back. Scrawled in red ink, I read my hasty additions to the speech which I tacked on last night. Addressing current events was important, both for these Venlil and myself. This was about reminding myself why these primates were nothing like the Arxa who tortured me. But all of you know that humans act kind and endearing to us. You saw them save Venlil, while the weaker predators cowered alongside us. That was what really happened, Glim. You saw it. Your logical brain knows this, but it's like someone turned a faucet of memories back there. Thousands of them locked with us for hours, across from makeshift hospitals their people set up. Inundated with fear scent and copious amounts of blood, the EMTs clasped packets in their hands and didn't drink them. The Gaians seemed taken aback by my last note, but among the crowd I saw a few tail swishes recognizing that oddity. There had been many things I'd regarded in the outside world which suggested the predators had carved out ordinary lives here. Venlil and humans intermingled across the capital and banded together in the war. Clearing my throat, I hurried through the last bit of my speech. I escaped this very facility weeks ago, and the world I saw wasn't enslaved or suffering. I saw these predators playing fine-stringed instruments, trading fruits and talking piteously about us. My caretaker pulled me back from an oncoming train, serving my life, and held me when I mourned a familial tragedy. He felt empathy, as proven by our scientific tests, and he didn't shy away from his species' worst moments. Humans, Gaians, they aren't the least bit predictable, but I believe that they won't harm us today. Is that enough? All I can say is that we've seen them do more than kill inside and outside these walls. Despite knowing the danger of predators, the Venlil decided to trust them. We have to trust the herd, or we have nothing. I flicked my ears a single time and slunk away from the podium. That was the best declaration I could drum up for the rescues. I hoped it was what the humans wanted from me. Perhaps Noah wished I was less honest about their flaws, though he didn't challenge me. My helmeted caretaker merely waved a hand and guided me outside to a car. Being locked in an enclosed space with a predator jogged the horrible memories again, but I kept that thought to myself. I tried to shut off my brain, hoping to dissociate during transit. Fielding Dwerten questions on behalf of humanity's diplomatic outreach program might be a good way to ground myself. It was a distraction at the least, one which I was relieved to have. Why couldn't I get better? The ornate exterior of the governor's mansion sparkled in the sunlight as we pulled up near the reception lawn. A female avian with dull grey feathers waited under an awning. She was clearly expecting our arrival. It was uncommon to see Dwerten outside their systems, since their species denounced individual ambitions. Setting out to a foreign world on their own went against the homogeneity's collectivism. I risked a glance at Noah, who had long since abandoned the helmet. The human ambassador was unusually quiet, with a despondent look tugging at his lips. At first, I presumed it was because I was ignoring him, but he didn't even notice we had arrived at our destination. Reaching out with a hesitant paw, I jostled his meaty hand. The Gaian blinked in rapid succession. Do I really want to know what he was lost in his head about? Noah? What's wrong? I murmured. The astronaut forced a snarl.
Don't worry about it. You have your own problems, Glim, which are much heavier than mine. Besides, we've got to go. The Dwerten ambassador is right there waiting for us.
She can wait 10 seconds for you to tell me. I'll feel better knowing.
If I tell you, will you promise to get out and talk to the Dwerten without any additional questions or comments to me?
Fine.
The stampedes. I can't stop thinking about it all. The bodies, the calamity. Thousands died even with our help. Tarva says that's normal during emergency evacuations on Venlil Prime.
That's what you're brooding about. It's sad, Noah, but there's nothing you can do about it.
No, I could have done things differently before. I know for a fact that everyone on this world was sent to bunkers when Sarah and I first showed up. How many people did we kill by saying hello? Those casualties were directly caused by our arrival. An unintended consequence.
Oh. Remembering my promise not to press Noah further, I slid out of the car. There was nothing I could say to comfort him, unless he was feigning empathy to tug at my heartstrings. He must have noticed that I was pulling away from everyone in the wake of the raids. It was never certain his feelings were authentic. The human ambassador's gaze scorched into my back, and he shimmied out after me. With forced cheeriness, he waved to the Dwerten ambassador.
Ambassador Koji, it's wonderful to see you.
Noah's abrupt shift in demeanor left me questioning just how well he could act.
This is Glim. He was rescued during an exchange negotiated by the UN Secretary-General. I've been helping him settle back into Venlil life.
Koji's bill was lengthy and curved, and looked threatening when it was pointed toward me. The Dwerten studied me with a haughty aura, not saying a word. The lack of a basic greeting soured any goodwill I had toward this avian. But I remembered what Noah said about the importance of gaining their ships. Humanity must have endless patience to keep trying at diplomacy without any results.
Glim? Say something.
The human prompted. I curled my lip. Hello.
Apologies for his shortness, Madam Ambassador. I'm sure you understand the trauma he's recovering from. Feel free to ask him any questions you like.
I'd rather do so without humans monitoring him.
Koji clicked. The Dwerten's cold request rubbed me the wrong way with how she was giving orders as a guest. If Noah was faced by being told to sod off, he didn't show it. The Terran dipped his head in a respectful gesture and backed away with careful steps. His pupils studied me with concern, and I straightened my ears to show I could handle it.
Well, I'll leave you two alone for a few minutes, but I'll have to circle back shortly. This is only Glim's second time out of the facility. His welfare is important to me.
The Predator responded, to be greeted with silence.
Okay then. Good luck.
Noah seems more awkward than usual. I can't blame him, not receiving any positive cues from the Dwerten. Koji inspected me once the Gaian vanished.
Has that human talked about Milu at all, Glim?
Milu? The Dossa homeworld, I asked.
I'll take that as a no. In short, the Kolshians raided the planet and are doing stars know what to the populace. These Terrans made sure to give us all the details, but they care so little for their allies. It's just propaganda to them. They use it as a tragedy to show what the Federation has done, yet they're doing nothing to take it back. They won't protect their allies when push comes to shove, except for the Venlil.
I thought you wanted to ask me about the cattle rescues. I don't know why you're talking to me about this.
Because you've heard what they really think. You won't just defend them blindly like your government does. Humanity could glass their own world, and Tarva would be on television the next day talking about how wonderful they are. They just want our ships. They think the homogeneity doesn't know they plan to use us and discard our lives.
Ambassador Koji, I...
What incentive do we have to go against the Kolshians? We don't want to fight them. We don't even like humans. They're loud, selfish, and brutish in the presentable version of themselves. Noah's happy to woo us into getting slaughtered and fan the flames of war. I don't like him either, and I want nothing to do with their whole alliance.
Listening to someone else insult my caretaker boiled my blood, despite my jungled emotions. It was true, by the ambassador's private admission, that humanity was trying to flip neutrals to their small alliance for manpower. However, if the Federation had actually raided the Dossa's homeworld, how could that be turned against Noah? These Dwerten were just wasting the Terrans' time, and that pissed me off. You're a fucking moron, I screamed. You could use the humans to your advantage. If you were smart, you'd realize they were desperate and set the terms. You want to be protected, then specify that. You could probably ask for their help freeing Dwerten cattle too. They're good at that. I'm not sure what you want from them, but they'll do it. The long-billed avian leaned back.
To our advantage? Involving ourselves with attacking fellow herbivores? It's out of the question. They'll bring torment upon us, and the Terrans can't even fend them off.
Why don't you involve yourself solely with stopping attacks? For the love of stars, all you have to do is send a few ships to human-allied planets. I don't get why you wouldn't want to send a clear message before the Kolshians turn on you or your friends. It's Arxa behavior, and it must stop. If Milu is being plundered, that's disgusting.
I agree, Glim. But this is why none of the races who talk to humanity will pledge support. It's hard to stick your neck out.
It's not hard. You want the humans to save the Dossa, and you know damn well they don't have the numbers. Why? Because you won't lift a wing to help. You don't have to publicly declare support, or do a thing you don't want to. Help care for the rescued cattle from the Sillis battle. Defend prey from attack and nothing else. If you want Milu recovered, then you and dozens of others need to contribute. Panicked footsteps ran down the walkway, so Ambassador Noah must have heard the commotion. I'd raised my voice to a staggering level in my initial outburst. His binocular eyes were wide with alarm, and he raised his hands in a placating gesture. I could feel anger simmering off him as he all but wrenched me away from Ambassador Koji. The Dwerten was steering over my words, and she studied the Predator for several minutes.
I have a proposal, Predator. You get this one chance to accept it, and you may not counteroffer.
Koji moved her beak inches from Noah's cheek, and I could see my caretaker trying not to shy away.
We'll send a few dozen ships to your weakest world's garrisons. We will only intervene in the event of an attack on prey. That means not Earth, and no offensive aid. You have no control over our ships, and you don't order us around.
The Terran looked surprised.
I wasn't finished. Furthermore, we will not be openly on humanity's side. We don't want to fight the Kolshians, unsure of their capabilities. Nobody does. We will reach out to dozens of our allies to help retake Milu. A full-fledged attempt to reclaim it is a mandatory condition of the deal, and we expect humanity to send the bulk of the force. It has been days, and you've done nothing.
We wish to help, really. But there's 40,000 of them. The number of ships we'd have to send to contest their claim would be too high. We couldn't afford to take those kinds of losses, or to merely lose half the craft we send. Even if we succeeded, we'd be leaving every other system, including our own, open to attack.
I don't care about your system. I care about the Dossa, and I expect thousands of your ships in the rescue fleet. Do you accept our terms?
Yes. Yes, we do. Thank you, Amber.
I'm leaving. Quit talking.
It was striking how Koji deigned to speak to Noah, and how casually the human brushed off the insults. His brown eyes watched as she fluttered over to the reception lawn. The visitor boarded her spacecraft in a hurry. The Predator leaned back and waited until the Dwerton had taken to the skies. Ambassador Williams then flashed his teeth, throwing an excited fist pump into the air.
How did that happen? What the hell did you say, Glim?
The Gaian asked.
I mean, first off, I don't have the authority to make that deal, but I'm sure the UN will accept it. Besides, if I didn't say yes, she would have taken it off the table.
I tilted my head. I told her she should set the terms. That's what the Dwerton really wanted. Control. Sorry that she, took my advice in a forceful direction. Aren't you angry?
Oh, not at all, you brave, wonderful Venlil. You just gave us the ability to increase our friends' defenses and try to take back Milu. We can win this war. Peace. That's all we want in the whole wide universe.
The Predator was radiating excitement, though the impact of this moment was starting to hit me. I might have just tipped the war's balance in humanity's favor. There was no telling if their proclaimed intentions of peace would end up being the truth. Dwelling on that wouldn't help my shattered mind, though. A federation that bullied its own people into submission and used secret fleet for conquest was no better than whatever Earth would do. Noah seemed to have a good heart, so I needed to continue accepting that at first value. The rest of his kind were ambiguous hunters to me, but I knew his character was pure and polite. He was deserving of my trust. It remained to be seen how the Terran Alliance fared in its next battles, but I hoped they'd retake Milu and kick the Kolshians in the teeth.
Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 14th, 2137. Standing in the cargo bay of the ship, gun in paw, numbness gripped my limbs. A spate of nightmares had plagued me throughout the journey, though they'd started in earnest on Venlil Prime. I often saw Marcel being held at gunpoint, or with an Arxa bullet drilling into his helmet. The fiery stampedes on both the Cradle and Sillis were etched into my memories as well. Sometimes it was realistic enough that I could feel ash worming its way down my throat. It was as if my soul was missing in the downtime with the lack of gunfire. In most visions, I found myself carrying a gun like the one I toted now. Remembered emotions flooded back, and I envisioned my claws pulling the trigger. Reality made sense when I was on the battlefield. Coming back to civilian life on Venlil Prime had been what was alien. In my heart, I knew Onzo was right about professing my predator-diseased aggression. Marcel hadn't wanted to tempt fate, but I was itching to get back into the fray. The Predator refused to let me go alone, even if he'd been involved in enough ground occupations for 1 year. I understood that this was what life was now, in order for humans to survive. Killing, killing, and more killing. Though, if I forgot the reason I was doing it at all, my mind might collapse. By this third deployment, I hoped to detach from the horrors a little. Violence was merely a certainty.
When are you coming home, Mausel?
Nulia's voice trailed from his holopad alongside a grainy image of the Gajid's face.
You missed Christmas! I made a gingerbread house with Mama Lucy!
The red-haired human smiled.
That's awesome. I don't know when I'll be home. But with me and Slanik gone, you had more to eat for yourselves. You don't want the salt monster learning the joys of sugar, do you?
No, but I miss you lots.
The Terrans had gotten an FTL comms network up and running weeks ago, and the technology had finally passed along to soldiers and civilians. It was easier than ever for humans to chat with aliens in allied systems, while also making it possible for troops to call their loved ones. I could admit a tinge of jealousy over Marcel's calls with his family. He had people who he knew would accept him, and he also looked happier talking with them than me. All that energy I spent caring about his welfare, and I would always be second-rate to him. It felt like I was on an island without anyone to support me. Hell, Marcel had humiliated me in front of Sovlin, insisting on us rolling over like prey. There were some things that couldn't be forgiven. I couldn't believe he'd push me to talk to that Gajid. I'm just happy we've left Monaghan's ship. I wish I took that Gajid's head off while I had the chance. It's a shame I was too injured to see it through. I flexed my healed shoulder. It's time to get ready, Mars. We're almost in range of Milu.
All right,
he hissed, perhaps sensing my jealous tone.
I've got to go, Nulia. You be good for your mother now, all right? You've got to do your chores.
Do I really have to?
The Gajid whined.
You do if you don't want Santa to put you on the naughty list next Christmas. If you're good, you'll be rewarded in the end. Besides, you want to make our lives easier, right? It's been a hard year for us too.
Fine. I love you, Mausel.
Love you too. Tell your
Marcel sighed as the Gajid abruptly hung up. He fixed his hazel eyes on me and shrugged his shoulders in a nonchalant way. The human tickled the tip of my tail, causing my bushy appendage to jerk away. Watching him flash his teeth in a playful manner, I felt a bit better. My dependency on my best friend for happiness might be unhealthy, but I couldn't imagine my life without him. Terran soldiers were filing into transport, preparing to detach from our current carrier once we neared the target. Mission objectives ranged from inserting boarding parties into enemy ships to retaking space stations by force. Clearing out Milu itself would be an arduous task. It had taken weeks for the Kolshians to set down routes, and it could take an equal amount of time for them to be removed. That was assuming we prevailed against their secretive fleet.
It concerns me what conditions we'll find the Dossa subjected to. To think that they hate us so much that they'll brutalize anyone who tries to befriend us.
Marcel growled. I pinned my ears in hesitation. Is it true that the Arks have fought alongside the Dossa? I know it's a rumor, but it has me nervous they're here. Every time we land, they seem to show up and kill everyone. We're cursed.
Hey, it's only happened twice, but there is a pattern forming there. Milu might not want us two among the boots on the ground, buddy. Hell, I do feel a little cursed.
The Ark, sir. You're dodging.
Yes. Chief Hunter Isif himself helped them at our request, or so I hear. The Greys were only able to weed out a few thousand attackers, though that's a handful we don't have to face. We were able to get a couple hundred evac ships out because of his fleet, which took a beating for us.
The Kolshians gave a beatdown to the Ark, sir.
You could say the kid gloves are off, Slanik. You could also say they had the power to stop the Greys and let billions die instead.
I loaded onto a transport in silence, appalled by the truth of his words. The Federation allowed entire species to be genocided and billions of sapiens to be taken as cattle to retain control. Had they really concealed their true power just to encourage fear? The Kolshians hadn't wanted to win the war, and I couldn't think of a single other reason why. That realization culminated in fury. I was raring to plunk a bullet into their skulls. My biological brother died fighting the Arxa because the Kolshians willed it so. Everything we've ever done had been frivolous. All of this haunting death was for naught. Our transport had its own ability to monitor communications and a digitized replica of the bridge's viewport. We could transition between the host carrier's eyes and our own once we were cast into the stars. It was true that humanity had also faced numerical odds at Koa and Sillis, and that they had triumphed all the same. By this point, I imagined the Kolshians had an answer for the shield breakers, though. While we were at less of a numerical disadvantage this time, assuming our new allies showed up, Our fleet would mainly be comprised of prey races. The Terrans must be expecting them to be discombobulated liabilities, but the Dwerten had been unequivocal about not accepting human direction or crew. We'd raised 35,000 of our own ships, but only 7,000 of those were UN vessels. At least the Dwerten had showed up. The military staff at the briefing hadn't been certain they'd uphold the deal. As one of the galaxy's 2 avian species, they were oddballs even before humanity's announcement. Their support ships were nothing groundbreaking, but they were able to raise an army to retake Milu in a few weeks. Their fleet was waiting on the fringes of the DOS's system prior to our arrival. According to the initial communications coming through on our systems, they were calling their alliance the Dwerten Shield. They'd gotten 44 races to donate a few hundred ships each, which was more than our prior total of allied species. I suppose we couldn't argue about their effectiveness, despite the flippant demeanor they held at humanity.
We are going to attack now. You Predators will help.
A Dwerten commander spoke curtly to the human fleet. The UN's reply was instant and unfazed.
Copy that. We're right behind you, Dwerten Shield.
The Terran Armada was laden with novelties, and our newer vessels had a bare-bones crew thanks to the automation of duties. The plan was for older vessels to be retired or retrofitted to require less personnel. However, Earth's current focus was sending out anything with guns and FTL engines. They wouldn't be scrapping any ships that had endured the prior battles. That was why Captain Monaghan and our Sovlin-bonded idiot friend Tyler were being sent to enemy-occupied territory at the Federation's heart. Automated vessels pressed forward on the UN's front lines, though the foolhardy Dwerten insisted on leading the charge. Our hospital ships lingered on the fringes, ready to move in as needed. According to Marcel, humans considered such vessels non-combatants, but I imagined the Kultians thought any Predator ship was fair game.
Here we go,
Marcel murmured. Thousands of enemy ships approached on the viewport feed, pulling away from the patrols of the system. They had been ready to face intruders at a moment's notice. Milu was encased by a multi-layered defense, and various stations were also fortified to the max. The Kultians had ships that I didn't even recognize from Federation classes. For instance, cylindrical vessels that looked like a drainage pipe and odd pyramidal craft. A few executed maneuvers that would have killed any crew. Either they had inertial dampeners that broke the laws of physics, or more likely, they had drones. The Kultians couldn't have figured out and built autonomous ships in a month. The Terrans aren't the only ones to think of such a thing. My humans' hazel eyes stretched wide with the same realization.
Since when do they have drones? You didn't even know what those are, Slanik.
Similar chatter erupted among the soldiers, with many offering some vulgar words about our enemies. Other Predators clad in armor were crammed into my transport as we were packed in for deployment. The plan for our particular unit was to retake a civilian research station close to an outer planet. That meant getting past this Kultian fleet. They'd seemed to have dropped their prey facade entirely. That meant that humans were their first threat that required them to uncork their true power. Even the Arxa never offered a true challenge to their stranglehold on the galaxy, despite being presented as an undefeatable menace. It was clear in the Kultian Farsal arrangement which ones were the enforcers and which ones were the brains. They have these since they realized you have drones, I answered. Or rather, they show that they have it. Marcel chewed his lower lip.
Of course. A manned vessel can't make decisions at the same speed. Fight fire with fire. Good thing we stepped up our game too.
The high-stakes clash had commenced on our screens. Humanity was following the cues of our so-called friends who led a reckless charge. Kultian drones were clinically dissecting the first Dwerten shield ship to draw within firing range. The oddly shaped enemies made targeting wonky and forced the Avian Alliance to switch to manual firing. Even a human would have difficulty targeting a computer-piloted craft with its calculating ability. The Dwerten panicked, tossing out munitions without aiming at all. The Federation was unrelenting against our allies, dispatching missiles amidst their ranks. More gasps came from the humans as Dwerten shielding flickered out across the front line. I was inclined to believe that particular weapon was reverse-engineered. The shield's neat V formation was collapsing, and ships nestled behind the leaders retreated toward the UN ranks. Perhaps they should have let us lead the way after all. I guess we'll see what Marcel was saying about stepping up their game. It follows that he was referring to drones, but what improvements could they make? Sensing my confusion, the vegetarian gestured to an inlaid sensor feed. In the vastness of space, the tiny specks were nigh invisible. The microscopic craft barely registered on the data screen either. Even with the viewport zoomed into the maximum magnification, I wasn't sure these Terran miniatures were visible to the naked eye. It was easy for an unassuming Kolshian to write them off as debris. Can something that small even scratch a ship? I felt a shudder pass through the carrier as a wave of our cruisers and fighters dispatched to save the scattered Dwerten. I don't get how it could have any guns or missiles. Marcel grinned.
Ah, Slanik. It is the missile.
The humans' larger drones dispatched a series of shield-breaking missiles, which the Kolshian craft tried in earnest to deflect. Enough slipped through to cause shield outages, and our nanodrones closed the gap all the while. The United Nations held traditional munitions at the enemy, making them think our sole play was shield damage. Seconds later, miniature craft detonated across Federation hulls. Dozens of orange twinkles ravaged single enemies. Explosions were generally inadvisable right atop the engine compartment, and these drones were tiny enough to slip through armor chinks. Surviving Kolshian automatons pulled back to regroup and recalibrate shields. The Dwerten shield lingered with uncertainty as we pressed ahead toward Milu. The Avian Alliance was still reeling. They'd lost thousands of ships to our nemesis's unexpected technology. There was no shortage of enemy vessels remaining within Milu's surrounding vicinity. Our allies were a bunch of dunces, and the Kolshians had a nearly endless supply of ships to throw at us. The humans needed to fight their way close enough to deploy foot soldiers while turning 28,000 liabilities into a serviceable force. Perhaps the Dwerten were more willing to follow our direction now, with their pride wounded.
Dwerten Shield, why don't you let us head in first?
The UN transmitted a message over the communication channel.
Jesus Christ,
a few soldiers in the transport were scoffing at the avians showing. The Dwerten talked a lot of smack, only to be humbled so quickly.
You can fill in the gaps and the flanks, playing a supporting role. You're good at that.
You're manipulating us,
answered a shaken avian.
You don't order us around. We won't answer to your whims and wants. You disgust us.
Well, whether you like us or not, we're on the same side of this battle. This is what you wanted. Humans handling the brunt of this mission. You'd rather have us predators dying than your own people. Don't make me beg to have my troops perish for you. You know we can fight. That's all you think predators do, right? Sit back and let us kill these bastards. Now we're moving in, before the drones get set up. Let's go, all right?
Fine. This is very temporary.
I sure hope so,
Marcel grumbled.
I wouldn't want those guys watching our backs.
The human ships pushed further into the system, carving out a path for their herbivore allies to follow. Most species would have turned back with such severe adversity out of the gate. As everyone knew, the Terrans weren't most species. The Kolshians were rallying more ships to our locale. The worst of the battle was yet to come. I gripped my harness tightly and prepared for the duel of titans that was about to play out. These were the opening shots of a clash with humanity's toughest opponent yet. Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, January 14th, 2137. 7,000 human ships moved in a wide arc, closing in on the Kolshian drones. Manned enemy vessels were also hooking into the fray. The larger frames and bridge structures gave away which ones were traditional craft. These foes were unafraid, perhaps because their commanders were part of the conspiracy. Commonwealth automatons that were struck by our missiles had gotten their shields back up while we dawdled rallying the Dwerten. The carrier Marcel and I were on veered to the flank, giving a wide berth to the heart of the action. Terran fighters and cruisers, the ones that survived saving our frazzled allies, veered back to escort us. Other manned vessels were transporting more humans to different targets, with the bravest few popping into enemy ranks. The Kolshians preemptively had FTL disruptors up, having learned of the primate jump into the Arx's ranks at Sillis. Our boarders had to get up close to an enemy craft the old-fashioned way.
Transport 8A, you're en route to a civilian research station. There was a small team of human doctors there as well, studying the effects of docile plants on our physiology.
A commander's voice growled through the shuttle's speakers.
We presume they are dead, since they weren't counted on any evac shuttles. However, your mission is to rescue any docile or humans you find on board. Watch your fire. 3 other boarding parties are working different sides of the station.
I winced to myself, not wanting to imagine what the Kolshians had done to innocent predators. If those victims had survived for 3 weeks, that might be worse than a quick death. The Federation didn't shy away from starving or torturing anything with forward-facing eyes. Nikonus had denounced Sovlin's actions during Noah's speech, but talk was cheap. There was no telling what a liar like him would actually do. Marcel's eyes darkened.
When I signed up for the exchange program, I was so excited about extraterrestrial life. Peacekeepers keep peace. We weren't supposed to be slaughtering aliens who tortured us. I'm glad I have you, Slanik, else I might think all Feds were murderous.
When not Federation, I snapped immediately. We left them, and we don't want to be associated with them. They called us weak for centuries. They are lying, deceiving fucks.
Sorry, I guess I meant every species in the Federation at the time of our arrival on the galactic scene. Regardless, I think we all know whatever happened to those humans wasn't good.
Let's hope we don't get the details spelled out. It makes my blood boil how they treat your kind like animals. Looking back, I don't know how I ever thought you were dangerous.
Don't discount us now. We are dangerous, just not to our friends.
The transport began powering up, and I reminded myself where the oxygen masks were in case of a depressurization. My bulletproof vest was tailored to the Venlil form, along with a small personal shielding system. It was supposed to mitigate environmental hazards, such as radiation or energy projectiles. I also had a customizable helmet fitted with a camera for command review. The Terrans had poured everything into their research and development after Earth. I still remember sitting in that naval headquarters and seeing city after city fall on the broadcasts. It wasn't that long ago. Those poor humans who begged for peace to the moment the first bomb dropped. Despite the fact that I was on edge from the residual memories, a reminder of how my empathetic hunters would be eradicated without remorse jolted me into combat readiness. The binocular eyes around me were icy with determination, and I could see the soldiers flipping the killing switch in real time. Humans wouldn't take kindly to their pack members being slaughtered en masse. The sooner we could reach the station, the better. It was possible for me to watch the viewport in my periphery. I no longer needed blinders for deployments. The space battle was ongoing in full force, with both sides hurling shield-breaking missiles at each other. UN shielding flickered out, though the Predators were prepared for that eventuality. They dispensed platforms in front of them, like laying out a red carpet. Walls materialized in front of the ships, enough to cover the front line's full height from various angles. The Kolshians found their plasma munitions pummeling hardy fortifications. It was difficult to land any strikes against the humans. The primates procured layers of defenses which the enemy would need to strip away for a kill. I'd seen Terran-crafted weapons, but this was the first defensive innovation they'd shown off. The Dwerten were revitalized, chipping in with tepid shots and missiles. The humans, leading the charge, chucked a new wave of nanodrones at the Kolshians. The enemy saw the miniatures coming this time, but didn't have an answer to stop their approach. It was like trying to shoot an enemy perched atop a speeding car kilometers away. No targeting system or algorithm was programmed for that. AI adaptiveness couldn't drum up a solution that swiftly. Marcel grinned at the viewport.
Kolshian fleet, we're here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
Explosions rocked the enemy line at the end of his sentence, and gruff cackles rippled across our transport. I found myself laughing at the destruction alongside the Predators, which was further proof of my unwell mind. The nanodrones had skirted Kolshian shells and turned these opponents into debris shards, set adrift by an engine eruption. The Terran fleet was cozy and untouchable behind their physical barriers as hundreds of adversaries were downed. With shields down across the board, it was the humans who were dishing out massive damage and protecting their own. The Kolshian drones were commanded to retreat, realizing that they needed to invite us deeper into Malu's system. Hunkering down was dandy if we could afford to wait for the opponent to come to us. However, the United Nations needed to advance on targets, not camp out in the fringes. The Terrans disassembled the walls, which autonomously retracted into ship bays. They pursued the retreating Kolshians with zeal, perhaps incensed as I was by the prospect of captive humans. The Dwerten shield moseyed along, with sporadic bursts of fire coming from their ranks. All they seemed to add was the illusion of depth. It was the Predators forging ahead. There's only one species that can challenge the Kolshians at all, but the humans will have to claw for every inch, and there'll be a fight on the ground too. We can't pull a full frontal assault with civilians to rescue. Our carrier had separated from the larger fleet, and the research station was within view. The hangar bay doors lowered at a glacial pace, opening up the behemoth's belly to the effervescent stars. A piston brought the shuttle back before propelling us forward with sudden momentum. My stomach lurched, and I leaned against my human for stability. The time for occupying myself with the larger battle had expired. We had been released alongside a handful of other transports toward the conquered Dosser habitat. Kolshian warships prowled around the station, which looked like a series of rings stacked atop each other. These foes were more traditional enemy craft, designed to cart soldiers to and fro. They spotted our vector and rushed out to intercept us. Terran fighters pulled away from our right side and moved to greet the interceptors. Their job was to ensure we were unimpeded in transit. I was well aware that our transport could succumb to a single shot that slipped through. Every life on board hinged on how well our allies could keep us out of the fight until we arrived at the station.
So Slanik, what sort of training do you get to become a Venlil Space Corps pilot?
Marcel sensed my nerves at the incoming enemies, who were well equipped to take out a ship like ours. The human was kind to distract me from the precarious flight, but his topic choice was touchy.
Every time I asked you in the exchange program, you said you didn't want to talk about war, so I quit asking.
I pinned my ears back. You clearly didn't quit asking. Take a hint. Mostly they just taught us how to operate the ship and how to search for the fastest route to flee.
Your military training taught you how to flee? In hindsight, it's obvious the Federation was damn well trying to lose.
They told us we couldn't beat the Greys. Truth was, the Kolshians could have swooped in the whole time. If I hadn't met humans, I'd never have realized any of it. I'd still be a scared little Venlil, sniveling at the first sign of peril. Maybe I was happier then, though I wouldn't trade meeting Marcel for the world. What I wouldn't give to unlearn how readily I can kill.
What's wrong?
My human asked, blinking with concern.
You haven't been yourself since we came back from Sillis. You weren't yourself even before the Greys landed there.
I snapped my head back like he slapped me. And must you pry at every waking hour? Maybe I just don't want to talk all the time. We're in a fucking battle. Marcel clammed up, a taut grimace on his face. I suppose that was the wrong thing to say when I did want his concern and attention. Part of me wanted to confess how tormented I'd felt and admit the decline in my day-to-day stability. This was the wrong time for Slanik to go crying to his human, though. If I'd made it through all the battles in the past, I could keep it together for one more fray. I drew a ragged breath and turned my focus to the fighters warding off the Kolshians. Our transport twirled out of the way as a plasma beam slipped off in our direction. We were ready to evade on a moment's notice, despite how it sloshed the soldier passengers around. I couldn't wait to set my feet on solid ground. It was terrifying to be caged as weapons sizzled around us. The carrier from which we came loomed behind us with a watchful eye. It boasted hearty munitions and a treasure trove of missiles, and it combined a whirlwind of those items against enemy ships. Drones spilled from a separate hangar in its belly. These robots expanded upon the nimbleness of narrow fighters. Faced with multiple new threats, the Kolshians diverted attention to the source, easing the pressure off us. Our transport seized the opportunity, refusing to slow down until it was absolutely necessary to breach the station. The humans weren't foolish enough to enter through an actual airlock. According to a commander who briefed us, the Kolshians were smart enough to have those locked down tighter than Fort Knox. I wasn't sure what that meant, but I understood the gist of it. Taking the path of maximum resistance wasn't my preferred action. I tapped my tail against Marcel's wrist, and he pushed it away. Hey, I'm sorry for snapping. I'm just under a lot of stress, and I know you are too, so it was wrong. You know I love our chats. That subject struck a nerve, that's all.
Don't sweat it,
the human sighed.
I won't make the same mistake giving you the silent treatment going into combat again. I'm just worried about you.
No need to worry, my brother. So can I put my tail back?
Fat chance, Salt Monster. We're touching down in a minute. We need to be ready.
I am ready. To shove the next can of Pringles I get all the way up your ass.
Oh, listen. He's catching on to our lingo, guys. We're truly corrupting the Venlil.
Our transport bore down on the Dosser station and pulled up alongside a maintenance shaft. Arcs of white trailed behind us as Kolshian guardians and human fighters were taking significant casualties. The UN carrier was still kicking, but the gaping holes in its hull suggested it had seen better days. It wasn't clear who the localized victor would be, but that wasn't our concern. We had to assume the Terrans would reclaim this station and focus on retaking it from the ground. The main UN fleet seems to be progressing as well, and the Dwerten have stopped the bleeding from their ranks. The worst resistance is by Milu, though. We're lucky to be assigned to a small station. The transport lurched as it deployed grappling hooks to the structure. Human soldiers chatted about it being like pirates. I tilted my head in confusion as I received a translation error. There was another phrase to ask Marcel in my spare time. Perhaps these pirates were human rescuers who saved lost ships. As someone who'd learned their real side, I wasn't going to assume it was something predatory this time. We rose from our seated positions and arrayed by the exit to bridge the gap. The Terrans had affixed an artificial tunnel to the station, ensuring that our travel point was oxygenated. It also ensured that the target's atmosphere didn't leak into the great beyond. For humans, blasting through the structure's metal was a simple task, taking a matter of seconds. With mathematical precision, we were skulking into occupied territory. Panic threatened to swallow me, but it wasn't the mindless fear of my instincts. It was an onslaught of terrible sights, jumbled together from past battles. I took a series of deep breaths, as Sarah and her team taught me to do in the instinct suppression program. Oddly enough, rather than my emotions encouraging me to flee, it felt like I was seconds away from slipping into combat mode. There were human and DOSA civilians here, I soothed myself. It'll all make sense once you're killing the Kolshians that did this. You want the bastards to suffer, Slanik. And you certainly don't want Marcel thinking of you as a liability again, like he would if he knew you were in this rut. Human soldiers rolled grenades through the entrance before scuddying forward with weapon muzzles alight. My red-haired predator wore a steely expression as we poured out through the breaching tunnel. I willed my own legs to move and clung to the orderly formation. Despite sticking out like a rotting vegetable as the only Venlil, our unit banding together rendered me part of the pack. The Kolshians were our prey, vermin that needed to be cleansed from the station. We cleared the structural opening and gunfire assailed the pack leaders. I hustled into the maintenance shaft and pointed my weapon. My claw was on the trigger before I could command myself to do so. Bullets from my firearm cleared the distance and the deadly projectile struck true on a veteran Kolshian. Violet fluid splattered behind the enemy's head. There was no question that had been my kill. I hoped to feel some remorse, but I sensed only the chaos of the situation. Crimson blood spurted from one Terran's shoulder and another primate slumped to the ground across from me. Marcel was moving to cover, hazel eyes wired and determined. We had expected to take casualties, with this much resistance present. As the humans exchanged fire with the Kolshians, I issued a silent plea to the universe for our success. Every station and stretch of land within Malu's desecrated vicinity would be an uphill battle to reclaim. If the Predators didn't deal numerous defeats to the Federation today, our chances in the overarching war looked significantly less optimistic. Memory transcription subject: Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, January 14th, 2137. Human and Kolshian casualties escalated as the firefight raged on in the tight corridor. The enemy had shifted their tentacled forms behind cover, and their response was measured. I was impressed with their level-headedness under the circumstances. My claws popped off covering shots while Marcel pried a panel open with his bare fingers for us to duck behind. It was shabby cover, but it was better than nothing. The two of us awkwardly situated our rifles and peppered the Kolshians with fire. Our foes had found a robust set of tanks and storage containers to crowd behind, daring humans to charge straight into a stream of bullets. UN transports had breached in other areas of the station too. At least that would discourage the enemy from summoning backup to one locale. Even with just the forces present, I wasn't sure how the Predators could flush our opponents from their resilient fortifications.
Fucking hell, Slanik.
Marcel adjusted his helmet. His eyes darted from side to side, searching for a strategy.
There's only one way into the living areas of the station, and it's through them.
I found a careless indigo leg poking out behind cover and steadied my aim with a cue to Marcel. My bullet zipped toward its mark, tearing through the flabby flesh. A howl of pain could be faintly heard through the deafening exchange of gunfire, and the Kolshian's leg buckled. The human was ready to finish my kill when the hobbled enemy toppled into the open. My best friend placed a clean shot through their brain as soon as they hit the floor. I drew some ragged gasps. There's a dozen of them, give or take, and I don't think grenades will do much here in all that clutter. We just gotta keep shooting them. The Predator popped off a series of shots, making sure to keep his head below the ajar panel. Our impromptu cover was impairing our sightlines a bit, though in this case, I was sure the binocular eyes helped him focus on a narrow range of vision. Marcel stole peeks at the areas the Kolshians hunkered down in, risking the elevated sightlines for a few seconds. A wicked smile crossed his face, and that murderous delight sent a chill down my spine.
What if we didn't shoot them?
The human asked. I watched in confused silence as Marcel's aim crept away from the soldiers. I couldn't tell what he was looking at. There was little more than clutter and pipes in the shaft. He closed one binocular eye and inhaled through his stomach for several seconds. It was easy to picture him as a hunter, crouched in the grass, checking that his aim was true. His finger hooked around the trigger, and as a result, a small flame appeared from a stout tank. It seemed to be the standard emergency oxygen supply, which could be used to fill spacesuits in the event of an emergency or required maintenance. The flaming tank violently failed, creating a chain of high-pressure flames from others nearby. Screams came from the sheltering Kolshians, and a series of explosions sounded down the tunnel. The Kolshians flailed about from within the blazes. They were easy targets for the Predators to mop up. Human soldiers backed their wounded deeper into the tunnel, ensuring that they were cleared of the blasts. A handful of our troops had the good sense to deploy fire retardant measures and managed to quell the blazes after several minutes. The station's built-in fire suppression systems helped, with overhead sprinklers drenching us. Marcel pressed 2 gloved fingers to his forehead before snapping them down with a sly grin. Why engage in a tough gunfight with unclear results when you can incinerate the enemy? Humans, so observant and at extreme stress. That's my best friend there. I absorbed the shouted reports being passed around and took the cue to move forward. We'd cleared the path into the living areas with an unusual tactic. That meant we could discover what happened to the station's inhabitants and what the Kolshians were up to. It was possible that we'd encounter mangled human corpses. Sympathy swelled in my chest for the civilian Terrans trapped here, trying to protect their friends.
Stay alert, Slanik,
Marcel murmured.
These are conniving fuckers. I wouldn't put traps or even a dead man switch past them. If they can't have these DOSA, they might decide nobody can.
I flicked my ears. Killing a bunch of your kind might be a worthy sacrifice to them. Using civilians as bait. I understand the risks. The Terrans unfastened the locking mechanisms on the trapdoor out of the service shaft, and we climbed out of the ceiling hatch in a hurry. There was a ladder that could be taken, but waiting for each person to descend the rungs would waste time. I hopped down after Marcel, rolling the rough landing on the metal floor. Several Predator heads whipped around, checking for signs of enemy engagement. Leaders spread their men in anticipation of hostile contact. Kolshian footsteps hurried down the narrow hallway, no doubt having heard the thuds of heavy primates' boot landing. We capitalized on the few seconds to ready ourselves, and a dozen guns sang out to mow the hostiles down with prejudice. The enemy didn't even have a chance to employ their own weapons. It was a mere 4 security guards versus a sizable group of humans. I kept my head low as we jogged through the hallway. A series of empty rooms greeted us. This area wasn't bustling with activity. Kolshian reinforcements weren't hustling to our sector after how quickly we picked apart their entrenched defenses. So far, the battle was going as well as could be expected. We needed to locate some civilians and start to evac victims while our comrades kept the pressure on in other compartments. "Why don't we check the med bay?" I shouted. "That's a logical place to start for re-education." Just like that Takan Dr. Zahn who wanted to whisk me off. A human leader narrowed his eyes.
Not a bad idea, Venny. How do we locate the medical areas?
This seems to be the mess halls, games rooms, lounges and so on. If it's a standard design, we're adjacent to the personal quarters now, I explained. Work stuff will likely be closer to the center, with the medical areas having a separate wing. There should be signs of a raised paw pad, the doctor symbol like your Red Cross.
Very well. Lead the way, since you seem to know the ins and outs.
I scampered to the front of the pack with hesitancy. It was a bit unnerving to feel the Predators tailing me and to know their guns were at my back. My own weapon was ready in my grip as I turned left down the hall. My eyes were peeled for any sign of the doctor's symbol or a directory. It took minutes walking past several spaces devoid of any souls to encounter a paw pad sign. I tossed my head, indicating for the Terrans to follow down the dimly lit corridor. The silence was eerie, so I strained my ears for any sign of noise. The sounds of pain screams, the unmistakable wail of a human stopped me dead in my tracks. I could detect the noise ahead, though the Terran soldiers had yet to catch on. "Do you hear that?" I hissed. Screams. Our senior enlisted leader turned his ear before his eyes widened.
Double time! Move it, people! Split up if needed! Cleared every room of civilians yesterday!
The Predators' long legs left me in the dust as they hoofed in the direction of their people. With the agonized cries to attract them, the guidance of a Venlil was no longer needed. I sprinted as quickly as I could, but Marcel scooped me up in his arms before I got far. My human rushed in the noise's direction and set me down once we reached the labs. His hazel eyes scanned for rooms that hadn't been cleared, and he pointed to a small lab. The light could be seen flicking off from under the door, giving away that someone was in there. It wasn't clear if it was an enemy, but the humans and the Dosser should be pleading for rescue, not hiding. Marcel pressed his shoulder against the wall, and at his signal, I kicked the door open for him. I filtered in behind the muscular predator who was bellowing commands in a bone-chilling tone to get on the ground. 2 Kolshians dismounted stools on Marcel's orders, though without the fear befitting someone's first encounter with an enraged human. Microscopes sat abandoned on the counters with cell slides up for examination. These seemed like unarmed scientists. Their raised tentacles suggested they were trying to surrender. After the false surrender at the Tillfish extermination office, I was wary of these aliens. However, the Kolshians were compliant in sprawling out on the ground. Marcel carried only a single pair of handcuffs and cursed to himself. He ordered me to watch one as he snapped plastic bands around the other's arms. The scientists didn't try any dirty tricks, looking a little amused by the humans' unwillingness to kill them. I'm anything but amused. Why is Marcel taking prisoners when they clearly deserve death? Marcel threw an occasional glance at the handcuffed enemy until he found a roll of tape lying around. He wrapped it around the second prisoner's arms and seemed dissatisfied with the level of restraints. His rosy lips pressed together, weighing his options. I was weary of him showing mercy to those who didn't deserve it. Sovlin being the most egregious example.
All right, Slanik. We're gonna take these fuckers for questioning.
The red-haired Terran wiped perspiration from his brow and hoisted the cuffed Kolshian to her feet.
Keep an eye on that one until I return. I'll be back as quick as I can after handing this jackass off to our team.
Marcel hustled out of the room with the prisoner in tow. I bit back my disdain, keeping my gun focused on the Kolshian. If this scientist wanted to tempt me to shoot them, I was happy to oblige. From the sound of the screams I'd heard, it was a safe assumption this outfit was responsible for torturing humans. My contemptful gaze studied the tape on the lavender tentacles, and the thing dared to ask me a question.
Do you have a name, Venlil?
The Kolshian queried. Anger caused my grip on the gun to tighten. Yes, but you don't get to use it.
My name is Navarus. You want to question me on what we did here? Oh, I'd love to spell it out for you and any of those ugly-eyed freaks. We can take away everything that makes them unique, that makes them predators in a flash.
What did you do? You fucking monster!
It's funny. You depress their central nervous systems, they grow sleepy and confused. They barely even know who they are. Goodbye, violent demons. We only tried that on 25% of the group, to measure the effects of the cure with and without it. A control group is scientific.
The cure? You didn't. Navarus bared his teeth with aggression, a clear gesture of hostility compared to humanity's snarl. He nodded his head toward a set of computer monitors which showed Terrans languishing in small rooms. It was easy to tell which ones were drugged out of their minds. Others were presenting with physical symptoms. Watching him revel in using predator civilians for his experiments made my blood boil. What right did they have to erase their dietary leanings? I can't say I like the predators tearing into a pound of flesh, but they would do this to people like Tyler. Even after he brought Sovlin on our rescue, I don't think he deserved to be experimented on without any regard for side effects or discomfort. I couldn't imagine humanity without their fervor, reduced to little more than prey. This was what would have happened to Earth if the Kolshians realized centuries ago that the primates could be converted. The only solace was that the scientist hadn't gone after their eyes or inflicted significant wounds. More fury threatened to overtake me as I began to wonder what they planned to use this research for.
Some of them are vomiting, but we're inclined to believe it's not from the cure.
Navarus continued.
It's mainly from the ones on the higher doses of the depressants, and these humans react much more positively to herbivory than the prideful Arxa, which was surprising. Our previous hypothesis was that predators are too arrogant to sustain themselves on leaves.
I swished my tail in indignation. Some of them choose to only eat leaves. You know nothing about humans, and you treat them like animals.
Yes, it might be worth keeping a few around with significant modifications. Something salvageable. We confirmed that the cure prohibits them from flesh eating, so now they don't have the option to eat living creatures.
How did you confirm that?
We fed one of them its own rations. Was hysterical watching it asphyxiate and turn all red. We're all born into the government caste, kept away from broader society, working in secret. Wasn't anything I chose, but getting to make a predator die by its own cruelty, for the good of sapient life. Had I a choice, I would have chosen this work for that alone.
Ringing surfaced in my ears, and fury made it difficult to string thoughts together. This Kolshian deserved to die after bragging about genetically modifying, drugging, and killing human civilians. This was the species that I lived among on Earth and fought battles alongside. Anyone who would condemn them to be cured deserved to be cured of their living status. I was tired of letting monsters who saw Terrans suffering with glee live and receive luxurious rights. My rifle raised, and I jammed the barrel against Navarus' temple. The Kolshian had the audacity to laugh in my face. All I could think was how gratifying it would be to end his existence. A growl rumbled in my throat, and the predatory nature of that cue surprised me.
Go ahead. Do it.
The enemy scientist barked.
You don't have it in you.
I pressed the gun deeper into his... no, its skull. Are you sure about that?
Of course I am. You Venlil are the weakest species in the galaxy. You couldn't stand up for yourselves against a dosser using their whiskers as a knife. Just look how scared...
I took the trigger in a swift motion, putting an end to the Kolshian's condescending speech. The scientist's brains were expelled from its skull, and blood spotted onto my fur. I stared in cold silence as the body slumped to the floor. Memory transcription subject: Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, January 14th, 2137. My paws were rooted to the floor as I cast a blank stare at Navarus' corpse. Bootsteps pounded behind me, and without turning around, I knew it was Marcel racing back after hearing gunshots. An audible gasp came from my human, who skidded to a halt.
No.
He could see me standing in close range to the dead Kolshian, firearm in paw. The predator froze in shock before rushing up to me in a panic. Marcel's hands latched onto my shoulders.
What did you do? The fuck have you done?
The red-haired Terran had handed the first prisoner off to the team, but the discovery that he'd be unable to collect the second Kolshian left him in an aggravated state. My friend couldn't restrain his emotions, bearing his canines inches from my face. I could see his cheek muscles contorting it in grotesque ways, and his scars stretched in new patterns. I'd never seen such clear disgust in his pupils, not even during our predator disease saga. Panic rose in my chest as I feared that Marcel would disown me for this action. He leaned back and shook his head in mute horror. My orders had been to watch the Kolshian prisoner for a few minutes. I knew I shouldn't have pulled the trigger. Admitting that I wanted Navarus dead for his cruel tones wasn't an option, though I didn't regret killing that monster. Marcel can't leave me. He's my best friend. I can't have him thinking I'm some predator-diseased killer. Genuine tears rolled down my furry cheeks, which caused the human to pause in his reaction. I could see a twinge of sympathy cause his lips to curve downward. His natural response was to comfort me. The mental gears turned enough to realize that I could use this and paint a story which justified my deeds. If part of him believed I was a weak, scared liability, then this decision could be played off as fear. Marcel had to believe I didn't mean to kill the prisoner. I'm sorry. He started trying to stand up, and I panicked. I put on my most despairing expression and recoiled from the corpse as though horrified. The stutter was easy to let slip through, since I was nervous about the human's rejection. My gun was on him, and then he moved toward me. It was reflex.
The Kolshian was tied up with tape. He's still kneeling.
I know, but I wasn't thinking. He moved his head suddenly, and I don't know what happened. Forgive me, please. I need you. I chastised myself to drop the gun and flung myself at the predator in desperation. My arms wrapped around his thick body, and I sobbed into his vest. The human felt warm and strong, even as I absorbed his shuddering inhales. Without seeing where his binocular gaze was pointed, I knew his eyes were on my body. Marcel hesitated before a gloved hand gently kneaded my scruff.
It's okay. We'll deal with it. We'll figure this out and clean this up, huh? You made a mistake.
Don't hate me, I pleaded. I just want to help you.
I could never hate you, Slanik. Shooting an unarmed prisoner is a horrible thing to do, but I wasn't here to protect you. We shouldn't have trusted a Venlil to act as an independent soldier. It's not your fault, but you're clearly not past your instincts. Let me think.
The outright accusation that I couldn't carry myself on the battlefield stung. I suppose it was better for Marcel to believe that I was a panicky animal, rather than an enraged Venlil who played executioner. Listening to the way Navarus spoke about humans and goaded me on, the trigger pull was irresistible. My best friend would never understand, because he didn't think killing should be enjoyable. Once, or if I can talk my way out of this, the humans need to know about the cure work. Maybe that would make him just as angry, and then I can confess the truth. Marcel pulled away from our embrace and offered a taut smile. His reddish eyebrows soared up into his forehead as if an idea occurred to him. He unclipped his holopad from his war belt before tapping away with his slim fingers. I looked at my friend with hopeful eyes, praying he could sweep this all under the rug. "What are you doing?" I croaked. The Predator's gaze jerked up from the pad.
I'm searching through the video archives. It all happened like you said, so in case this comes back up, we should retrieve the footage that exonerates you. I'm downloading a clip of the last 10 minutes from your point of view.
My heart sank into my chest. The helmet rested upon my head like a rock as I recalled the tiny camera on its side. It had recorded the entirety of my interaction with the Colchian, including how I gunned it down at point-blank range. Maybe there was a chance I could access the server and delete the footage before Marcel finished downloading it. If it was for command review, I doubted I had permissions to do that regardless. I scrambled over to his side, throwing my paws around his elbow. "What? Don't. Why would you look at that? I feel awful. I don't want to look at it again."
You don't have to review it, buddy. I can handle it. It won't take me that long.
Marcel squinted at the download progress bar, which was counting down my impending doom.
I doubt the UN or the Venlil Republic would have you prosecuted for an instinctual accident knowing your stampede policy. Just in case, we should have something for a legal defense.
The holopad chimed, indicating that the download was finished. The human tapped the video, and I screeched with blind panic. My outstretched paws dove toward the holopad, which the Predator snapped above his head on reflex. I jumped as high as my crooked legs would allow, trying to grab the object. However, Marcel was holding it well out of my reach, and my paws swatted empty air. The Terran officer's jawline tightened, and suspicion flashed in his hazel eyes. He used his back to shield the holopad from me, huddling over it with singular focus. The audio must be going straight to his implant, but the Colchian's dialogue didn't affect his feelings. He swiveled around with an unmistakable look of concentrated loathing.
You lied to me. You tried to make me feel sorry for you.
He roared. Mars.
No. Save it. I've heard enough of your spineless deflections.
The human cleared the ground to the body with a handful of strides, anger charging his motions. Marcel stooped down, picking up the gun I'd discarded. His binocular eyes bore into mine as he stared straight at my horizontal pupils. He flung the firearm at my chest and curled his lip in disdain. I'd never seen him this callous and resentful. Not even on Sillis.
Carry your murder weapon like a badge of honor. When we get out of it, I'm making sure you never touch one again.
The Predator hissed. I flicked my ears. Listen, the Colchians are curing humans.
We'll handle it. You don't need to worry about it anymore.
I can help. I just made a mistake.
That was no mistake. It was a calculated execution. You knew it was wrong, or you wouldn't have covered it up. God, I can't believe I fucking trusted you. I thought we were brothers. I let you live in my house with my fiancée and my daughter. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're unhinged.
You're being an arse.
I'm being an arse. Shut the fuck up and move out. You're going to help escort some civilians back to the shuttle, and then you're going to stay there till we return. If you don't like that, I'll be delighted to throw you in the brig myself.
Marcel barely seemed to be corralling his temper, and he stomped off down the hallway. I trudged after the human with a defeated posture, tucking my tail between my legs. The dead Colchian's eyes gave the appearance of watching me as they were stuck open for all eternity. The hurt that I felt was crushing after the way my best friend just treated me. Did I just ruin our friendship? No, he's not being fair. Navarus fucking deserved to die, and I shouldn't have to dance around Marcel's precious morals. I knew you would act this way. I sprinted up to the human's side, and he quickened his pace to stay ahead of me. You let everyone have mercy. From Sovlin to... Fuck, you probably think that getting life in prison was enough for Calcim. You made me apologize to the same man that tormented us. What kind of shitty friend does that? Marcel said nothing, but his fingers tightened around the gun. His anger was so heavy that I could feel the tension infecting the air. "Answer me! Every time we go off to war, you have to rescue someone from the species that fucking harmed us," I continued. "Nulia, Vernt and Burla, and now these Kolshian assholes. You don't have the spine to stand up for yourself, or enforce any kind of punishment on anyone. It's your fault that I felt like I had to lie." The human skin was turning red from fury.
"You execute a prisoner, and it's my fault. You're trying to spin this on me now."
"The Kolshian tortured your civilians and called it science. They drugged them so much that they puked. Genetically modded them. I don't fucking regret it. I'd do it again. Navarres deserved to die. Shit, he got off easy."
Maybe he did deserve to die, but that's not your decision to make. We can't question a dead guy. Either everyone gets rights, or nobody does. His testimony could have swung more allies to our side. What you did is unacceptable, and I don't even know who the fuck you are anymore.
Neither do I. You humans flipped on my predator switch, and I can't undo that. You did this. All I think about anymore is war and death. Marcel climbed up once more, plodding along with brooding bootsteps. His eyes darted toward me for a brief moment, and I could see that our quarrel was distracting him. We reached a central area of the medbay where UN soldiers were gathering. My posture was stiff as I worried that my friend would declare my actions to the first commander he saw. However, the vegetarian seemed intent on getting out of here before reporting me. Sickly humans with glassy eyes were being tended to by medics. Their gaunt frames suggested they'd been underfed for the duration of their stay. The Kolshians either didn't know or didn't care about the predators' caloric needs. Dossa rescues observed the dazed predators with concern, and Terran soldiers were determining how to move the rodents. Speed was the key to safety, and the galaxy's most diminutive race wasn't covering ground quickly. It seems like it was very easy to get through to the medical lab. I expected more resistance in this area, but all the Kolshians here are unarmed. Perhaps that realization jinxed us. The medbay compartment doors slammed shut as they would in a depressurization. I could hear an air conditioning unit kick on as a hearty gust of ventilation poured down the shaft. Human soldiers rushed to the compartment doors, trying to pry them open. Were the Kolshians going to poison us? The enemy had waited until multiple units made it to the civilians before locking us in here. The gases that were filtering in felt noxious, but the predators made quick work of busting out. They bypassed the locking mechanism through brute force, using charges to blast down the door. I grabbed Marcel's wrist and guided the coughing redhead out to the hallway. He dropped to his knees, gasping in the fresh air.
What was that?
My friend choked.
Fucking hell!
Our unit commander staggered out of the medbay and exchanged a few words with our medics.
Listen up. Those of you with masks, get back and look for anybody left in the gas. Our smaller friends won't survive long. Get going. The rest of you, post security. They might try to hit us while we're reeling. I want a team to find where that gas came from ASAP. Break!
I helped my redhead predator up, and he pushed himself away from me. The young officer volunteered his boarding party for the search without hesitation. A disoriented Marcel followed the rest of his team, still shaking off the unknown substance he'd inhaled. The soldiers had located a map of the ship's layout and got a rescued Dossa read it out for them. We navigated through the ship's tunnels. I kept myself alert for more traps. The Terrans busted down the door to a supply closet, not even checking if it was locked or not. There was evidence that Kolshians had been present recently, but they cleared out in a hurry after their stunt. We checked the supply air ductwork, which had a canister plugged into it. The Predator's senior leader ran a visual translator over the items left on the duct, and the complexion diminished from his face. "Chief, is everything all right?" I asked. The human senior's eyes turned toward me.
It seems the Kolshians fed us a sleeping gas, but we weren't exposed long enough for it to do anything other than make us woozy. However, son, they laced it with something else too. Everyone remain calm. I'm going to inform command that we need a quarantine for all humans on this station.
Marcel's eyes widened.
Why, Chief? Are we in danger?
Sir, these empty vials here say the cure. There's only one thing that can mean in my eyes. I believe we just got dosed on their anti-carnivore dust by air transmission. We have to assume the worst. Sir, we're all vegetarians now, by threat of death. Let's drum up diet plans by the end of the day. Need green rations shipped to us pronto. You're our expert.
Even among seasoned Terran soldiers, that admission was enough to spark some panic chattering while the senior leader phoned it into command. I studied Marcel with worried eyes. No matter what he thought about me, I only wanted the best for him. My human didn't deserve to have genetic modifications forced upon him. Though he was vegetarian, that should be a choice for him to make of his own volition. There could also be additional consequences, and I wasn't sure if it was transmissible to others of his kind. Does this mean that the Kolshian Commonwealth has decided to try to cure the primates rather than eradicate them? It wasn't clear if whatever was tailored to the humans during these experiments worked on me, but I'd gotten the pathogen into my lungs as well. The Battle of Malu was raging on outside these walls, and the Kolshians had sprung a dastardly trap on the Terrans here who wandered in to rescue innocents. We needed to relay a warning to any other UN forces retaking ground encampments to beware of potential biohazards. Containing the exposure to just us was crucial. I wished that I could have saved Marcel from breathing that in. All I could hope now was that the cure wouldn't have any unexpected effect on the humans exposed to it here. Unfortunately, one possible avenue for reversal was reduced to brain matter in my fur.
Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Rebellion Command. Date, standardized human time, January 14th, 2137. The promise of food was the main selling point for my rebellion. After going hungry for the entirety of their lives, many Arxa troops were willing to heed my call with the promise of never missing a meal again. Betterment failed in that imperative, and merely pointing out the illogical nature of our raids proved that they never intended to deliver. My plan to utilize the Terran-gifted cattle and harvest non-sapiens from untouched worlds was alluring. I also offered sanctuary to defectives and defectors, reaching out through the secretive forums like the one I'd stumbled across before my fateful visit to Shaza's sector. It didn't matter which reason they opposed the Arxa Dominion for. Checking all the bases was my top priority. There was outreach condemning the consumption of former omnivores to those who believed races like the Khajiits were truly sapient. We offered roles to those who didn't wish to fight or sought civilian pursuits. Like Jones says, just taking manpower away from Ghiznell and his people helps the war effort. The future of the Arxa shouldn't be only about soldiers. That's how we got here. Lastly, on the internet, I planted the rumor that Betterman starved us intentionally, having kickstarted our suffering to start with, and allowed the people to circulate it. Initial recruitment had been more successful than I imagined. Even non-defectives were weary of a lifelong war and a strategy that was bound to ensure its continuance. 90% of my troops from the original sector and around 65% of the ones from Shaza's old sector stayed under my control too. Gaining allies beyond the UN's vague promise of future support was key. Rival chief hunters had yet to join me, although I wasn't giving up on that. If we could hang in the fight for long enough to validate our strength, then the self-centered brutes might decide we were worthy of support. They could rule their own sectors, solidifying all the power without any oversight. Manufacturing power was critical since we needed to generate more ships. The humans sent us supplies, weapons, and small craft on the down low, though nothing that would draw attention or prove their involvement. Due to our need to grow our fleet, I encouraged anyone defecting to steal an armed transport. Playing to ego, mutinous captains who convinced some of their crew and brought a full warship were offered rank promotions.
Hello, Isif.
Lisa Reynolds looked up as I entered the daily briefing room, yawning in harmony with me. The two Terrans had done a decent job guarding me and keeping me apprised of any intel the UN or my own people scrounged up. Jones must have coached them.
The Secretary General is waiting on a secure line. He says he can offer something you want.
I lashed my tail with interest, hoping that meant the Terrans were lending military support early. As fun as it would be to keep Earth's leader waiting, having the aid of the UN establishment would be crucial. I grumbled for her and Oleg to set up the call, and decided to push my status update on the rebellion to later in the day. There was also the matter of selecting some Arxa underlings for leadership roles. I would be interviewing a few presumed defectives on their candidacy soon. It was a busy day, as there seemed to be no shortage of action. I'd selected an Arxa protege, but he could wait for this call and the subsequent briefing to continue. Velra's whiskers twitched as she sat at the center of the table, where she could have the best view in the house. The Dosser and I spent a lot of time conversing, though I was careful to keep her away from the Arxa general populace.
What do you think Zao wants to give you?
The ginger and white rodent asked.
A way to contact the Federation. You could make amends on behalf of your sect, and get them as allies.
A growl rumbled in my throat. Harping on that again. That's what you want, not the humans. They're realists. Except for Oleg.
Oh, come on. Let up now. I hear that line from Lisa enough.
Oleg hunched over my holopad, a slight smile on his face.
I get it. I shouldn't have brought up my theories about our greys. It was an honest question.
You know what else is an honest question? Why Isif shouldn't try to reach out to the Federation.
Felra pressed.
He says he's friends with Tarva already.
I whipped my snout toward her. We are not friends in the slightest. That Venlil just doesn't want someone else commanding her sector. Because I'm a lesser evil and I want change. She knows I partook in, even oversaw unspeakable things. Would you like me to outline them for you, so you can know too?
I would. It must have been horrible to have to blend in with monsters or die.
Why can't you act just like a normal dosser? Scream, cry, cower. Felra giggled as an answer, before wandering over to Lisa's spot. Peacekeeper Reynolds absent-mindedly petted the deranged rodent, who seemed to enjoy the human's nails pricking her spine. These were my advisors, leaf-licking aliens I lived with every day. Why did I tolerate them? I marched up to Alexei and hovered over him to encourage him to work faster. The conspiracy theorist snapped his fingers.
All set. It's connecting now, so get ready, Isif.
Got it. Your technical skills are appreciated.
Hell yeah. Us human nerds have game. Best in the biz.
Your self-complimenting assures me of your humility. The best do not have to declare they are the best, yes?
Don't have to, but I'm going to anyway. And hey, for what it's worth, I empathize with losing yourself, trying to blend in somewhere you don't belong. Venlil Prime was harsh at first. If I hadn't met some special people at the right time, I might have forgot what I was fighting for. Not the same, but we're all shaped by our societies and our situations.
That's a long-winded way of saying he gets it.
Lisa chimed in.
From what we've seen of you, I think you're a softie.
I cast a glare in her direction. I will rip off one of your limbs if you ever say that again.
Yeah, tough guy. Whatever you say.
I huffed in irritation and stared down the camera with a bit more hostility than was needed. Secretary General Zhao wouldn't understand my glare, but I couldn't have the humans calling me weak to my face. Wasn't softy an insult? The leader of the Arxa Rebellion was no scrawny runt, unable to enforce his will. That was equally as bad as considering me a monster. If Zhao is calling to yank my chain, then I'll show him a real scowl. I need to be tougher with these humans, whether we're friends or not. The Secretary General blinked onto a video projector.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call, Isif. I know you're busy.
Sure. Though I am busy, I can fit in time for Earth.
Oh, I'll keep this short. I don't want to waste your time. But say, before I get down to the meat of the matter, do you mind filling me in on the latest war developments? Just want to make sure Jones isn't painting her own narrative.
Humoring Zhao wasn't what I planned to do first thing in the morning, but I had to keep him in my corner. Oleg and Lisa watched as I started my speech, ready to chip in if needed. There were a lot of moving parts in the war, so summarizing it in concise fashion wouldn't be easy. However, I didn't want to squander any excess time rehashing the past. Well, I'm sure I'm telling you what you already know, I began diplomatically. But we ceded a lot of our immobile infrastructure to the Dominion, since it's an easy target. We stay hidden and on the move, only surfacing to disrupt Arxa operations. Jones has been directing some rebels via internet channels to pull some shenanigans from within Riss's borders. Zhao nodded.
Like we saw with what you've done, government sleeper agents are quite effective. How are you and your people faring against Betterment? I know Giznell is after your head.
They've sent multiple search parties after us while seeming to avoid human space. They do not wish to step on your toes, if I'm not mistaken. Anyhow, there have been 3 odd forays into my sectors this week. We do not intend to challenge them until the right opportunity presents itself.
Excellent. And how are Bondarenko and Reynolds? Can they confirm to me that everything is good with their supplies and their treatment?
Despite the fact that I had received non-sapient cattle post-Sillis, humans were distrustful of any Arxa-sourced meat. I would not dupe my guards, who were in cordial terms with me, into eating sapient herbivore flesh. However, that wasn't a risk the United Nations or the duo themselves were willing to take. I understood on a logical level that the propaganda, should Terrans be documented enjoying a cut of Venlil fillet, would be devastating. Therefore, Oleg and Lisa maintained their own food supply, and I made no efforts to take it away. My concern in that issue was more for my internet friend. Felra couldn't stomach watching us eat their lab-grown cuts or my animal-sourced meals, as we learned the hard way. The Dossa had tried, but there were some responses she couldn't manage. I was impressed with how quickly she'd grasped the concept of an obligate carnivore for a Federation creature.
Everything is fine, sir. We are safe and well, and missing Earth,
Lisa said. Zhao pursed his lips.
Glad to hear it. We'll leave another shipment in the same spot as always. Now, I'll cut to the chase, Isif. I called to offer you a gift. I only wanted to make sure your insurgency would last more than a few weeks, and that you wouldn't become a problematic faction in your own right.
Your forces are ready to join us, I queried.
Not yet. I'm forwarding some blueprints over this link which I think you will find useful. There's clear instructions for any scientists you have.
My eyes narrowed before I accepted the file transfer after a slight hesitation. I was certain that if the humans wanted to worm malware into my system, they already had. I wouldn't even realize with their sneakiness. The documents that popped onto my screen were explanations of how to create lab-grown meat. This was the ticket to growing substantial food without needing any livestock. I can't believe he's just giving this to me. Doesn't he hate us?
I'm giving this to you free, as a thank you for all you've done for Earth.
The Secretary General continued.
Jones's one-sided ploys weren't fair to you. She told you that I would treat you like a pawn, but she accused me of what she herself is doing. That won't be my policy in our dealings. The United Nations is true to our friends. Period.
Emotion swelled in my chest, realizing the implications this could have for starving billions. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I do appreciate it deeply. Your human innovation will be put to good use.
I have full faith in you, Isif. We're all rooting for you here. I'll let you go, but I wish you well in the coming days.
You as well. Tear the Federation a new one. The Secretary General flashed his teeth.
Oh, we're working on it.
Zhao clicked off the call, and my pupils flickered over to the human guards. In the short duration that I had been chatting about lab-grown meat, Felra had rolled onto her back. Lisa was tickling the Dossa's stomach, which earned squeals from the rodent. I hissed in disgust, hoping that the Secretary General hadn't heard this nonsense. I'd been so focused that I was oblivious to anything happening in the background. Make yourselves presentable. Don't make me regret not letting the Kolshians have you, Felra, I snarled. The Dossa flipped back to her paws.
That decision is made, and now you have to live with it. You could try petting me too.
No. Get that first Arxa grunt now, Lisa, and sit away from Felra. As the petting happy primate darted off, Oleg risked a glance at me.
What are we looking for? Do you want our advice?
If it's solicited. We're going to fill out my advisors. We need people who must be loyal to me, might be willing to tolerate the hunting challenge species, and can also be influential. That's why I asked Felra to be here. How they react to her is a good indicator if they'll try to eat every herbivore they see. The Dossa shivered.
I don't like this.
Come here, Felra. I won't let them get anywhere near you. Lisa returned, guiding a scrawny Arxa with an unimpressive muscle tone. I reacquainted myself with the facts of this one's circumstances and emitted a contemplative hum. By all accounts, he was a weakling who was a few slip-ups away from being executed by betterment. He was captured by humans on the Cradle, seeking defection to Earth. During the exchange of the Venlil cattle, he'd been returned with the other Arxa prisoners. I'd observed this scrawny grunt once he was transferred under my direct command. Jones's hint that he pleaded for Earth not to return him during our prior conference at Proxima Centauri confirmed my suspicions that he hated betterment. He had already wanted to leave before Selene's broadcast, or my offer. I decided that an apparent defective would have undying loyalty as long as I kept him fed. The Terrans hadn't protected him, so I doubted he'd run back to them. The perfect second. Assuming he's accepting of Felra and empathetic Axa. A stretch for anyone raised on Rhys. Felra scurried atop my head, which earned a long stare from the newly arrived Axa defector. I donned my most threatening scowl and bared my teeth. The scrawny grunt ducked his head submissively, allowing Lisa to show him to a chair. He waited with expectancy, a hint of anxiety showing in his fidgeting tail. Kaisel, I greeted the Axa. I've been watching you for a while. Kaisel's gaze swept across the table before returning to Felra.
Why is the Dosser animal here? Are we eating together? Oh my, this stupid thing doesn't even realize. I am honored to join you, sir.
You will treat the Dosser with the respect befitting any companion of mine. She is not food. She's a trusted, loyal friend. Realization flashed in Kaisel's dark eyes, and he jerked back in surprise. Admitting that a herbivore was a friend was a massive risk with an unknown Axa. It was as good as confessing that I felt empathy, and not only that I was defective enough to seek bonds like a social creature. His lip curled with momentary contempt, though he reeled himself back in. A sliver of appetite flashed in his eyes as well.
I am surprised you got it to sit still.
The grunt hissed, in a tone that was decidedly colder.
Those things do not view us as people. You must be very defective to convince it.
That's subjective, is it not? Defectiveness is not such a useless thing in war as humans show. To feel empathy is to predict what your enemy will do. To strike as a unit. I think it is a good policy of the rebellion for us both that we turn weaknesses into strength here. Kaisel mulled over my words for several seconds, absorbing my implication. I could see in his eyes that he despised the idea of associating with prey animals. However, we were together in having a critical weakness which was not acceptable to betterment. His other option was to return to the Dominion as a wimpy traitor. His own issues were why he'd been running from Rhys to start with. Convincing him that every Federation herbivore is not the enemy can come another day. I need only his toleration and his compliance.
It is nice to be able to control my actions and to be treated as an equal.
Kaisel tapped a claw against his maw and leveled my gaze.
I've never been this well fed in my life. I'll do whatever you say, and try to put up with any animals as long as that stays true.
I lashed my tail. Good. I need an advisor, someone who can speak of the humans and their troops from first-hand knowledge. I'm willing to take you under my wing and teach you how to be tougher in return. Defective or not, I assure you I know much about military practices and the crueler arts.
We all know of your achievements, Isif. I don't doubt your mettle.
As it should be. I've spoken enough words. Do you accept this advisor position?
Gladly I do. I always hated the species I was part of, sir. All my peers bashing weakness, the wretched lives we lead, being forced to join the war. I had nothing. If I must fight, I'm glad it can be for a chance to not fight and not starve.
Words to live by. Well, Advisor Kaisel, I imagine you feel the same as most Axa about talking. However, we're going to do a lot of it in here, and we start now. These topics are too important to let solitary natures get to any of us.
Understood. I put up with humans on the Cradle and on Earth. I am somewhat used to it.
Truly, you can learn to tolerate anything in time. Let's begin with discussing the war strategies and Dominion movement, shall we? Orlok and Lisa pulled up an overview of our total assets, as well as noteworthy developments in logistics and internal sentiments. The last known locations of Dominion forces were also included. Keeping ourselves multiple light years away from their prowling ships was key. Kaisel still shot occasional glances at Felra, though he seemed willing not to pounce at her. My new advisor leaned in and put his own mind to work, assessing our potential targets. I wasn't sure how we could get the upper hand against Betterment, but I liked the team I had at my side. With lab-grown meat gifted to us by Earth, we were stronger today than we were yesterday. My sole focus was chipping away at the Dominion's armor and waiting for the humans to commit to our cause. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Axa Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized human time, January 15th, 2137. The humans were checking their timekeeping instruments. Kaisel still had 3 minutes to arrive for our briefing. The scrawny Axa had no intention of lingering for an extra second of chatter, and was leaving the pre-meeting socializing to us. The command structure here monitored ship activity near our stealth habitat, which was hidden within Hatch and space. Fowl and its subsidiaries were just across the border of what once had been Shaza's sector. We were keeping vigilant for any new Dominion attacks. With Kaisel's arrival still pending, that left time for Felra to poke and prod as she always did. The Dossa stayed away from the general Axa populace. I was glad that word of her presence hadn't gotten around after yesterday's confession. It wasn't safe for her to encounter any non-empathetic Axa, and even those with softer emotions might not be fond of her. The primate had been a positive presence that grounded her socially, especially with her curiosity about mankind. Planning operations against the Dominion is important. We can't have Gisnell thinking we'll run, I mused aloud. Keeping our morale up is partly my outreach, and partly scoring some victories. How are each of you holding up? Oleg adjusted his glasses.
Seeing Axa up close, I don't know. I loved the idea of meeting aliens, but the videos we saw of you on Earth, they were gruesome. I'd no clue you were being starved by your own government on purpose. Guess that shows what you get knowing one side of the story. A lesson I've preached my whole life. I've come around to thinking you're a cool guy, Scifi, if a bit prickly.
They always taught us the Greys were incapable of compassion. Clearly not true across the board. You're sweet.
Felra's whiskers twitched, and I wondered once more how she could stand me. If the humans used Greys or Sweet, I would have smacked them, but I let it slide in the Dossa's case.
We're not worth the effort to collect, so the Dossa weren't your typical victims. I'd see the horrible things on the news, but they happened to someone else.
My nostrils flared. I tried to be as cruel as possible for Betterman's liking, and to think of what would hurt people most in my attacks. I brainstormed a number of those horrible things you saw. I know I had no choice, but perhaps I was lying when I said fault could not be assigned, yes?
I don't think it's your fault. Everyone taught you that was right, just like people taught me all predators are evil. By the time you actually got real power, you were doing what kept you alive before.
Millions died as a direct consequence of my orders, Felra. I've eaten prey like you alive. I executed my own kind, targeted herbivore schools on purpose, and ran cattle farms.
Those were mistakes, but you didn't know there was another option except to die. You gave the cattle back to Tarva, and you want the future to be different. Don't you want to do what's right for us all, Scifi?
Yes, of course I do. You're one strange Dossa. Why are you like this?
Well, I know who you are and what you've done now. The future is what matters, making things change. What do you want to do when the war ends?
I've never thought about it. Ask the leaf lickers. Felra turned an inquisitive eye toward the two human guards, whose wistful gazes landed on her. The thought of going home to Earth, with the war settled and opportunities abounding, seemed to fill them with a wishful mindset. I'd listened to the two describe the concept of homesickness, which I couldn't wrap my mind around. Terrans were sentimental predators, more than willing to domesticate themselves to boring pastimes.
When everything settles down, I'd like to start my own business.
Lisa said.
Something like a coffee shop where people can come and relax and play board games. I like the idea of bringing people together.
I narrowed my eyes. That is your grand ambition?
Who said it had to be grand? What's important is having a life that's fulfilling. Bringing positive vibes and leaving the world a better place. Also, I thought my sister was dead for a few weeks, so it would be nice to hug her again. We still haven't had that reunion, and it would be cathartic.
Typical humans. They give better, more sensate answers, yes, Felra? Don't answer that. What's your lame ambition, broken eyes? Oleg scowled at me.
It's like the glasses are the only thing you see about me. You're an old man. I'm gonna fucking laugh when your vision starts going.
Oleg. Your true vision failing is your blindness to reality. Nobody's gonna believe you worked with Axa rebels. It'll just be another of your crazy stories.
Lisa teased.
Maybe I'll pitch the story to Hollywood then. Writing a book doesn't seem that hard, and it's a guaranteed bestseller. How Earth secretly worked with the Axa, all the way up to the Secretary General while building their superweapons. All that shit about Gisnell writes itself too. Starvation, an unwritten agreement with the feds.
I sighed in annoyance. You must have more serious aspirations than that. Don't you have people you care about? The conspiracy theorist fell into a contemplative silence.
I do. There's a human kid I'd like to see succeed. I was adopted, so foster children are an issue close to my heart. Everyone deserves to land on their feet, you know?
Kaisel strolled into the room, and our self-indulgent chatter ceased in an instant. I'd been trying to gauge if there was a trace of defectiveness in him, but my new second-in-command hated socializing. He seated himself far away from Felra and the primates, taking it upon himself to boot up my messaging system. There was a file sent from the Secretary General's office, which was flagged Urgent Intelligence. I'd just spoken to Zhao a day ago at length, so I wasn't sure what could have happened between now and then. It wasn't important enough to merit an in-person call to interrupt, but the human government wasn't known for meaningless communiques. The arboreal predators were excellent at sifting through oodles of information. Weaponized knowledge was among their primary fortes. Prepare the projector, I ordered Kaisel. Go on. Oleg, Lisa, any Dominion movement on the ship tracker? Oleg leaned closer to the sensors readout.
No Axa vessels within 5 light-years of the habitat. I see a sizable contingent of Federation craft which seem to be on a sweeping patrol. From the faint trails we can pick up, and known identifiers, those ships look to be Kolshian. That might be what Zhao is informing you of. Earth was due to launch operations against them any day. The bastards could just be on high alert, or moving in on another UN ally like they did the Dossa.
Do you have any thoughts, Kaisel? We welcome your input, I prompted. Kaisel kept his controlled pupils on the screen.
I think the Kolshians deserve to die for what they did to us. They're the party behind our starvation. They're here. We should kill them.
Prophet Descendant Gisnell told me that the Commonwealth conceals their true strength. We are in a vulnerable position. We must exercise caution.
After the animal you keep with you, it would be a way to prove you're not with the Federation. They're our enemy as much as the Dominion.
What Isif is saying is that we should win one battle before taking on another.
Felra chimed in.
Nobody asked for Prey's opinion.
You will not speak to her like that, I roared, blowing Lisa's head out of her face from the force of my exhale. Never again!
I said I would tolerate it. I've done that, but no amount of food or threat can push me further. Do we have a problem, Isif?
No. Do not address Felra at all if you cannot be polite. Brief me on Zhao's message now. Kaisel swallowed a lump passing down his throat. He transferred the contents onto the holoprojector and allowed us to read at our own pace. The Secretary General informed us that these were intercepted messages sent between the Kolshian Commonwealth's office of the Chieftain and the Axa Dominion's Betterment office. That was enough to cause me to narrow my eyes in confusion. Since when did those two parties directly communicate? Prophet Descendant Gisnell stated that their agreement was unspoken. Perhaps that wasn't the whole truth, or they're trying to establish back channels for some reason. The scrawny Axa wagged a claw.
Should I play the video logs?
Yes, I growled. Kaisel clicked on the video clip, which showed an Indigo Kolshian initiating the conversation. Despite the wrinkles on his face, Nikornus had a way of scowling with his bulbous side-facing eyes that made him look threatening. He folded his tentacles across his chest and turned one pupil on the camera. There wasn't a trace of fear, despite the fact that this was directed at Betterment. I wondered how the humans had gotten a hold of this footage, but there was rarely an explanation of their methods.
The Dominion interfered with our operations at Milu.
Nikornus stated in a cold voice.
Though we've never spoken, I thought there was an agreement between our offices. Explain yourselves, or you will face our unfettered wrath, as we are showing the humans.
After several minutes of footage which Zhao had scrubbed through in the package, Prophet Descendant Gisnell appeared on screen. I could tell from his locked teeth that he didn't like speaking to an herbivore. It was remarkable he would accept a direct invitation to parley from the Kolshians. It was apparent Betterment did not want a war with the Commonwealth if they'd go to such lengths. Nikornus must have had reasons to wish for the Dominion's continued existence as well. A hiss emanated from Gisnell's throat.
As your control slips, ours does as well. That was an action of a rogue chief under, Isif, who apparently seeks to rebel against the Dominion. He thinks that he can rule all by himself, He's blasting the tune of peace and satiety to anyone who will listen. The arrangement with Betterment still stands.
I see. Don't get me wrong, we hate you, and I know you hate us.
Nikonus said.
The Kolshians grasp our moral imperative to fix the galaxy, but that is a centuries-long process. These humans have been a major setback. There are untapped worlds out there. We need one predator around, and the last thing I want is a fucking Arxer asking for peace. It makes you look good.
I know. It's sickening. A fat, lazy Dominion without Betterment. The war must continue for the sake of control. We're trying to hunt Isif down, but he's being elusive.
I will send ships to put an end to this sycophant. We always have a few tricks behind our tentacles. Just remember your role, and you can go about your merry raiding in peace.
The Kolshian ended the transmission link, and the 5 of us sat in silence. Kaiser looked the most shocked of us all, seeing the Dominion's highest levels openly cooperating with the Federation's leader. I was floored that Nikonus would volunteer his forces to flush us out. With my past knowledge about their motives, it was easy to reconcile their actions. My push for peace was antithetical to their desire for a forever war, which conveniently depicted predators as mindless drones. What would the other herbivores think if this footage got out? Surely the United Nations could use this to garner more support. They were always looking for a propaganda angle. Lisa and Oleg had returned their focus to the sensor screen. The humans were muttering to themselves about the Kolshian ships, sweeping entire systems, meandering toward us. My maw jerked with realization, and I realized the Federation was seeking out an attack against my rebellion. The habitat is cloaked, but the Kolshians seem to think that can't stop them. Nikonus mentioned tricks, and even Gisnell thought they were stronger than they let on, that they could beat us in a no-holds-barred fight. Racking my brain for ideas, I transmitted orders to all patrollers and warships to be on standby for combat. The slow-moving habitat wouldn't be able to outrun the Kolshians, who were a few light years out. It would also alert them to our presence definitively and leave a clear trail if we jumped out via FDL. I turned to Oleg and barked for him to dial up the Secretary General in a hurry. The humans had sent us this intelligence, so they must have some idea of what we should do.
Hello, Isif. I was expecting you might call.
Zhao's form was visible on screen as he rode in some antiquated airplane. A slight smirk was on his face, though I saw some signs of sleep deprivation which I'd noted in Elias Meyer.
It surprised the United Nations as well, and I figured it would be critical intelligence to pass along to you.
It is, thank you. But the Kolshians are already coming for us. There's thousands of ships rooting out any rebellion assets, drawing nearer to us. Escape isn't a viable option, and I must be a critical asset for you to preserve, yes? Please, you have to help, human, I hissed. A taut grimace crossed his face, though I knew that generals of his caliber only revealed as much emotion as they wanted to. It was a promising sign that Zhao would show his concern. However, what we needed was a commitment of ships to ward off the Kolshians. If Nikonus had the extraneous resources to devote to our demise, there was no telling how many total craft were under his control. I wouldn't make the mistake of writing them off as a weak herbivore military.
Humanity is engaged in many battles. Milu is still an ongoing affair with a bit of a standoff ensuing. The Kolshians possess drone technology, which our nanodrones neutralized, yet we lack the numbers to dismantle their fleet. They're using biological weaponry against our ground assets, so those missions have been called off. Tell your Dossa friend we're sorry it's been a mixed bag, will you?
Zhao asked. Felra skittered up to the camera lens.
I'm glad that you tried. I don't want you to throw human lives away.
We did what we could, but it's always my goal to stop senseless loss of life. I will do whatever is necessary to keep Earth and humanity safe. That's my policy till the day I draw my last breath. Anyhow, we have a good chunk of ships forging ahead to Kolshian and Farsal territory, which should be a vicious fight. Tack on the defensive requisites, and we're short on ships to spare.
If you don't help us, the rebellion ends today. You're damning my species to extinction, I spat. Earth's leader raised his hands placatingly.
Let me finish. I'm thinking aloud here. We must remain decidedly neutral at this time. We don't want to fight with the Dominion. UN vessels will not fire upon Arxer craft. We're already warring with one giant, and Gisnell declaring war on us might bury us.
It's not the Arxer. I don't see any of ours in the count, and we can handle a few Dominion scouts.
Well, we're at war with the Kolshians already, so they are fair game. It's a poor example to let them go wherever they like and lash out in our territory. The Hachin are a Terran protectorate. We didn't let the Arxa have foul, so we sure won't be letting the Federation get their tentacles on our space. We have the political cover.
So you'll help?
I'll help, but you'll need to come to us. I don't have assets within an hour's travel. Walk your assets to the UN garrison at Foul, and we'll handle any Kolshians that follow you. To be clear, this is not an outward declaration of support. It's a one-time pact.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Zhao dipped his head and signed off the call. I told Kaizel to transmit the coordinates to the Habitat's forces while encouraging them to make a rapid evacuation. A rendezvous with the UN fleet aided our chances, though I was still nervous about a large-scale battle. Such broad conflicts hadn't been how our insurgency operated. We'd adopted the policy of quiet disruption due to our lack of numbers. Felra tugged at my claws, which I yanked back. Crazy Dossa. If she grabs those stabbing instruments and I don't see her, her throat might end up like those gouged Kolshians back at her research station. It's not like the humans' weak fingers. What is your problem, rodent? I snarled. This is not the time. Felra pulled on my paw insistently.
I want you to know it's going to be okay. And I want you to pick me up.
I huffed in outright irritation, noticing the withering look on Kaizel's face. My paw slid under her stomach, hoisting her on an express journey to my shoulder. Felra nuzzled against my chin, mere inches below where my serrated fang showed. Perhaps it would have been better to leave her at Proxima Centauri rather than suffer this constant embarrassment. I was the leader of a faction of apex predators, not some toy.
Do you trust these humans not to attack you? It could be a trap.
Kaizel grumbled. It's not. It's not pure altruism either. It's useful to them to keep us alive. They wouldn't have bothered to support us at all if they wanted to kill us. We're going to fall, and we're going to fight. Whatever good that may do. Lisa ran a hand through her hair.
Foul! That's where we were stationed before Maloo. It's all come full circle. I hope the forces are ready to receive some Kolshians.
Chief Calamari is gonna get a boot in his squid behind. Have some faith, Scifi.
Orlek declared. I heaved a weedy sigh and summoned a warship for myself. A good leader in the Arxa tradition commanded by example. We were supposed to be the most fearsome hunters alive. It wasn't clear if that was still true after my exposure to this inane Dossa, but I intended to do what I could at Foul. The Kolshians wouldn't put our rebellion to bed if I had anything to say about it.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 15th, 2137. The Predators' war strategy hinged around hitting the two Federation founders where it hurt. The Kolshians always offer severe resistance, as they proved they could hold their own against the Masters of Killing after all. During my therapy sessions, one topic discussed was the reality that the Commonwealth could have intervened on the Cradle. They'd possessed the technology and the numbers to smack an Arxa raid down like it was nothing. Instead, they'd watched as the Gajeeds were pushed to the precipice of extinction. Had I known about Nikonis' apathetic view of our woes back when Selene and I visited Alpha, I would have gutted him with my claws then. The Kolshians would be the more satisfying of the founding duo to combat. I could envision the smug look on their chief's face. However, on an objective level, it was clear-cut which conspirator was the easiest to undermine. The Far-Sol states were the brains of the Empire, and their worlds were ripe for the taking. The Far-Sol and the Kolshians disagreed on the handling of humanity's survival, with the states contributing to the ill-fated extermination fleet. Their ships were known for being damage sponges, a more prey-like and displayable attribute than their conspiratorial counterparts. The Far-Sol elders, like their ambassador Dark, made a grave error of judgment at the Summit on Humanity. Tipped off about their genocide participation by Earth, the Arxa moved in on their homeworld, Talsk. The Greys' raid nearly succeeded and was warded off with substantial losses. I'm sure Talsk has rebuilt its forces, just as Earth has replaced their army. Still, they've been weakened by the war, while the Kolshians have been waiting in the wings. Selene listened astutely as I told her via FTL call link what I was authorized to disclose.
So let me get this straight. You're going to drop into Talsk's inner orbit within minutes and land solely to access the galactic archives.
That's correct, I answered. Humanity can't afford to spare troops on an occupation. They don't bomb civilians either. The goal is to trap the Farsul within their own world and cut them off from the galaxy.
And they're pulling any crew with training in ground combat from the starship, including you and your human pals.
Crewing the ships was equally as difficult as building them, silly. Logistically, we don't want more mouths to feed up here, and we also need men for every battleground and occupation across the galaxy. Sillis, Fal, Milu, ground defenses. If you can hold a gun and keep your wits, you're part of the landing party. Tyler referred to it as being a utility player in a game called baseball, which involved smacking a stone with a metal club. I didn't grasp what he was on about, and I didn't dare to ask. That human was rather unapologetic with his predatory hobbies. Selene pressed her toes to her head.
So you're cobbling together the non-essentials from your ship, and they're all heading planet-side during an orbital battle. That's suicide.
The Predators have a distraction planned. The Farsul ship should be concerned with other events. I'll be fine. We've got a plan. A plan that involves deorbiting a lunar body and fits in with the general picture of Terran psychosis. A normal day in the United Nations service.
Thanks for the non-answer.
The Hatchin reporter grumbled.
I thought we were friends, Sovlin. Give me something. Like, why was there satellite footage of naval armaments being loaded onto Terran carriers, which we know from subspace trails were heading Federation bound?
That was the other deranged part of the mission, which was anything but a routine landing. The Terrans noticed a patch of Talsk's ocean was unreadable by standard sensors during stealth recon. Intelligence coupled this with communications between archive staff discussing shipping exercises. Like any normal species, the primates drew the conclusion that the Farsul were hiding incriminating information underwater, and based their mission parameters on this assumption. Did the United Nations believe that habitats under the ocean were possible? If the humans weren't grasping at straws on this one, I'd be beyond impressed with their deductive skills. At this point, I didn't think their insanity was up for debate. Selene wasn't going to hear intel that was damaging to their species' reasoning skills from me.
Don't pretend you don't know about the boats,
she pressed.
What good do those do in an orbital clash? Are you landing by watership?
I jabbed a sharp claw at the camera. If you wanted to know that, you'd be here with us. They'd sign off on it undoubtedly. Believe it or not, humans send reporters with their troops into war zones.
I've heard of them. War correspondents, covering conflict from the front lines, armed only with a camera. I'm willing to take risks for a scoop, but that's lunacy. I, as a non-human, like to gather my stories in areas without active firefights.
These FTL comms saved your ass then. You'd be out of the loop for weeks. I'll keep you informed of the results when the mission is complete.
I won't push you more for now. Whatever you find in the archives, I want to be the first to know.
I'll see what I can do. So long. My eyes turned to the triangular shuttle waiting in the hangar bay. I was aware the Terrans had a myriad of new contraptions, but this design seemed foolhardy to me. A narrow, aerodynamic vehicle was optimal for atmospheric travel. Thankfully, I didn't have to pilot this craft. While it was made to transport crew, it was self-flying. Samantha and Carlos had saved me a seat, while Tyler and Onzo manned what was considered the backup pilot and co-pilot chairs. What I'd been told at the briefing was that we would descend to sea level before transferring to a submarine. My immediate inquiry was if the humans had ever seen a Gajit swim, but they just laughed. The amusement was followed by a patronizing smile and a response of, "That won't be necessary. I swear, if the plan is for me to ride on Carlos's back and no one is telling me, I'm gonna claw some binocular eyes out." Hello, Onzo. I recalled Dr. Bari's advice to be kinder to the primitive in my inner dialogue, rather than regarding him only by his innate ignorance. You ready? The Yortul flicked his reddish ears.
I mentioned on Shorely that I wanted to break some Farsul skulls. They have their paws in every pot, every mind in the Federation. I'm sure as shit ready to fight them.
I'll be honest, I'm a little nervous. Land creatures don't belong sinking into the ocean. I mean, this submersible ship does not float. How do we get back up?
Same as flying. Air currents versus water currents. You trust human tech or you don't?
I'm more comfortable in space too, but it's good the Navy is finally going to get a cut of the action. Humanity needs to win on every terrain and theatre of war.
Carlos growled.
My comments about the space era age like milk.
Samantha griped.
I called a sailor friend of John... of my husband's obsolete, and now they're airdropping warboats. Just my luck. I'll never hear the end of it if they get a single kill.
I gently tapped her hand with my paw. It might be good for you to reconnect with some of your old friends.
Spare me the kumbaya therapy shit. I mean, good for you, but you don't need to proselytize.
Tyler cleared his throat.
Boom! Let's keep it professional, people. We're pulling a stealth jump behind each of Talsk's 4 moons, but we can't get closer than that. Entering real space any second.
As if you're professional?
Unzo snorted.
Remind me how many game controllers you've broken. We're so close to kicking these feddies in the backside, and I want to... No, I need to get this perfect. Are all of you ready?
I'd like to live to see the Federation fall.
Sun sighed.
Ready, sir.
And I'd like to live to see galactic peace.
Carlos counted.
Ready here too, sir.
Before I could offer up my own assent, Tyler raised a hand for silence. The shuttle's digitized replica of the main viewport depicted the shadow of a moon, and a small handful of human carriers snuck through other gravitational hiding spots as well. Launching too soon or too late would result in our demise. We had to wait for the distraction to draw the Farsel's attention. I had no idea how humans planned to move the smallest lunar satellite. The fact that we got this close, under their nose, shows the lasting consequences of the Arxer attack. The Farsel's bare-bones defenses aren't equipped to catch us in their net. Their outposts with key scanners were picked apart too. The enemy would be alerted to our presence once the Predators made their move to disturb the smallest moon. The target body lagged a short ways behind our satellite haven's orbit, which meant our carrier could watch the show. Human military affairs always intrigued me, from how they conjured the impossible with every battle. There was thinking outside the box, and then there was ignoring the box's existence altogether. Rules and conventional wisdom didn't apply to them. Our viewport plucked stills of box-shaped human craft. In real time, they were blurs that accelerated from behind the target moon's shadow. That energy expenditure definitely caught the Farsel's eyes. The object had been gaining momentum within subspace and exited warp at a mind-boggling pace. These were evident drones, though they were unlike the Terran's conventional battle technology. I squinted in confusion as the lead cubicle craft blazed toward the deformed rock without slowing. The first impact caused a geyser of debris to erupt from the moon, while the drone was obliterated. There appeared to be a slight slowing of the lunar body's orbit, though it was fractional. It was insanity to think they could redirect a celestial object's momentum. The humans were undeterred, however, and launched more of the peculiar boxes into the moon. "Reverend Protector," I murmured. "They're chipping away at its momentum. Throwing ships at it."
Until it changes course.
Carlos released a shrill noise by blowing air through his teeth, which made me flinch.
It's simple kinetic impact. I remember we used the same tech to deflect an asteroid from Earth back in 2129.
Onzo flicked his ears.
It's like shifting a boulder that's already rolling downhill. It's got a shit ton of momentum, but you collide enough objects with enough force, and you could theoretically change where it's rolling to.
So this was a brute force planetary defense system that you weaponized because you're predators. Carry on, I guess, I huffed. Panicked Farsal ships rushed toward the moon, but they, understandably, were not prepared to stop murderous monkeys from dislodging a massive satellite. The United Nations chipped away at the orbital momentum, deflection by deflection, until the speeding rock had visibly changed its arc. Talsk's gravity won out in the absence of a blistering orbital velocity, and the mile-wide rock began to careen toward the planet. Tyler took that as our cue to launch the triangular shuttle, which was prepped for this moment, away from our carrier. The Farsal vessels concentrated fire on their falling moon, and struggled to simultaneously fend off Terran warships which harassed them on approach. To top it off, our big guns were within orbital range, but the Predators were using precision strikes against bases rather than antimatter city hits. There was no way for the enemy to watch for surface-bound transports with all of the chaos preoccupying them. I wasn't surprised that no craft moved to intercept us, and that the ride down to Talsk's surface looked to be seamless. The idea of descending below the ocean still left me riddled with unease. My spines were bristling, and it wasn't from the human's eyes. Your crazy plan worked. I tried to focus on the Farsal missiles fruitlessly impacting their own moon, rather than the blue patches enlarging before us. I'd love to have ears inside the enemy ships. They don't even know what hit them.
Ah, yes. Doesn't it suck when your moon becomes a meteor with a few love taps?
Sam snickered. Tyler allowed himself an amused snort.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. It really ruined your day.
We breached the atmosphere in graceful flight, with flaming resistance enveloping our ship outside. The battle overhead receded into the background. It wasn't our job to spectate the Farsal moon's fate. Our shuttle's autopilot had everything under control, throttling through the outer bands of a foreign world. It slowed our pace to a manageable glide once the sparkling ocean grew nearer. Water stretched as far as the eye could see, even from hundreds of meters up. There was nowhere to land that I could make out, and the ropes and parachutes at the rear of the aircraft pushed a suggestion into my brain. What if the plan was for us to jump or rappel from the aircraft onto a submarine's hull? Where were the submarines anyways? Had their airdrop not preceded us as planned? My claws wrapped around the harness tighter. Everything that could go wrong was at the forefront of my mind. We're slowing down, but not fast enough. Something must be off with the computer. We're going to slam belly first into the water, not hover. The humans weren't panicking, so I tried to convince myself that those thoughts were my fears speaking. However, the choppiness of the waves was visible, and I saw no way to stop in time. At least not without an inertial dampener failure and the death of us all. My remaining spines tried to escape from my back. I was almost ready to scream to brace for impact. A mechanism shifted in the shuttle's belly, and it was then that I suspected we were gliding for a landing. We touched the surface of the water, but instead of sinking, we bobbed gently like a leaf. Our support splashed the water and slowed while balancing atop the waves like it was nothing. I breathed an uneasy sigh of relief, grateful that I had kept my mouth shut amid the humans' composure. The Predators always had wild plans, like plunking an airworthy craft into desolate seas. We were out of the proverbial burrows. Then, without warning, the floats gave out, dropping all support from the triangular craft. Primal terror gnawed at my heart as our ship started to sink.